We stand on the edge of a story untold, where shadows of towers stretch ancient and cold. The ground whispers secrets we've buried in stone, a canvas of signs we've claimed as our own. Through the haze a question grows, a fragile spark where wisdom flows. We soar through a fractured sky, where the heavens twist and the old truths die. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. The maps we've drawn dissolve in the tide. The compass falters where starlight collide. A plane unfolds beneath our feet, while the sky above hums wild and sweet. Through the silence, echoes sing, a thread of doubt on fragile wings. We soar through a fractured sky, where the heavens twist and the old truths die. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. In the crucible of signs, we cast our chains aside. In the celestial void, where questions collide. The tools we wield, the tales we weave, are shadows of a truth we grieve. A spark ascends, the veil ignites. We chase the dawn through endless nights. We break through the barriers blind. In the eye of the storm, our fates redefined. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. Through the chaos we stake our claim, seekers of wonder forever aflame. As the sky unfurls in a dance of light, we tread the plain through the endless night. With eyes unclouded, we breathe the unknown. A world remade, our seeds are sown.
I don't think they are this flat. Listen
Okay.
to me. Okay, just listen.
How big
just
is
listen
Earth?
to my idea. I also
Right.
I'm not sure it's a sphere either, because yeah, NASA or any other company that explored didn't give enough evidence. Though I would claim that if I walk in a straight line, I will end up in the same place.
That's a very four-year-old mentality, though.
It
Yeah, but it's
definitely
what you
is.
were
I
taught.
mean, surely when you start walking, there'll be a point where you can't walk anymore and you'd have to swim. I mean, unless you're claiming to be like, yeah, never mind.
And I'll simplify it, right? Because eventually they're going to be like, well, you can just get on a boat and you can get on back
Yeah,
on
you
land and walk again.
On a boat.
Yeah.
Here's the
let's
thing:
assume you have a boat.
nobody's ever gone in a straight line and wound up back where they started. Nobody. You believe you
Sumerians,
can, but nobody's ever done it.
Babylonians,
Any
It's the same
yes.
God that's the Old
What
Testament.
about
That's the
the map
truth.
that you have of the earth? The map, the continental
about it?
map.
If you walk in a
Oh,
straight line, you won't stay on the same latitude. What about it?
Okay.
I guess
okay.
which map is he talking about?
The map that I can't share screenshots, but the commonly used map, the one on the plane, the flat plane.
The flat. Most of the maps are flat. In fact, all of them are.
Oh yeah, but
Didn't you see the globe?
I don't know how to describe the map I'm talking about.
Wait,
Okay.
Jerry, you mean like the map of the world?
Yeah, the map of the world.
Yeah. So what's wrong with it?
There's about
It shows-
200 of those.
okay.
Which one are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know
200.
which to describe, but the one I'm
Here,
describing.
hold on. I posted a map in the side chat for you. Can you pick one?
Oh my gosh, man! What the fuck is this? Okay.
all the maps that they've ever used. I mean,
Yeah,
if you
those are
guys
the
saying
multiple
that,
different map projections.
Wait, why do we have like a map like shape as a heart? This is funny.
That's a
me.
Yeah.
Why do we have a map shaped as a heart? Very
Exactly.
very, very strange.
And we have another one shaped as a peach. Okay. Interesting.
What's that about? Ask the same questions that we are. Why do they present us so much bullshit and they don't prove it? Why are we fed these stories? What up, DJ? Welcome.
What up, DJ? Hey, what up, Bubbles? Hey, the Bubbles. Nice.
Okay.
It's
That's a
Sasquatch.
Glober talking to you, by the way.
I've done a lot of mods, and there was this unit
So
where
cool.
we would calculate. It was about rotation. No, not the rotation. The latitudes and longitudes, something like that. And you will be told to find the shorter distance a plane will take. Let's say from New York to maybe Australia, and you will follow the radius of the earth that is given, and yeah, the other stuff, and it makes sense that the earth is spherical because
no.
those the time
Planes don't
You're-
go that
time
flat.
listen the time after calculating the time that we got is actually it corresponds to real-time flights that are
No.
taken from New York
The
to
time
Australia.
corresponds to the distance traveled at the speed traveled. You reaffirming the reification of the Earth as a globe has nothing to do with the actual radius of the Earth. Where was the actual radius of the Earth measured, being the curvature? Where's that?
They estimated the radius of the earth.
No, they didn't. They didn't measure it. They didn't even estimate it.
So what's your claim? That the planes don't take these routes, or
My claim is that the Earth is measurably flat, and a map is not going to tell you anything about curvature. That's my claim.
then which routes do these planes take? Because
Corridors.
if you look,
Corridors. Like, you know how cars take highways? And then ships take shipping lanes? And then flights take flight corridors.
that are curved.
No.
Sorry?
No, they're not.
Curve?
Do you think
No,
that
no, 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 no,
Side
no, no.
chat.
Bro, no, that's not how it works. You're looking at a flight corridor that's been plotted onto a particular type of map projection. Probably you're thinking of the Mercator projection, and it's going to look like it's a big, it's like a big, arc. Yeah. That's just because of the projection.
Do you think it's possible? Yeah.
That-
Do you think we could talk about reality instead of maps? Because maps are just reifications, and there's about 200 of these reifications. None of them are the same, and all of them, well, most of them have non-uniform scaling values. So they're not going to help us determine in physical reality if the Earth is curving or not. So in actual physical reality, is the Earth curving? And if it is, where can we measure that?
We cannot.
Okay, well, welcome to Flat Earth.
Also, touching on the Mercator projection map, it's really, really incorrect, really messed up. You can't determine anything on this because the sizes, right, of different things look a lot different compared to how we actually experience them. Right. For example, it shows Africa being smaller than Greenland, but Africa is 14 times bigger than Greenland. Right. So it's, there's a real problem when it comes to using this for any, circumnavigation, for any sort of, depicting, is this the Earth? Well, I mean, it's not, how we see it. It looks very wrong.
Can
Yeah,
you
there's
can you
a-
It
explain
distorts the
can you
land
explain
sizes
the North
near the
Pole
poles.
and the South Pole then? Like according to your flat Earth theory, explain the North Pole and the South Pole. Why they are both ice regions?
Yeah. I heard about this kind of like exaggerated Russia size before.
You sure North Pole is a ice region? Isn't it just a bit
Yeah.
like a section of the ocean?
It is,
What?
but it's frozen.
It's not frozen on the map. Doesn't look like it's frozen.
It's frozen in real
You
life.
can't stand on it. It's the ocean. Look it up right now. Like, look up the North Pole on a map right now.
So, guys, I have a question about. Guys, can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's the
the-
ocean.
That's right.
Yeah, just one moment, Jay. There's like a theory regarding the flat Earth. Okay.
Oh,
First of
tell
all,
us
like
about
I'm
it.
a flat earther myself.
Uh-huh.
Do you really think that there's another world map beyond the ice?
No, I mean maybe. Who knows?
Yeah,
But
maybe.
look,
Yeah, it might
yeah,
be there.
it's like
I
one
get
of those things that you would throw in the speculation basket. Like
Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
something you would want to make definitive claims about. It would be fun to talk about as a speculation.
But honestly, that man, if that turned out to be true, it's gonna be insanely epic.
Oh,
Well, you know what's
beautiful,
interesting?
But there'd be no way of us
Epic
testing that.
Exactly.
Or physically
Good point,
contained.
Snyder.
Yeah,
Tap.
Epic Games.
Change your name
it's
back
like
to Tap.
it's like either like
Second
like,
person that's done this today.
a world
Don't
map
sneeze,
or-
die. Tap.
there will be like a limit, like an end, a dead end or something like that. It's just like two options.
I'm gonna run out to the store real fast. I'll be back shortly. I'm actually gonna sit in the politics server, right? And I'm gonna just go in like local mute on my box, so that I can get like some VC levels, so that I can post media in those channels.
Oh, nice.
I'll
one,
be
bro.
I'll be back.
Good
I'll be back
tactic.
shortly.
Alright.
Yeah.
Catch you later.
I'm gonna sit in the conspiracy channel. Be right back.
So,
I have another question.
fuck.
Yeah.
How can you explain the curved shadow of the Earth? Like the eclipse, it shows the Earth curved in a way during
Okay.
eclipse.
Oh, yeah. I mean, to be honest, like there is like a website that can tells you like exactly when this kind of phenomenon will happen. So I feel like there's more to it than just like a shadow.
The problem here is, how do you know that the occultation of the moon during a lunar eclipse is caused by Earth's shadow. The simple fact is, you do not know that, and shadows actually conform to the shapes they hit.
But
So
we
a
see
shadow
the moon
cast from
every day.
a flat pillar.
We see the moon every day.
Yeah, I know. And that's the problem. The moon does not behave like a circular object reflecting light. It does not have a specular highlight. The claimed shadow does not conform to a shape like a shadow would to a sphere. It would distort along the curves. We do not see that with the lunar eclipses. So there's no reason to believe that story when it doesn't actually conform to reality.
What about the satellite images?
They're
about
images
them?
at the end of the day. Like clearly images.
Like, why will these space agencies lie to us? Like, they don't have a reason to lie.
That's the
NASA
idea.
don't have a reason to lie.
Like when you ask this question, you're actually like holding the door to a huge rabbit hole. I did this, by the way, like 2 years ago.
So why don't we just tell them, let's get them up to speed about all the space agencies. NASA was just renamed and reclassified as an intelligence agency, so you don't have to worry about them going to space anymore. Now they can just put out propaganda and not worry about it. So there you go. That's why would they lie? Why would NASA lie if they're a propaganda machine? Why would they lie?
Yeah, how could the government possibly lie to us about anything?
Propaganda.
Exactly.
Doesn't
They don't
even
have
matter.
a reason to lie.
We're not responsible for divining their intentions or why they did something. Majority of the people might just believe it and just be convinced of this
Wait,
idea.
that's interesting.
However,
They already
Propaganda-
believe
can
this.
propaganda
show
of
that the
what?
idea is wrong, and so we do not need to divine their intentions. And you trying to appeal to their intentions as some kind of failsafe against, or to hold on to your globe, just because you cannot believe people could lie to you. Therefore, the Earth doesn't measure flat. No, the Earth is measured flat. You just have to get over it.
This is just conspiracy claims.
To be honest,
No, it's literally the opposite. I told you no conspiracy claims. You said they must. Why would they lie? And you don't want to believe it because you believe in conspiracies. I'm saying go check the world for itself, and then you can know what the truth is.
I'm going to tell you something, Jay, by the way. The flat Earth itself, it goes beyond science. You know what I mean? My English doesn't really help me here, but once you question the shape of the Earth, you will question a lot of things. A lot of things, like literally everything you've learned
Yeah, it gives you skepticism.
so
Let
far.
me say it then. Let me
You
say
know
it
what I mean?
then.
Mm.
See what?
He wanted to show me something.
Oh,
Tell me the truth.
Like, I'm still not convinced. Gravity and physics, they just don't work in a flat Earth.
That's okay.
sorry. There's no such thing as gravity, and it's not physics. So, listen, bro, you got ripped off. You believe all these things. I mean, I feel for you. We were all there at one time, but none of the things that you're appealing to have anything to do with how the Earth is measured. The Earth is measured to be flat by everybody. It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not you believe they're lying to you or not. It doesn't have anything to do with gravity. The Earth is measurably flat. There's no way of getting around that.
Then explain time zones.
What do you mean explain? That still doesn't have anything to do with this flat.
It does, because if the
Well, how-
Earth is spherical, then it means it rotates around the sun.
No, it actually affirms the consequence. Someone trained you to think illogically. So you think if the Earth is a sphere, there will be multiple time zones. Oh, there's multiple time zones, therefore the Earth is a sphere. You've been trained to affirm the consequent in your thinking. That's not my problem. The Earth is measurably flat. It has nothing to do with time zones.
Okay, one last question. Like, if the Earth is flat, then that means it has an edge, right?
it should have some kind of limit. The only evidence that we have for that is that we have vast oceans and gas pressure. Now, where that limitation exists, I have no idea.
I'll come back when I do a lot of research.
Yes.
Yeah, do a lot of research. But the problem is, if you're just going to go affirm your biases, then this is not going to be, profitable for you. So what I think you ought to do is just go ahead and measure the surface of the Earth, and that will solve all of your problems. There's no research to do, just measurements.
Or sit here and listen and let that be your research for now.
Yeah, you guys go easy on him. Like, he's just basically asking very basic questions.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm also trying to help him not affirm the consequence.
Listen.
Yeah, but he's just like here to learn. By the way, like, he's not like making fun or being ridiculous.
Yeah, and I'm teaching him. Him not to affirm the consequent. I don't want him to keep doing that. It's harmful to his mind.
Mm-hmm. And to be honest, like, guys, we've all been there. To be honest, I've been there myself. For real, I've been dusting off the brainwash for months.
Yeah,
so
it takes a minute.
Brain rot.
Takes time.
That's actually that's the question I wanted to ask. How did you guys start believing in the flat Earth?
Well, we noticed all of the glaring problems with every claim made by everyone believing in a ball, all the claims made about the horizon distance, whether or not they went to the frickin' moon. I mean, you name it, every claim has a problem. So we just decided to go test the claims for ourselves, which a lot of them are fairly easy to test. And, the Earth's not a ball at the end of the day. The foundation is all conceptual. It is only mathematic. It is a religious system built on numbers. That's all it is. Oh, and well constructed, sometimes well constructed propaganda. The people are obviously very bad in the way that they think, how they think, because they've been trained to have circular logic by the educational system. So everyone's operating from the wrong end.
Listen. People don't just create logic. If someone just tries to create logic, I can just test it and prove something wrong.
What do you mean create logic?
You can't create logic. That's what I mean.
Yeah, no one's creating logic. No one's creating logic. I'm just pointing out the fallacious reasoning, the lack of logic applied to your religious system.
Yeah, we don't need to create any logic. This is how logic operates and has operated forever.
Yeah, like super simple logic. Like if you have a large body of water, it needs to be in a container. And then the surface of the water is not going to curve over distance. This is like basic logic, and it's testable, repeatable by anyone, anywhere, just about any time. No matter how large the body of water, it's not going to be curving over the surface of the water. We've tested this probably thousands of times now over huge distances where there would have to be a certain amount of curvature if the Earth were a globe, and it's not there. If the curvature is not there, then the Earth cannot possibly be a globe. Right? That's kind of like if I say I have a unicorn in my garage and there isn't a unicorn in my garage. You can't say that it's there, right? There's no unicorn in the freaking garage, right? So you can't tell me any stories, right, about the unicorn. That's kind of what the globe's like. It's like, on my unicorn, which is the globe, how does this work? Explain how this works on my unicorn. It's like you need to prove that you have the unicorn in the first place. Okay, and you need to prove that the curvature's there on the Earth. Because if it's not there, then you don't have the globe.
I wish I knew enough about this stuff so I can debate you guys, but
Yeah, that's the
well,
problem.
no,
I
This
also
is
don't have
this
a
is
lot
the
of
thing. No, but look,
knowledge.
that's fine. Look into it. But we have people that come through here
too lazy.
that are satellite engineers. We have physicists. All sorts of people come through here. They don't do any good in these debates because they don't have any empirical evidence. They just have stories. They're just better at memorizing and regurgitating the bullshit. That's all.
Okay, according to gravity, or you
Yeah,
said
we all got
gravity
told
doesn't
our whole
exist,
lives
but
there's a
according to
unicorn out there,
gravity,
and we can all go out and check if this unicorn is there. It doesn't matter how popular the unicorn is, how exquisite the math about the curvature of the butt of the unicorn is. It doesn't change the fact that when you go out yourself, there is no unicorn there.
what
Okay,
about
can
ocean
I name
tides?
some?
Like they say that the moon's gravity creates the tides in the ocean. If the earth was flat, like does that mean that the moon's gravity wouldn't have any effect and therefore tides wouldn't exist?
Most people get taught a very childish explanation on how the tides work. And most people think that when the moon passes over the earth, it pulls the water towards the moon, and that's the spot where it's going to be high tide. That's ridiculous.
That's what you believe.
No, that's what the globe earthers claim, and that's the way it's explained by the scientists to the students or by the teachers to the students, which is absolutely ridiculous because we have 2 high tides per day. Okay?
Yeah,
2
you're
high
taught
tides.
that-
The
you're
moon's
taught that
not
there's a
going
high-
over you 2 times in one day.
Yeah, you're taught that there's a bulge towards the sun, there's a bulge towards the moon, and then as those bulges mix, they become very high tide, or in between the bulges is low tide. That's the story we get taught as children. But when you actually look into tides, there are amphidromic points, which the tides circle. The tides go in a circle around these points, and these points do not raise or lower in elevation at all, regardless of the position of the moon or the sun. So the story we were told doesn't actually match the empirical data. It's just a story to make your belief system more believable.
Okay, so can I give you guys some claims from Google, and you'll just like answer quickly?
Sure.
Okay, so ships on the horizon.
Yeah, so ships, they say that ships go over the horizon, and that's a proof that the Earth's a globe. In reality, this is coming from someone like myself who lived on the east coast of Australia, growing up surfing and fishing, watching cruise ships go out because we lived in an area where there's a hub for cruise ships. And when they go out, what happens most of the time is they just get smaller and smaller and smaller until they get below a certain size and the human eye can't resolve them anymore. And then you can still see the horizon, but the ship looks like it's gone. What we've realized is that you can actually zoom back in again and you can bring the whole ship back to view again. Unless there's waves. Okay, if you have waves, ocean swells, that's what waves are called when they're out in the ocean, ocean swells. Now, ocean swells can make it look like the ship's disappearing from the bottom up because the ship's getting smaller and smaller due to perspective, but the ocean swells are still very close to you, so it looks like the ship's disappearing bottom up if you have waves. Or sometimes, in more rare instances, we can have certain types of miraging effects, like inferior mirages, or a lesser version of an inferior mirage, which is called sinking. And it can look like something sinking behind the horizon, even though it's not actually obstructed, okay, because of the weather.
Ray loss of the bottom
So, like,
rays. As the rays hit the ground, of course, you're not going to be able to recover those rays.
That's
So
another
like
good point.
the GIF that I sent in the side chat is that what been tampered with, or
Let me have a look at it 1 second.
I just searched the ship on the horizon.
Oh yeah, look. Okay, look at the one directly under that. Look at the difference. Okay, in the one under that, there's no waves. Okay, in the one that you posted, it looks like very rough conditions. Okay, we don't know what height the observer is. We don't know how big the waves are, and we don't know the distance to the ship. We also
It's
don't
also
know what the.
We would also expect the ship to disappear pretty much bottom up under optical constraints and with refractive effects. That's what you would observe over a flat surface. The problem is the Globers, when they look at a boat disappearing bottom up, they go in circular reasoning. They say the Earth is a globe, and boats would disappear bottom up. Therefore, I see a boat disappearing bottom up. It must mean the Earth is curved. However, we can show the same things with optical effects. So by no means does that prove the Earth is a ball. And the worst part is they use orthographic side view for all of these observations. So they calculate in orthographic view the height of the object and how much you should be able to see of that object. However, they compare that orthographic side view calculations to things in perspective. And you see in projective geometry, you see with perspective collapse where the ground appears to ramp up, the sky appears to go down. That compresses everything into this tiny little angular band in your eye. And so slight variations in that tiny angle can cause loss. And so all of this can easily be accounted for with optics alone and only functions if the Earth is flat, because they claim we can see beyond the globe geometry because of refraction. But when we test for refraction and when we can see too far, we have clear good days with low refraction. When we don't see as far, we have bad conditions, we have more refraction. So when we have more refraction, we don't see as far. When we have less refraction, we see further. That's the opposite of what the globe predicts and the ad hoc excuse it uses to try to maintain its life, even though we can violate its geometry easily by looking.
I forgot what I wanted to say. Fuck. Yeah. So if you're saying that this effect of the GIF I sent is because of optical illusions, then how are we supposed to?
Not optical illusions. It's just the basics of how your eyes work and how light works. You can ignore the physics and claim it's Earth curve, but then you're just being a science denier.
Okay, so then how are we supposed to give evidence of curved Earth?
That's a you problem,
like I told you, it's already been falsified. You would have to show that the refraction allows you to see further. You would have to measure that greater refractive effects allow you to see further. And you could use infrared, which has less refraction on that wavelength. So you should be able to show with infrared that on the days you can see too far, when you look in the infrared, you don't see as far. However, the inverse is what happens, and all of the world record long distance photographs are all in infrared because they see further.
Okay.
Just quickly to add to that, quite often when you see these pictures like you've just posted with the ship, I would still say that the primary reason that things are going to disappear bottom up is because of the ocean swells. So the first thing that you would need to provide to assist an observation like this is the surf report. Let us know how big were the ocean swells on this particular day and what's the height of the observer. It's a huge factor. And then after that, okay, if we can negate the ocean swells being the primary cause, then we could start to look into atmospheric effects and things like that.
Yep.
And obviously perspective loss and that kind of thing. But I mean, we need to have, for a specific claim, like this, like it's going over the curvature of the Earth, we need to have some information. Okay, the observer height, preferably the distance to the ship, and the ocean swell. That would be a starting point, and then we could move forward into more complex reasoning. Because if you look at the GIF that Lao Tzu posted, okay, we don't have any waves on this day. We can clearly see that the person is very low to the ground. They're standing at the beach, approximately 5 foot high, 6 foot high, and they're zooming in. Okay, when they're zoomed out, they cannot see the ship at all. It's a giant ship. When they zoom in, you can see the entire ship once again. So if you imagine if that person...
I think the GIF is problematic because it's not a video of the ship drifting forward.
Okay, so think about this. Think about this. If the person didn't have a camera, or the camera didn't have a zoom capability, and that giant ship was close to them, and then the ship sailed away, it would get smaller and smaller and smaller until it breached the human eye limit, the angular resolution limit of the human eye, and then you wouldn't be able to see it anymore. Okay, you can very easily reverse engineer this scenario without worrying about the zoom. Okay, so say this person saw the ship go out with the naked eye, they're not going to see it dip over the horizon. It's just going to get smaller and smaller. Right. Okay, and if they then had a zoom camera, which they do, then they can zoom in and see that the ship didn't go over the horizon. It's still right there. But if you added, okay, look, we're just going to add something. Just think about this though. All of a sudden, there's an ocean swells. Okay, there's waves. Now, all of a sudden, it's going to look like the ship is obstructed from the bottom. But because there's no ocean swells, we can validate that there's no ocean swells in this picture because he zooms all the way out, and we can see that there's no waves. But in the picture that you posted above it, it looks extremely rough. The conditions, the ocean swell conditions look extremely rough. We don't know the height of the observer. So it's very, very inconclusive compared to the one that I posted.
All of
that Lao Tzu posted,
like,
sorry.
The Lao Tzu and the videos that Swole Dog is posting right now are all taken at one point in time versus just like taking a video over time.
Okay, no problem. So you're not going to accept any photographic or video evidence. So I guess what we need to ask you is, who presented
I sent video evidence.
Okay. Okay, so what did you send? A white swan?
What I'm saying is, if you don't take a video over time from the start or from the beginning of when the ship is reaching the horizon versus when it's starting to go over the horizon, then you won't see it disappear.
Oh, that's fine.
So how big are the waves? How big are the waves in on the day that you posted this ship observation?
I don't know, but I don't know. But
wow! Do you think that if there were big waves, could it cause this effect?
No.
Well, my question is, if there were big waves, could it cause this effect? And you say no, it can't.
It couldn't. No.
Well, then you don't know.
He's just going to say no.
Because if you're videoing, how do you say it? If you're videotaping over a long time, these minuscule waves wouldn't matter. You just wouldn't see them.
No worries. That's fine. So you're telling us that you think that the horizon is Earth curve then, is that right?
The horizon is what?
Earth curve. That's the thing blocking out the boat in the distance, right? The horizon is the curve of the Earth blocking out the boat?
Oh, yeah, in the GIF I sent, yeah.
Okay, great. So that should be at a very predictable geometric location every time, correct? Since it's solid Earth curve?
I don't know about that.
Well, why would you say that the horizon is Earth curve if it's the sagitta of the sphere that you think you live on at a very specific geometric location, and then say, I don't know if it's going to stay at the place that it's supposed to be because it's physical Earth curve? Why would you say, I don't know? Is the Earth all of a sudden growing and shrinking in size?
Maybe.
Holy cow. If you really want to entertain that idea, you think the Earth is growing and shrinking in size, perhaps?
I don't know if it is, but let's go over one argument at a time. First of all, let's
So your argument is that the horizon is Earth curve. So let's test that. Is it geometric, and is it going to be at the same place every time?
I sent a GIF.
Great.
I sent a GIF of a ship going over the horizon. I don't know. I don't know what fucking distance, whatever. This is
Why
just
not?
an argument for. Why would
Why
I?
not?
I don't need that. I don't need that.
Could something else cause
I'm
bottom-up
not
obstruction?
arguing. I'm not arguing that is the
Bubbles.
curvature always the same. I'm not arguing.
Bubbles. Can something else cause bottom-up obstruction? Is it only Earth curve, or can some other condition cause bottom-up obstruction?
Maybe there are more. There
Yeah.
could be more. Yeah,
Okay. Was that accounted for?
I assume. Yeah.
Oh, really? What was accounted for, and who accounted for it?
The person that took the video.
Really? And what did they account for?
What you said?
And what was it? What did I say?
I don't know. I couldn't understand.
Yeah, he's not paying attention. So we need the conditions of the day, observer height, and all the other factors that you believe could be the issue. Maybe it's this magical refraction. Maybe it's an angular size change with distance. What do you think it could be, and how did they go ahead and account for that? Do you have any data to support your belief that they accounted for it?
Okay, so my problem with your questions is that
I'm
you
not
are
interested
doing
in your problem. I'm not really interested in your problem. I'm asking you for the specifics of the things that you believe.
I don't know the specifics.
Okay, so you actually don't even know if this is a ship going over a presupposed Earth curve. You just believe it is.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not here to entertain your beliefs, bro. There's other religious servers that you can go to.
Wait, do you think what?
You have a belief system. You believe that the ship is going over presupposed Earth curve. I can't help you with that. If you want to believe that, that's your prerogative. Meanwhile, those of us over here, we're dealing with empiricism, and we're dealing with measurements. So do you have any measurements that you can show us, or is it just things that affirm your bias and belief?
We'll start with the basics. Where was the location of this video taken?
He already said he doesn't know. He just believes
know,
that it's going over the globe.
Yeah.
But look, here we go, Bubbles. Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I get your point. Okay, but let's just say the Earth is a globe, and that ship is a certain distance away. We can calculate how much should be hidden of that ship, depending on how far away it is from the observer. Do you agree?
I mean, I assume it would depend on the tide and the height of the observer and.
Yeah, so it depends on the height of the observer, right? So, like, it doesn't matter if it's low tide or if it's high tide, and the ship. Let's just say the ship's 10 miles away, for example, just to hypothetically. Okay, say the observer's just standing there at 6 foot high, like just a normal person, 6 foot high, and they're observing the ship, and the ship's 10 miles away. Okay, how far away do you think the horizon should be from the observer if the Earth were a globe? I remember them teaching me this at school, that if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the shoreline, the horizon would be 3 miles away. And that's what the math says according to the globe model, right? If you're 6 foot tall,
Let me fact check this.
you can fact check it. Yeah. Do you know how to fact check it? I can make it faster for you.
Dr. Google.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good luck with Dr. Google.
I think that's the only thing they have. That's only thing I ever hear them using is Google. Let's use Google. They think like Google has all the answers.
Do you want me to look on DuckDuckGo? Like what the?
Sure, go ahead. It's the same thing, but go ahead.
No, like what do you use that you're
No,
so
what are you going to type in?
high and mighty?
What are you going to type in? Like, how far away is the horizon from a 6-foot observer on a globe Earth?
From the beach? No, but I'm curious. Where should I look?
No, that's fine. You can look on Google.
No, but because you're giving criticism of Google, so where should
It's
I look?
just a search engine. It's just a search engine. You're probably going to get a response from Gemini, Google Gemini, or whatever it's called. The AI that comes up as the first result. But that's fine. Go ahead. It's just going to agree with what I said anyway.
Gemini is better at programming.
Yeah, 3 miles. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 miles. Okay, so let's say instead of a boat, we have something that's in a fixed position out in the ocean, and we can determine the distance to it. Like, let's say there was a windmill. You know those windmill farms that they put out in the ocean. Let's say that there was a windmill or an oil platform or something like that, and it's 10 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the horizon should be at 3 miles away. So the bottom portion of the windmill or the oil platform or whatever, it should be hidden by a certain amount behind the horizon, right? What do you think the horizon is?
It's the.
Look it up on Google. Read out the definition.
I'm trying to it's like it's the lowest point that we can see.
Well, it's the line. It's a line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. That's the definition. Okay, so if you're looking out over the water, it's where you'll see the water and the sky meet. Okay, so wherever the horizon is, you shouldn't be able to see any more water past the horizon line.
Oh, it doesn't have to be a water, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you're looking over the water. Right?
So
if
what
you,
were you
if
saying
you,
about the windmills?
Yeah, so if you're looking over the water, the horizon is the line where the sky and the ground appear to meet. The horizon line. That's the definition of horizon. The apparent location where the sky and the ground appear to meet.
Okay.
Do you agree? Okay.
I guess.
So
yeah.
we just looked that up. It should be 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer.
Yeah.
So if we have a different observer height, it would be slightly different. Okay, say we have a 5-foot observer height, it would be 2.7 miles away. If we had a 1 meter observer height, which is 3.5 foot, it would be 2.3 miles away. So we can calculate how far away the horizon should be based on the height of the observer. Okay, so we just determined, even AI, even Google, right, said that 3 miles away, that should be the distance to the horizon. So let's have a look at an observation where we know the distance to the object.
Okay, before we go on this, I'm struggling to understand this. When you say how far the horizon is, what the fuck does that mean?
Okay.
Like
all right, I have a diagram. I have a diagram ready to go. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, DJ, can I give him a simple answer? Can I give him a quick simple answer?
From where I'm looking to the distance that I can see?
Well, let's see if he can work it out first. No.
Okay.
Well, no, I'm not saying no to you, Sheepdog. You go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Bubbles, do you know what soccer is?
Soccer, yeah.
Right. So if we go to play soccer and I bring a soccer ball and you're like, is this a regulation size 5 soccer ball? And I say, yeah. You're like, no, it feels like a size 4. How would you know whether or not it's a size 4 or a size 5?
The measurement that we use for the regulation, I guess.
Right. So what DJ is trying to explain to you is, you can't measure the entirety of the Earth, but based off of like the height above the surface of the Earth, you can draw a tangent line from your eyes to the edge of the sphere. And then anything that goes behind the edge of the sphere will then begin to disappear bottom up behind the geometry of the Earth. That's what DJ's trying to explain to you. I'll show
Yeah,
you. I'll
okay.
show you a math equation for it.
So yeah, when you say how far is the horizon from the beach, you're basically saying how far is the distance from the beach to that place where we can see the water is
Horizon line.
separating.
Yeah, the horizon
Yeah.
line. It's like if you're
Okay.
standing. Yeah, here's a great little diagram just to show you. If the Earth was a globe, this is what the horizon is. All right, so I'll read it out. Have a look at the diagram. A man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet. And then you can see the diagram, and it's like a tangent line, and it meets with the globe, and then that would be what you're seeing in the right-hand image. Okay? And we can't see any water beyond the horizon. That's the maximum distance we can see the water.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So now the windmills.
Yeah, so now the windmills. Okay, so we've checked on AI. Even AI says that 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer height. Okay. Here's an observation now from a 3.5-foot observer height, so even lower than 6 foot. Okay, just uploading it. Have a look in the side chat. Okay, so this is a man named Dr. John D. He set his camera up in the United Kingdom on a very, very nice day where there's no wind and no waves. And he's looking out at some windmills. The windmills are a known distance from the observer. So we have 6 windmills in the observation. The left windmill is 8 miles away, and the right windmill is 11.2 miles away. Okay, so based off the observer height of 3.5 foot, the horizon on a globe, which is the maximum distance that you should be able to see the water, okay, that is at 2.3 miles. But luckily we have the windmill farm out there, okay, and we can determine that the water can be seen far beyond where the horizon limitation of where we can see the water is on a globe. Okay, so the horizon line where the sky and the ground meets on a globe should be at 2.3 miles. But the closest windmill tower is 8 miles, and we can see the entire base of the windmills touching the water. Okay, so we can see the water is flat far beyond where the horizon should be. Not just a little bit further, but miles and miles and miles further. And then we can even see the water going far beyond the windmill farm. Okay, so that horizon that Google just told you should be at 3 miles from a 6-foot observer height. Now we have a 3.5-foot observer height. Do you want to check with Google how far away the horizon should be from a 3.5-foot observer height? The answer. Yep.
What?
Yeah, how far away should horizon be? Just say yeah, it's 2.3 miles. 2.29 is the answer.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not there. We can see the whole windmill towers. So the bottom, if we do the calculations, actually the whole bottom of the windmill towers should be hidden, obstructed behind the horizon by a 5-story building.
Well,
no, hold on with the question.
Yeah.
Wait with the question.
Okay,
please.
you talked. I heard you talk about something about 10 miles and a 6 feet someone. Can you explain that, please?
Yeah, sure. Okay, if you have a 6-foot high person and they're looking out over 10 miles, the horizon should be at 3 miles. That's where the line where the sky and the ground appears to meet should appear, and you shouldn't be able to see any more water past 3 miles. And over 10 miles, there should be 66 foot of curvature, which is 22 meters of curvature, which is like a 5-story, 6-story building. If you picture how big a 6-story building is, it's pretty big. Okay, it's quite a huge amount, actually. So the observation that I showed, the observer is 3.5 foot high, and the horizon would have to be at 2.3 miles away. But we have the windmill farms. Okay, the windmill that's the furthest distance away is 11.2 miles away. It
But
should be
this
hidden.
This just means the height of a person matters.
Yeah, so the height of the camera is 1 meter. 3.5 foot. Yep. That means that based on that height, the horizon should be at 2.3 miles. If the camera was a little bit higher, we're at like 6 foot, which is like 1.8 meters, then the horizon would be at 3 miles. Okay, and if the person was 66 foot tall, the horizon would be at 10 miles. But the horizon from 3.5 foot tall in this video is far beyond 11.2 miles. In fact, we can see a boat that's at 14 miles away. This is impossible if the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, so my initial problem,
It's
like the
actually
first
true.
immediate problem I see with the video, yeah.
I think these people might be right. Okay, we don't have enough evidence to even claim the Earth is a sphere. And I've tried doing research right now. I've tried everything, but yeah, we don't have enough evidence to prove
Okay, then I
the
guess
Earth is a sphere.
you're a flat earther, my dude.
All right,
I'm
Bubbles.
just not-
Bubbles thinks he has a problem with the observation. I would like to hear what Bubbles' problem is.
Yeah, so my immediate problem, like with the video DJ sent, I'll repost it just in case, of the windmills, is that my assumption is when we ask how far is the horizon from the beach, we're talking about
Jedi.
we're talking
Jedi.
Jedi, you're
Yeah,
hot
alright.
micing.
yeah, so we're talking about the distance that we can see, like that with a naked eye you can see, but in the video we're clearly using a zoom, so we're talking about a much more farther distance. Like
Yep.
if
Gotcha.
if
I
the
gotcha.
guy didn't use a
I get what
zoom,
you're saying. All right, let
then
me just explain it.
like as
Just
you
let
can
me
see, when
explain
he
it.
doesn't zoom, you can't see them.
Yeah, so all a zoom is magnification. Okay, so you're just making the things in the distance that you can't see bigger. So that's what the zoom is. It's just like using a magnifying glass, basically. So it's not going
Yeah,
to.
DJ.
yeah,
Sorry.
but then,
Excuse me.
then if
Two questions.
if
Sorry, my friend. Thank you. Are you saying that we can see farther with technology? You said just with our human eyes, but then we get technology out and we can see further.
Are
Is
you
that what
talking
you're
to
saying?
me or are you talking to DJ?
Yeah, I'm talking to both of you, but you first.
Oh. Yeah, I guess.
Okay, DJ, are we seeing further with technology?
No, we're just magnifying what we can see in the distance.
Cool.
So, like, think about it like this. Here's a good analogy.
No, but wait, but
let me give you. It will make sense,
Oh.
my friend. Just let me give you an analogy, and then you'll understand. Okay, let's say you have a hallway. Okay, it's a long hallway, and it curves away. in the distance, and then you have a friend that's standing with you, and then your friend walks away down the hallway, and then you watch them go off and they go away around the corner of the hallway. And you can't see them anymore because they've gone around the corner of the hallway. If you have a zoom camera, are you going to be able to zoom in and see your friend again? Or are they gone behind the hallway and you're just going to be zooming in closer to the hallway horizon that's already there, right? Obviously, it's not horizontal. It's a vertical horizon, if that's such a thing. But you know what I mean. He's blocked by the wall that he walked around. Okay, if you turn that scenario horizontally, that's the same scenario that we're talking about with the horizon. The ship has gone around the corner of the hallway horizontally. Okay, so zooming in on the wall or zooming in on the horizon, that's not going to allow you to see beyond the physical obstruction that's blocking your friend or blocking the ship or blocking the oil platform or blocking the windmill.
So then theoretically or technically, if you had a big enough of a ship, then you should be able to see it after the horizon line with your naked eye, right?
No, on DJ's point, when something has gone around a corner or over a hill and is obstructed by that physical hill, no amount of zooming in is going to bring it back.
Wait, so is it like the space organizations that lied to us?
No, sorry. We need to conclude this point so we can then move on. We need our friend to understand that no amount of zooming back is going to bring an object back into view if it's gone over a hill or around a corner. We need to understand that point on.
Unless it's a globe.
No, if it's gone around if the object's gone over a hill, and you see your friend walk over the hill and you can't see him because the hill is in the way, if you get binoculars out or a zoom camera, you're not going to zoom him back into observation, are you?
I mean, the video that DJ sent literally shows that.
Light doesn't count physics, bro.
We're not talking about the image. I just need you to understand the scenario that if somebody's obstructed by something, in this instance, the corner of a hallway or a hill, if you get a really powerful camera out, you're not going to zoom them back into focus because they're physically obstructed by the hill.
If you're far away from it, then you would.
DJ, it's like Christmas. I can't put up with stupid.
Yeah, look,
there's a disconnect.
There is a disconnect. Yeah, go ahead.
There's a disconnect. You think that the Earth horizon, the horizon that you see in the distance, is a geometric consequence that, like, because there's a horizon, it must be Earth curve. And we're telling you that it's not Earth curve. If you want to know what it is, we can tell you that also, but you have to ask that question. But to understand the answer, you have to understand first that the surface of the Earth is not curving. It's literally just an optical effect based off of how you view things.
Well, that's what he's telling us. Actually, he agrees that the horizon is an Earth curve because apparently optics can just arbitrarily change the relationship between the object and the distance willy-nilly, right? Like, it can just exchange both of them through the optics. So he agrees that the horizon is not Earth curve. I think we've solved the problem.
Well, what is optics?
Oh boy, here we go. Are you wasting time at this point, bro? Optics, lenses, light, all that stuff. Come on, man.
Yeah, but aren't all of these principles like based on the Earth being a globe?
No,
none of them.
What the hell?
Okay.
He thinks that all of science is based on the Earth being a globe.
Zero things use Earth being a globe. Zero things use Earth being a globe. Nothing uses that in reality.
I have faith that he's going to get this. If we just got to work out the right way to say it to him, right? I got one more attempt here. Okay, let's say a boat. We're on a globe, and a boat sails away from you, and it goes behind the curvature of the Earth, and you can't see the boat anymore. What's blocking the boat?
The The horizon.
like the Earth, right?
Yeah, the curve.
Like,
Yeah. Mm.
yeah, like the water in this case. Okay, if you zoom in on the boat, can you see the boat again?
Some of it.
No, if the whole boat's gone behind the curvature of the Earth.
With your
Can
naked
you-
eye?
Yeah, say you're standing at the beach and the whole boat, it disappears from the bottom, and then eventually you can't see the boat anymore. It's hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Now you pull out a zoom camera and you zoom in on the boat that's completely gone. Can you see the boat?
Yeah.
You can. How?
Then it's not Earth curve.
I guess it's those are magic cameras. Magic cameras.
That's the video DJ sent, literally. Like, you cannot see with the naked eye the windmills, then you zoom in and you can see them.
Hold on a second. The reason that you can't see the windmills, let me explain this really quickly. The reason
Wait. That's the scenario you gave me.
No, I didn't
That's
give
the
you that
scenario you gave me.
No, it's not. Let me explain it. Okay, the reason that you can't see the windmill, the only reason that you can't see the windmills from the shoreline is because the windmills are so far away. Okay, they're 18 kilometers away. Okay, the reason you can't see them from the shoreline is because they're so small due to perspective that the human eye cannot resolve them, because the angular resolution limit of the human eye is 0.02 degrees. So once something gets below that size, the human eye cannot see it anymore. It's too small. When he zooms in, he's able to increase that size of the object in the distance, and then you can resolve them because you can see them. At no point did they disappear bottom up. They just got too small for the human eye to resolve. So when you're zooming in, you're just zooming in on something that was so small you couldn't see it. And now you've zoomed in on it, you've magnified it. Okay, just say you have like a microscope. That's what a microscope does. You can't see something because it's too small. But then you get a microscope out and then, wow, I can see it now. It's the same thing, but over a larger distance. So you can't see them because they're so small, like a bacteria, because they're so far away. And then you're zooming in with the camera, and now all of a sudden you can see them again. They weren't hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, you can't zoom in and see through through the physical Earth that's blocking something. You're just magnifying, like a magnifying glass, what's in the distance. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to see the bottom of the windmill towers, the whole bottom 5 stories, or 52 foot, or 16 meters, should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth was a globe. And the horizon line, that should be at 2.3 miles. And you shouldn't be able to see any more water past the horizon line. But we see the water go all the way out, past the windmill towers, past the boat that's 14 miles away in the distance. That's not possible on a globe. Hopefully you understand that. That's the best I can do.
Yeah, a camera or a telescope isn't going to allow you to see over a curve. And the reason you can see the windmills once you zoom in again, right, it's because the Earth is flat. There is no curve. There's no curve.
So then, wait, okay. So, if the Earth is flat, couldn't we build a really powerful telescope and see a much more of it?
No.
Not really, no. Lots of air to look through. Right, that weather over distance, hundreds, thousands of miles you're hoping that we can look, is going to cause that light to distinguish over that amount of distance. There's a mathematical equation for it, but ultimately that air is going to get thicker and thicker and thicker. It's like asking, can we build a big enough telescope and look downwards to the bottom of the ocean where it's really, really dark? Right, we understand that it's dark down there because the sunlight, even though it's midday, for example, can't penetrate all of that water down to the bottom of the ocean. No amount of telescope's going to help that, right? Same thing with the air that we breathe. Over distances that you're hoping hundreds, maybe thousands of miles, same effect's going to be caused. So understanding this, the limitation to our view is the angular resolution of the optic, your eye, or the technology that you employ, high-powered zoom camera or telescope, and the air that we look through. That's the limitation to your vision, not the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, there is no curvature of the Earth. It's never been measured. So whatever you're experiencing out there is not due to any curvature.
So you guys think that the what do you call? What's their name? Fuck. What's the name?
I don't
Like
know them.
the people that go onto space are actors
NASA.
or no, like the
Astronauts.
yeah, astronauts. Yeah, astronauts. Are they actors? What do you think?
It doesn't really matter. The point is today that the Earth is flat.
I see.
I guess if you think that they're lying, it's possible, because that's the conclusion it sounds like you came to. Since the Earth is flat, I guess the people that work for the major corporations, like the United States, I guess they're lying. Is that your conclusion?
It's a possibility.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Yeah.
But we have no idea. We can't prove that. Proving that people are lying is pretty hard to do. But what we can do is measure the Earth and see that, demonstrably and measurably, it is flat and stationary and enclosed. We can prove all of those things.
Okay, and so what about the moon and the sun?
There are lights in the sky.
What about them?
Are they globes? Are they flat? What?
There are lights in the sky.
Yeah.
They look circular.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
All right, I'll help you. Whatever we say that they are, we're not going to be able to prove what we say that they are because we can't go to them to verify what we say that they are. Right?
Okay, so just say that you don't know.
Okay, yeah, that's what we're pointing out. We don't know.
Okay.
You don't know either. Is that a good enough answer?
Wow.
Yeah, it's the most sincere one.
Right, and then would you also say that you don't know as well?
I don't know for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just you don't know, so don't tell us that we should know or don't know. It doesn't really matter, does it?
I didn't say that.
You said, yeah, we'll just say you don't know.
Yeah, because you kind of went in circles.
So you don't know, though, but you're asking us if we know. That's weird shit.
Why?
You got nothing to verify whether we're right or wrong against.
I'll give you an example, right?
Either way.
Is Jupiter a gas planet?
A gas planet?
Yeah.
I have no idea, honestly.
Okay, that's
giant ball of gas.
Yeah.
There's 3 classes of planet: rocky ones, gaseous ones, and frozen ones. Jupiter and Saturn would fit into the category of big gassy ones.
I wouldn't want to be his wife if he's gassy.
Uranus, I think, is full of gas too.
Yeah. But anyway, so you can't really determine what things are made out of just by looking at them in the sky, right? Because really, if you want to be honest with yourself, when you look at things in the sky, it looks like two-dimensional objects on a black backdrop, right?
Yeah.
So if I put an image in the side chat of a picture of some circular objects with a black drop, would you be able to determine whether or not any of them are spherical or flat?
Probably not.
So why would you think that anything up there in the sky would be spherical then?
Because it's not the example that you gave. It's
what do you mean?
They have effects. They move. They do stuff. It's not just a static. It's not just a static image of circles that don't do anything. You know, they move around. They have like what is it called when the sun or the moon hides the sun or whatever. You know, all these
Eclipses.
types of eclipses. You know, all of these things like thousands of years ago meant things. You know.
Can you show me anything in the sky? You can give me a video of things going around other things.
Things going around?
Yeah, like orbiting and eclipsing other things.
I don't.
Here's the problem though. When you go and find these videos, I'm going to let you know ahead of time. And maybe that way, maybe you look at it with a little bit more of a mischievous eye, right? Like I want you to kind of like scrutinize it a little bit. The videos that NASA will produce are really just artists' renditions and animations of the effects of what they say is going on in the sky. They don't have actual video footage. They're just artist renditions.
Oh, and what about the dome? Is that a
What
thing?
about it?
Do you believe
What about it?
What dome?
Like I've seen what do you call them?
What's it made out of?
No.
Thunderdome?
I've seen what do you call it? Like models of the flat Earth. And
We don't have
the
models.
Earth is. I've seen that.
Why is there a
We don't
dome
have
on it?
models.
Why is there a dome on these conceptions that you've seen on YouTube?
Yeah, so like I've seen models of like a circle flat Earth
Yeah.
with a dome, you know.
Why is there a dome on there?
Whoever probably made that. That's why you saw that.
Why is there a dome there?
No, that's what I'm asking you.
Because we have gas pressure, and some people say that if there's a vacuum up there, then we must be contained by a dome-like structure or a container to cause that pressure and stop the gas expanding into that available volume. Now, no, I'm not making a claim of what is up in the sky, vacuum or not, right? I'm not saying that, but many people, and even ancient theologians, for example, within the Bible, it points out to the firmament, the rakia, right? The beaten out molten structure in the sky. Okay, that's what a book points out. Maybe they understood that to have gas pressure, you need a physical barrier to press against, right? To stop the gas dispersing into whatever available space there is. So there's possibly a dome in some conceptions of the flat Earth because we have gas pressure. This is the thing that nullifies all claims of the vacuum of space, right? Because if there was a vacuum, all the gas that we're breathing would increase in entropy and disperse into that available volume. To stop that from happening, you need a barrier.
To mention it's supposed to be moving at millions of miles an hour.
I see.
Can you mathematically express gas pressure?
I can.
Can you define what gas pressure is? Either one of those two would be helpful.
So honestly, you guys are just like, how are you guys even ready for all the questions? Like, all the questions I've asked, they have all answered them. Like, how is that even supposed to be possible?
Oh, well, this is our second day, so.
Did you say can you express?
We started this
gas pressure
yesterday. We
mathematically?
learned everything yesterday, and now
Yeah.
it's today.
Mathematically express gas pressure. Gas pressure is solved by pressure equals force over area. The force is a gas that's moving around because it's got kinetic energy, so that's moving, and the force is created when it presses on that area, that fixed volume. So that's how we mathematically solve for gas pressure. its force, so its pressure is equal to the force over area. So describing it mathematically shows that to have gas pressure, you need a physical barrier to press against. As also expressed in PV equals nRT, the ideal gas formula. The P, the V, that's how we get the pressure, the volume, the physical barrier. That's what I was asking the last gentleman. He said about the dome. He said, well, we're going to need it because gas pressure, because that's solved by pressure is equal to force over area. Yep. That's why it's there. In some people's idea.
Hell yeah. So, has any flat earther tried to build what is it called? A rocket?
Space is fake. What do we need a rocket for?
Space is fake?
Yeah.
Balloons. We've made loads of balloons and like high altitude observations of the horizon. We've gone as far as balloons allow us to go. Rockets, like my friend's pointing out, why do we need those? Where are they going?
To see the shape of the Earth.
Okay.
The greatest flat earther of all time made rockets for NASA when NASA first started out. Wernher von Braun.
Who?
Wernher von Braun. He was a Nazi
Wernher
scientist
von-
that the American government brought over after World War II to create rockets for NASA to go to space. But when he died, he put Psalm 19:1 on his tombstone. What is it like? I've seen the glory of God in the firmament showeth his handiwork. I'm paraphrasing. Let me go find Psalm 19. The heavens declare. Go ahead. Oh, the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament shows his handiwork. The guy who created NASA knew that there was a firmament. So now what?
I can't really find anything about flat Earth on his Wikipedia page.
It doesn't matter if
No,
it has flat Earth on his Wikipedia page.
He
It's not
left
what his
it
tombstone
until after he was dead, right, to have it inscribed on his tombstone, that verse from the Bible. He's not going to probably find anything in Wikipedia where he was secretly a flat earther. He left it on his tombstone, dude.
His gravestone cites, I don't know how to read this, 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork.
The firmament. Remember, you said, "What's the firmament?"
What's the
You asked
dome?
about the dome.
Hey, I'm not sure why you guys brought religion into it, but anyway, you would need a dome to have gas pressure if your vacuum of space is real.
That's interesting because when they're talking about handiwork, they're talking about hands-on, like building, construction, right?
Following on to that story, he beats it out like a molten looking glass. But anyway, back to the necessity for a container to cause gas pressure.
I mean, I don't know. I think it kind of smashed it out, right? Like you asked, why don't we build a rocket? Why would we build it when the creator of NASA built one for us and then went up and said, "Hey, I've seen the firmament for myself."
From what I checked, the firmament is just like what do you call it? Fuck. Let me search the word.
I do love
something that separates, like something that holds between something that is separated between the water from above and the waters from below, right?
Yeah, I just posted it for you in the chat. Nothing to do. Your vacuum of space around the globe. You see how around the globe you got to have air around it. In a vacuum, you wouldn't have that, and that's what we're talking about. You would need to have a dome over flat Earth if flat Earth was in space. Space is fake, so I'm not sure why we have to have a dome yet.
Okay, so I'm gonna put in the side chat here some pictures real quick. Hold on, let me send this. Okay, I posted some pictures. I saw this on Twitter. So this is the comet that what is it called?
3i divided by Atlas.
Yeah, 3i divided by Atlas. So what's really interesting to me is that the worst image in this picture is the one from NASA, and the other three are from amateur astronomers that post that I found on Twitter. I also
They're taken
found
through cloud cover. Did they take these through cloud cover? Like, why do they like so? Looks like they're like behind a cloud or something. I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure. I just I know that all I know is that the one that's the least clear, the one that's like most distorted, is the one from NASA. And there are representatives in Congress. I'll try to find it. There are representatives. Yeah, let me try to find this. There are representatives in Congress that are trying to unclassify information regarding this comet. I saw in the pictures, it looks like there's some weird dots around the comet. But I just wanted to know what your thoughts are, if you had any on what this really was.
I haven't really formed an opinion. There's so much misinformation about it. I don't think. I don't even know what to say at this point. There's a lot of bullshit out there. There's shrines here like 9/11, where there's like so many different freaking stories and some of them contradict each other. It's like a contaminated crime scene, where this crime scene's staged, but there's still evidence of the crime there, and you can't tell what's staged and what's evidence, and you have to freaking sift through it and try and figure it out. That's what this is. I think there's like disinfo, misinfo, speculation, and some true information all freaking mixed into one, and you kind of can't tell what's what. You know what I mean? Because you got that Avi Loeb, who's like a freaking Harvard astronomer, astrophysicist. He's saying shit, which who knows what could be true or not. And plus, he's biased to already think aliens exist. So he's trying to say, like, this was the wild radio signal that was detected, fucking 50 years ago. So there's a lot of bullshit out there about it. But I'm sure some of the shit's true. The thing is, how do you tell what's bullshit and what's true? You kind of can't. That's kind of the problem. I mean, what do you think about it? Have you researched this at all, mathematician? Can you give us any information?
Well, I just find it uncomfortable, just in general, just not being given answers to these like what should be easy questions, like why is NASA giving us a blurry picture?
What instrument did they take it with? Did they say?
Let me see if I can find that.
Obviously, it wasn't like the Hubble or fucking James.
Oh, I thought when you said members of Congress were commenting, I thought you were about to say they were going to demand a budget review of why I'm giving you so much ass money, but you're giving me these shitty quality pictures.
Yeah, that's a problem. So did you what telescope?
It says 8 different spacecraft, satellites, and telescopes.
Took one picture?
I guess so.
So they
Hold on.
combined the imagery
here
of
it is.
8 different instruments?
No, I guess not. Okay, hold on. Here, let me post this from the subtitle of that picture.
The high-rise camera on board the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter image comes. Oh, yeah, this is the one from a while back. I don't know, I'm not too hip on that freaking particular image that they're saying.
Yeah, they're not releasing. Let me see if I can find the member of Congress.
How could they even focus in on that, dude? The shit wasn't designed for that crap. Even if you believe all that shit, right? That they have a satellite up there that's taking pictures. It's not designed. When they design these things, they're designed for to do their purpose very well. And they don't you can't just be like, yeah, we're gonna design a frickin' a surface surveyor, and then we're gonna just turn it around and point at the sky and do astronomy. The shit don't work like that. This isn't a fucking consumer camera that's made for general use, purpose use. These are very specific instruments. That's why you can't really take an astronomical telescope and start looking around and get good images of your surroundings terrestrially. Because they're made to take images of low light conditions with a dark background. That's why you can't go frickin' really bird watching with one. And that they make ones for bird watching. And you can't use those for astronomy. So I find it hard to believe they just took the Mars frickin' Reconnaissance Surveyor camera and just fucking whipped it around and were like, hey, dude, now we're doing astronomy. It's find it hard to believe. Why is that image so pixelated, though?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. What's freaking weird to me though is the amateur telescopes. It just doesn't look like a freaking comet, man.
That was the thing. Wasn't its tail pointed in the wrong direction or something? That was one of the other things that it really? Became the brightest. I don't know how they knew this when it was on the other side of the sun, but then when it started being close to the sun, instead of the tail being pointed away from the sun because of the solar wind, it was pointed toward the sun.
Yeah, you're right. I just looked
at something weird like that they were saying. But like I said, I never verified that, and you couldn't actually. I don't know how they would even figure that out. Kind of, that's one of the other things that you have to kind of trust what they're saying, because your viewpoint from Earth, you can't look at the sun. It would be very close visually to the sun, so you would need a special instrument to block out the sun, and then C3I Atlas, and that would be so fucking small. This is one of those things you kind of got to take their word for it that this is what's going on.
Well, that's why I'm looking at these amateur pictures, which are way more clear. Just from some of these, the people just said I took this from my telescope in my backyard. And these look freaky as hell. I just hate if this shit is this shit's weird. If it is really weird and this isn't just a coincidence or something, I just hate knowing that there's this much hidden information. Like, I just wish that they would just tell us straight up, like, we don't know what the heck this is in the sky. But here it is. This is what it looks like.
I want to ask yourself why you would assume they know anything anyway. You were alive during the pandemic, right? Obviously, there are a bunch of fucking morons in charge.
I kind of think they don't know why, but they're pretending like they do. I think they're just pretending like they do know why by providing us with a blurry image. I think they know it's a blurry image. I think
their job is to tell a story and keep people from freaking the hell out, or make everybody freak the hell out in a controlled situation. But their job.
You know what Atlas stands for, though?
No, what?
Atlas is the advanced. Hold on a second. They just stood this up not that long ago. The Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System. So this is something that didn't even exist until 2015. So it's a decade old. And NASA was taking up, so it was a freaking, I remember even back then, I'm like, man, they're fucking so full of shit. They were giving grants for people to invent systems on how to deflect Earth-threatening objects, like, you know, a la fucking, what is it, Armageddon, the movie Armageddon, and blast asteroids, you know, out of the way from hitting Earth. Now, coincidentally, with 3i Atlas, I think it was on October 28th, there was supposed to be also detected by the Atlas program a near-Earth object that was going to come within 90,000 miles of Earth, and which is between the moon and the Earth, according to their nonsense. And then they just canceled all the data. In that night, that there was there was some sort of burst in Moscow, but it's hard to say whether that was the fucking Ukrainians shooting a missile at them or it was, you know, some space debris. But this never made the news or any other thing. I got all this off of Telegram. Russian sources. So the Russians were talking about this. It wasn't being talked about in America. The point is that, is this some fucking bullshit to keep funding their program? Like, I don't know. Because it is kind of a bullshit program, man.
Yeah, but like, I don't see why they wouldn't just use their telescopes. I mean, they have to have a freaking telescope that has a better image than this. I mean, even if it's one of the dude's hobby telescopes or whatever that they had when they were a kid, like, they can get a better image than that. And like, I would imagine they would just say, "Oh, this is a weird thing. We don't know what this is." Like, they just
they're saying that that's gas, that they can't resolve it and focus in on it because that's just like emitting gas, right? That it's I think they were saying it's CO2 or something instead of water. That's frozen carbon dioxide, dry ice.
Do you believe
that's why it's that color. I don't know. That's why I said there's so much garbage that's floating around. I don't know what to make of it.
Well, like,
why just like some items in the news, when I just hear too much shit coming from too many angles, I just ignore it because I can't. There's no way I can sift through the information and determine which claims are true and which aren't.
Yeah, I get that. For me though, I have seen the device. I've seen the device that they use to identify the signatures, the color signatures on the spectrum of certain chemicals, and like, it's pretty freaking accurate. If you point it at something in the sky and that thing is emitting a certain chemical, like, it's going to have a certain light signature that's
How do they know it's
detectable.
accurate, though? That's really a problem. How do they know it's accurate?
Well, because you can test that instrument on things on planet Earth, and it does actually give the exact same phenomenon. So, like, if there's like a very specific signature that is emitted from Earth, and the thing is though, the stuff in the sky, like whether it's a bunch of stars that NASA claims it is, with these galaxies that have billions of stars for trillions of light years, whatever. That to me could be very well all be bullshit, complete bullshit.
Are you talking about spectroscopy?
Yeah, spectroscopy, but that's
it doesn't really work in the lab the same way it works in astronomy. Quite a
Really?
bit different.
How
It's a little
so?
bit
I didn't know
different,
that.
dude. Because you get smearing and shit. The lines aren't in the lab. Everything's well defined. You have well defined freaking well defined absorption lines. The shit that's supposed to be in outer space, you get like what's called like Doppler line broadening, and then redshifting, and then like all this shit is smeared, right? It's not it's not like crisp. I'll just use an analogy. It's almost like a sharp image versus a blurry image, where you're like you're trying to figure out what something is by looking through like smoked glass or something.
Yeah, redshift does from what I understand, the redshift blurriness doesn't really affect anything at a local level, like a comet. Like a comet is, according to the model presented by NASA, a comet is really close. It approaches the sun, and like all the redshift. That stuff's like that noise is gone. It seems like those lines are not so blurry for things that are at least within our solar system.
Well, I mean, I don't know. All I know is it's not as straightforward as people think it is in practice. It isn't just they just point something at the sky and go, "Oh, look, it's made of freaking CO2." It's not that simple. A lot of it's theory laden. You know what I mean? A lot of it's like their interpretation of what they're seeing. It's an interpretation of what they're seeing. It isn't just like a straight measurement.
Do you think the lines are like blurry for the moon?
Well, that would be reflectance spectroscopy. So that's a whole nother fucking issue.
What do you mean?
Just saying that this thing is an emitter, okay? Because it's going so fast, right? Energetic particles are making the freaking comet glow. They don't claim that with the moon. They're claiming with the moon it's that the moon's not a source of light and that it's reflecting light. So you got the spectrum of the light initially, and then you got the resulting spectrum from reflection. Now, those are two different things, and like one is definitely reflecting spectroscopy is definitely theory laden, and I'm very skeptical about it for this reason. Well, why can't you use it on Earth and tell you what shit's fucking made of here? Take a picture of Statue of Liberty, see if it's made of copper. You're getting reflected sunlight, right? Just do the same thing here. Right? The moon's just reflected sunlight from the sun, right? And they're taking a picture of that light and they go, "Hey, dude, the fucking moon's made of Swiss cheese." Right? So why can't you do that on Earth, dude? Why can't you take a picture of a fucking Ferrari and then go, "Yeah, that's fucking steel fucking walls"?
Yeah, I think your point makes sense. But what your point is basically that if I use the instrument on the moon, I should get a very clear signal, right?
Well, it's reflectance. It's the light has a spectrum that's hitting the moon, and then
Right,
that
yeah.
light's being reflected, and you're seeing the reflected light.
But you're
So
right that
you're not seeing the original spectrum. You're seeing a resulting spectrum, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. But on Earth, if I point a spectrometer at the Statue of Liberty, it will tell me it's copper, right?
Well,
I think so. Isn't that how it works?
Dude, fucking goddamn, man, some CSI investigators would they'd like to talk to you. You'd be solving a lot of crime scenes from their freaking cameras.
Well, I remember what maybe I'm missing something. I remember in AP chemistry, they turned the lights off and they lit up this
Sodium lamp, right?
gas.
Yeah, I seen the
Yeah,
sodium
whatever.
lamps and all that shit, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah, and then you look through the thing and you can see the lines like absolutely clearly where they're supposed to be according to the signature or whatever. And
yeah,
it
yeah,
kind of makes sense.
I understand the principle in the lab. I understand all that.
But like, so then why
It's
doesn't
not
that work
that straightforward.
of live?
Because
Oh,
it's
because it emit
because
light.
nature's messy.
Oh,
Nature's
I
just
think
messy, dude.
I think I see what you mean. The only reason I could see it is because the only source was that material, not
Exactly.
the sunlight bouncing off of something else.
Yeah, and there
Okay,
was
that
also no intervening fucking gas, and it wasn't in motion, and like there was all. It also wasn't fucking superheated, like it fucking. Because the other thing that affects the spectrum, the spectral line width is the temperature.
okay, that makes sense.
So, I mean, that is also another confounding variable. So, like, all I'm saying is that maybe it's fucking accurate what they're doing, but it's heavily laden in theory, and then it comes to like, how do you actually verify? So, if you got an observation, and then your interpretation's heavy laden in theory, how did you verify that that extra component that you slapped onto it, the theory, is actually correct? You'd have to go to that fucking place and take a scoop of 3i fucking Atlas and go, yeah, we're
Yeah.
right. But you kind of can't do that with any astronomical things. So there is some level of, uncertainty in this stuff.
That makes sense.
And I'm not even trying to be like super skeptical. I'm just being fucking, just doing like a rigorous evaluation. Not even that rigorous. Just like an evaluation. Like, hey, dude, can I fucking rely on this 100%? No, I can rely on it, but not 100%. There's a chance the theory could be wrong. Maybe 80%, maybe 70%. I don't know. But the 3i Atlas thing is interesting. But
Yeah, I just hate stuff like that. Like I
have you
hate,
heard of the
like,
WOW signal? Have you
yeah.
seen that connection between this thing and the WOW signal?
No, I haven't.
So they got a WOW radio burst fucking in the 70s or something, SETI did, with a bunch of radio telescopes. This Harvard astrophysicist said that if you roll back, just according to him, where this thing was at the time that WOW signal was, based upon its trajectory or whatever the fuck it's doing, that it was in the same place where the WOW signal originated from way back in the 70s. So it's radio telescopes. They're looking for what is a non-nature signal, right? Some signal, some radio emission that appeared to come from intelligent life. So SETI is the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. So they were looking for some radio signal that could not be natural. They got a signal and it said WOW. And they wrote WOW on the fucking thing. That's why it's called the WOW signal. Because the person that was monitoring it wrote WOW on the printout. Dude says that this 3i Atlas was at that location in the sky when that WOW signal came out. And he can tell from rolling back, I guess, where it was, 30 years ago, based upon its current trajectory and path. Now, this is part of the story. I haven't verified whether any of this shit's true. It's just like, I just hear this shit in passing, like on Twitter or fucking YouTube or whatever. I don't know if any of that crap's true. I know Avi Loeb is a big frickin' alien nut, and I don't even know how he's still on the faculty at Harvard. 50 years ago, they would have fired him in like 3 seconds, but,
A
I
part of
got
me
stuff
though
for you.
makes. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm gonna post it. Give me a second. So this is a YouTube link. This is a screenshot from the comments. If you watch this whole video, you see some very weird stuff going on. And there's numerous people that have recorded videos like this. It's basically low light, infrared, or night vision goggles looking up into the sky. Now, a lot of people believe there's all kinds of satellites up in the sky, and they would be, something that's streaking across your vision, right, in a pretty consistent rate of speed in a pretty consistent direction. But when you go out and you actually look at these things, you see things that are going very fast, then all of a sudden they slow down. You see things that are going slow, then all of a sudden they zigzag and take off in another direction. I've witnessed that with my own eyes. Other people have witnessed it and recorded it, and plenty of people comment about it all the time. So when you look up into the sky with advanced vision devices or low light vision devices, there's all kinds of unexplained aerial phenomena going on that makes no sense from any standard mainstream interpretation of what's going on up in the sky. You could just go out and look at it yourself.
It's an entirely different dimension of anomaly, Is he speaking, or is he just lighting up?
No, I'm just like watching this video.
So, I would imagine like the people that have a more true cosmological understanding of Earth and whatnot would understand that there's, along with the cycles that they allow us to know about, there's probably cycles they don't allow us to know about, where there may be an uptick in anomalous activity in the sky, and then they of course co-opt these anomalies and write them into heliocentrism in some way to reinforce that whole structure.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, I'm never gonna understand it, dude. Fucking, what's wrong with these Zoomers, bro?
Yeah, well, speaking of Zoomers, man. So this guy in the clip, I isolated a little clip out where he's focused on one, and he's zooming in, and you could see it streaking in the sky. And normally you'd think, well, it must be a sky satellite or something, and it's just going to keep going at the same speed across the guy's screen, but don't. It streaks in, and then it slows down very quickly.
What the fuck?
Yeah, brother. People have eyewitness accounts and even some video accounts of a quote unquote sky phenomena like that. Zips in, stops abruptly, and sometimes will even take a 90-degree turn. And there's nothing that we know of, dude, that can move like that. You're talking tens upon tens of what the scale would be, thousands of miles an hour, come to essentially, an eighth of the speed almost instantaneously, and then take off in another direction. Like if a human being was in something like that, they'd be liquefied.
It's like fucking blinking. What the hell? That thing just slows. That's so weird, dude. It just slows down.
Yeah, there's many people, dude.
Yep. I'm pretty sure I saw some weird shit like this in the sky before, and I remember thinking to myself, like, there's just no way I saw that. Like ever since then, I keep telling myself, there's just no way I saw that. And it's like it's such a weird anomaly, and I just hate just thinking, well, I guess I'm just gonna move on my day and keep doing whatever because after witnessing something like that, I always think though a lot of our ancestors, well, maybe not yours, but a lot of a lot of the people back in the ancient civilizations would worship the sky.
Oh, have you heard the new hotness? Oh, they went back and they looked at photographic plates of the stars from back in between 1947 and 1950. Could have been 51. Yeah, and they detected things that they seem to be satellites for the space program. Yeah, I don't know how that works exactly. Satellites before satellites. This is peer reviewed in the astronomical journals. This isn't like me making shit up or some dude I saw on Twitter. It's in the leaflets of the Astronomical Society of the Pacific. I think it was in November or October edition.
And what do they say? Like there are these lights in the sky that move for some reason?
Yeah, that there's these lights in the sky that move that are consistent with being freaking orbiting spacecraft, but it was pre-Sputnik.
Wait, like 60s Sputnik?
Yeah. So they're photographic plates from the 40s, the 50s.
So you have these guys that are 20 miles apart, and I don't know exactly what they're looking for, but I know what they should be looking for. And they should be looking for a bulge in the water that protrudes to cut their laser off, right?
Yeah, like if the Earth is a globe, gravity is pulling all the water down on the Earth, so therefore water should
And the
be
sides would be further down. Right. And so I was proving this to this guy earlier that like you can do this with surface tension in a swimming pool, a very large swimming pool, a cup, anything. And if you put too much water into the pool, it'll bubble around over the pool. It'll be higher in the middle. But as soon as you add any kind of turbulence in the water, that bubble will, in essence, if you had a beach on the side of the pool, the water would go up on the beach and then move back and forth. And then if you were to shoot a laser over that, you would get a flat surface. And then as soon as you stop the turbulence, assuming that the beach was slanted, it would go back to its original state as a bubble. And in this case, if you're expecting a bubble and the water is not still, it's not. If the water's moving, you're never going to get that bubble. I mean, I don't know how large you could scale up your test. I don't know. We don't have the money to build a 20-mile swimming pool. But
how much curvature do you think is over 20 miles?
Over 20 miles, I'd probably say it would have to be several meters, probably 10 meters.
Probably more than that.
Yeah. But nevertheless, no matter how much curvature you have in any kind of
do you know the height of the laser in that video?
Yeah, 5 feet.
5 feet. So check this out. I'm gonna go to Earth curve. I'm gonna Google Earth curve calculator. They actually have these out there.
Right, I get what you're saying, but you're never going to get a water that basically, as soon as you have any kind of turbulence in the water, the water is not going to follow gravity's laws because it's not being pulled on in the center as far as that's concerned. The water is being moved by other forces out and away from what gravity is wanting it to do. That's why we have
All right, brother. Let's do metric. 60 meters.
yeah.
That's how much curve there is over 20 miles with a with
meters. Yeah.
So if you got a laser 5 feet high and you shoot it over 20 miles of water, at the other end, the laser should be 60 meters above your head, 198 feet.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, no matter how high that would be, as soon as you add any kind of turbulence in the water, it will pull that. It will pull that down and away from where it needs to be at. I'm telling you, any kind of swimming pool that you can go to and create a scenario where there's no wind, there's no fishes in the water, you can make a curve in that swimming pool, no matter how big it is.
Yeah, but you can't make 198 feet of.
So, Deck, are you talking about like the surface tension, like the image I posted?
I'm saying any pool that you make that does not have any turbulence in the water, no matter how big it is, you can make a curve in it. It is possible
Look at the image that Matthew Learns put in the side chat. It bulges up, but it's still flat on top.
Yeah,
Right, what
the
I'm saying
cause
is-
of the bulge is not what you think it is, right? It's not gravity.
It is gravity.
Yeah, so it's surface tension in that case, or if it's a meniscus, it can go the other
Well,
way. But
what I'm saying is if it
those
didn't-
effects are only a couple millimeters. Like even in a swimming pool, it would be like 2 millimeters higher.
Right.
Yeah, surface
Exactly.
tension forms due to intermolecular forces, not gravity.
Right, I understand that, but the reason
I mean, I get your reasoning behind it, but there's not enough surface tension out there to create 198 feet of. Matter of fact, let me lower this down to 0. You have to do the entire 266 feet of surface tension. There's no way that it would ever bulge that much over 20 miles.
Yeah, I don't see that actually bulging either like that. There
I'm
might
not
be some
saying-
incremental amount, but for all we know, it could be concave bulging, right?
I'm not saying that it will be surface tension. I'm saying in an example like surface tension where it is bulging out.
And I get your reasoning behind it, but
any kind of turmoil that you put into that cup, it's going to break that roundedness of it.
Your reasoning is based on, as a child, you were taught the Earth is too big to see the curve. It looks flat, but it's curving, and then you never questioned it ever again. So now you're trying to reason without.
No, I'm saying it's
actual
not curving.
evidence.
I'm saying it's not curving. Not
Oh,
that.
it's not
Not
curving?
that lake. Not that lake.
It has to curve.
If it is curving, it's so minuscule you could not see it. But if the water was not moving, there was no wind, there was no fishes, it would be curving a lot more than it is in that video.
It has to curve, brother.
It doesn't.
It does.
What I'm saying is if you take a surface tension and create a bubble similar to what a bulge would be on Earth, that should be in a pond. There should be. And you create any kind of turbulence in that surface tension, it will break and make the bubble flat.
Let me ask you this: if you have a pond and then you add more water to it, what's going to happen?
It'll create a bubble.
It'll just push outward more because water will seek the lowest part, and then it'll spread out within its container.
Right, I understand that. But you will still create a larger surface tension bubble than what's in a cup.
No, it'll just continue to get higher and spread out. It's
No, you would
not
have
like a.
you
It's
would
not.
have
There's not a
certain.
vertical wall on a lake like in a swimming pool.
That's what, yeah, right.
It's just like a beach. Like the water is just going to continue to go further and further up the shoreline.
Right. But you're still gonna have a certain amount of surface tension in a lake or anything that was not moving. It's just gonna be less than
No,
it'll
it's
be
going to be
less than
flat.
a straight wall.
It's just like as you add more water, the water's going to rise and it's going to spread out further across the shoreline.
No, you
It's
will
going to
have
go
surface
further up the
in
shoreline.
any size of amount of water. You will have surface tension. You could do it
Yeah,
with a cooler. You could do it with a swimming
if
pool.
you
You
have
could do
a vertical,
yes,
wall with
yes,
nothing behind it.
yes. Well, even if you made a slanted cup, you can make a slanted cup. You would still get surface tension.
Okay, so if I
Not as
flooded the
much.
whole Earth,
Not as much.
then the Earth would be a ball. Then
Yes.
retarded. Water should be curving already right now, and it's not.
Right, because you have turbulence in the water.
There's no turbulence. It rained, and the fucking ground is still.
One thing is in that cup, if you barely move the water in that cup, it'll break that bubble.
Yeah, nobody's
I mean,
moving the
barely.
the lake bed. Nobody's
It is.
moving Salt
The
Lake.
water is moving.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It is. All those fish in there, any kind of movement in there. Of course, it would need more for a lake than.
Okay, so then water's flat and Earth is flat. All the oceans are flat too.
No, the ocean is a different scenario.
No, the turbulence is breaking the water, bro. It can't
No,
bubble.
well, the ocean is a different scenario.
No. I'm going by exactly what you said. Turbulence
No.
is breaking the water.
It has similar.
All those
properties.
sharks and whales, and I mean,
It has
hell, whales communicate with each other from 400 miles away. That's impossible if the Earth is a ball too.
Well, what I would suggest is, if it would be possible, I would do this in the ocean and not in a lake, because it's a different scenario. That's what I'm trying to say. If this test could be done in the ocean, I would 100% agree with it. But
in the ocean. Would you like to see an example of that? Someone show him the Black Swan or maybe the turbines. Let's see if I can find those. There's DJ when we meet him.
Yeah, I got it.
What you also have to remember, though, in the ocean is you cannot get close enough to the water to measure it correctly. That's another issue.
What are you talking about?
Like any variable in a swimming pool that the largest swimming pool on Earth, if there is curvature, you would be it would be
Here's
possible.
a PhD in optics. He's looking at a wind farm off the coast of England. Makes a 14-mile observation. Flat as can be. You want to talk about turbulence?
What better expert could you hope for?
I know, right? A PhD. Here's a guy that was looking at over a lake. It was frozen, and he measured out his markers over a lake using his odometer. All documented. Let's see. Did y'all show him the FE core laser test?
I haven't.
Because he wants ocean measurements. So I think the one you posted first is perfect. That's in the ocean, the wind farm.
Yeah, that Rampion wind farm observation just blows the globe out of the water. It's better than the Black Swan at the oil rigs, in my opinion.
Anyway,
yeah,
what I'm trying to
some
say
time
is,
and have a look
what
at
I'm trying to
John
say
D
is,
video.
if you were to take a swimming pool and make a bulge, like a surface tension bulge in it, make a turbulence in the swimming pool, the water would wash up onto the sides of a swimming pool, make like a wave like you would have in like on a beach. Just imagine the side of the pool is like a beach. And then in the center of the swimming pool, the water would point up like a point in the center of it. and then go back and forth and back and forth, just like the ocean does, just like a lake does. Any type of water, the water concentrates its forces in the center of it, not the sides of it, the center.
It's not true. That's not hydrostatic equilibrium, and pressure is perpendicular to the surface outward against the container.
Right, but we're talking about a circular, like the problem is
a beach is the
lake,
container, bro.
everything, the ocean. Yeah.
Right. So the container forces back in with the same pressure that it's forcing outward.
Yeah, okay. It's like this, you know, you have if you throw water up a hill, it's not going to go down for a little bit. It's going to keep moving up the hill. And what I'm saying is like the turbulence that you have in the ocean is constantly pushing it up that hill. So gravity is never getting a chance to move it down the other way where it needs to be. You see what I'm saying?
No.
Like an assumption of what we should see in the ocean in a spherical Earth would be that the ocean is hundreds of miles up in the air, right? In the center of it. There's a massive bulge in the ocean. Maybe not hundreds of miles, but very high up in the air.
What?
The bulge of the ocean you should be able to notice it, right? Like, or in a pond or in a lake, you should be able to notice a bulge in the center of it.
I don't think, no, like there are salt flats you can go to, okay, and when they get rained upon, these salt flats, some of them are like hundreds of square kilometers. They form a perfect flat mirrored surface. Tourists go there all the time and take video and pictures.
You can't look at land. That's why people look at water.
No, it's a salt flat. It's full of water. That's the thing. It's, you know, maybe like a centimeter high of water, perfectly smooth like a glass surface of salt. And it's flat for hundreds of square kilometers.
Yeah, but the issue with that is, you know, you don't know how far it is away from Earth's center. That's why flat earthers don't use Earth as an example.
What do you mean we don't know how far away? Listen, Earth curves at an average rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Okay,
Yes,
and the
but land
average
does not
deviation
follow
along
that.
the semi-major and semi-minor axes is like, what is it, 1/3 of 1% of a perfect ellipsoid?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this salt flat, if someone would have gone out there with a bulldozer and dumped dirt out and made it 8 inches, then you would be like, oh, well, it's 8 inches. You can't follow land. That's why people use water.
That's what I'm talking about. Water covering a salt flat is flat. It's not curving.
Yeah, but you can cover any piece of land in water.
So gravity's claimed to provide an equipotential where at every point along the surface of a globe, gravity is pulling downward. So there's a radial, or pushing downward, radially inward to a common center of mass. So you take, if you're on a globe, you take a level, a bubble level, you can walk around and hold it level, and you could walk around the ball and it's always going to stay level if you're on a globe. What needs to be measured is that deviation, the deviation from a tangent to the ball, and a rotation, the tangent rotation from point A to point B.
Right.
Around the ball. Now, nobody's able to measure that. We tried with lasers.
What I'm saying is there's no way for it to create a bubble if there's turbulence in the water. There's no way for it to rise like it should.
What do you mean? Why should any body of water rise in the middle?
That's what you're trying to prove, that it can't do that. That's what the video is about.
Trying to measure drop over distance.
No, not drop over. You're trying to see the bulge in the water that comes up from a lake.
No. What should be happening is at the destination of that laser, the laser should be 198 feet above your head. It's not about seeing the bulge. The
No, because
laser shouldn't be
lake
hitting the
is flat.
target.
The lake is flat, though.
Yes.
That's the whole point.
Well, if you're pointing a laser over something flat, then how are you going to get change?
Where's the globe
Water
then?
should
If
be
it's flat,
curving.
No, the
how many?
ocean,
Yeah, how
it's
many
not
flat?
curving. That's what I'm saying. You
How
either
many
need to see
flat
the curve in
swaths
the
are
water,
there on the surface of a ball deck?
brother. You're trying to see the curve in the ocean. You're not trying to see the change in height on land,
I'm
right?
still talking about. At what point did I talk about land?
Well, he was saying that it's supposed to be so many meters over your head, and that's impossible because you're shooting a laser straight over a flat piece of water.
Yeah,
And
because
I'm
Earth is
saying to
not
you,
curving.
the reason the water is not curving is because it has turbulence. If it was curving it should be on a round Earth.
No, FE Core
you
shot
would
a
see-
laser over a frozen lake, dude. 40 kilometers.
Yeah, it'll be flat. Perfectly. A lake will be
Exactly.
perfectly
It
flat.
was.
Yes.
Professor Dr. John D took his high-end optics and was able to zoom into the base of windmills 12 kilometers away from his position out in the ocean.
Yeah. Well, you could see a lot more than you can at least see a lot further than that.
We've taken measurements over the Salton Sea using mirror flashes. We've taken measurements over at Lake Tahoe. We've taken measurements at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands.
They're all going to be flat.
It's all bodies of water. We've done measurements up and down coastlines over the water. It's flat there too.
Yeah, they're all going to be flat. Other than the ocean.
Exactly. So for somebody to say that the Earth is curving, where's the curvature? That's what we want to find out. Where is it? Because
You're
it's
never
nowhere
gonna
to be
find it in
found.
the lake because you have turbulence.
No,
in
we
the
did
water.
oceans, dude. Frozen lakes, no turbulence.
Well, frozen lakes is the same thing as a lake.
Yeah, with the hard sheet
Really?
of
So
ice.
it's frozen. It's frozen.
Right.
There's no turbulence, right?
You
Can't
have
be
a flat
turbulent.
lake.
It's
If you have
frozen.
a flat lake and you freeze it, it's still going to be flat. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
When does water curve?
It's not going
How far
to. if it
away?
has turbulence. The only time you're going to get a water to curve if it does not have turbulence, other than the ocean.
Okay, so how far away on the ocean?
Very far.
How far? From a
I would have to
5 foot
research that
observer height. How
for
far?
you, but
We know what the claim is if Earth's a globe.
well, I don't know. Right? I
Yeah,
don't.
but
You know, like
you
so
don't
many
have to take our
acres
word
per
for it.
mile or something.
I'm just saying I can't give you that. I don't know. You know.
Right, and we use water specifically because of the claim that gravity forms an equipotential around the surface of a ball. So, mean sea level should be curved around a globe and should be at an average height.
The ocean
changed the definition to that too.
So, right, so you
Back
should
in
be able to
2019.
you should be able to, especially if it's frozen, be able to measure that deviation that is
Well,
consistent with a curving surface.
the interesting thing is, I think you kind of have to look away from lasers, and I would look more into radio waves, because
We've
radio
done that
waves
too.
cannot go through land.
Right. So we
I
have
agree.
we have people who are professional microwave installers
Mhm.
who've done the same thing.
Right, but why would you not be
Yeah.
able to send that to?
They establish what's called a Fresnel zone between point A and B over the surface of the Earth, whether it's land or water.
So if the ocean is flat,
The
and for
Fresnel
whatever
zone
reason,
doesn't bend.
right? So if the ocean is flat, and
How
you know,
about a
it's not
10,000
possible-
mile? How about a 10,000 mile radio communication before there were any satellites
from land, like from
land?
from
From
the
UK to
ocean
Australia, dude.
height. Right, from like ocean height.
Yeah, from UK to Australia.
flat.
Or maybe during World War II when the Germans were crisscrossing beams to find hidden British targets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Or
would have
maybe
to look
when
at. That's what I'm saying. I don't think
maybe when the Titanic sank, the SOS signal was picked up 3,000 miles away.
Oh, that's a good one. We've also got high altitude infrared observations. Right. I mean, we've got observations of mountain ranges that should be 180,000 feet below the curvature horizon of a globe. But you can see it in infrared. Right. So the whole purpose of using infrared is to cut through the haze so you could see the curvature of the Earth pop out. Problem is, it looks even flatter. Where's the curve?
I see what's happening here with the radio waves.
What, they were bouncing up the ionosphere?
Yeah, they didn't
Right,
know about
so-
skywave propagation back then, and the time of
Well-
day that they were doing it is not conducive to bouncing off the E and F layers.
So
And not only that, but the frequency that they use, or the wavelength that they used, was 5 higher than what bounces off of the ionosphere.
I don't think so, dude. Not according to current claims. They used
What's
a
current
very,
claim?
very low frequency. High frequencies are set to go through.
Not high frequency. It was like, so bouncing off the ionosphere is between this frequency and this frequency, and he was like 5 kilohertz above that.
I don't think
when he
so,
made
dude.
his radio. I'll look into it. I'll pull it up.
Like we don't actually know exactly what frequency range he used. We have an idea. I think it's like 2 to 3 megahertz. I think might have been like.
See, this would be something very difficult to prove with radio waves, just because they travel so fast. It would cost a lot of money to do it. But basically, what you would have to assume is that you would somehow have to. It would be hard to do it as a flat Earth, or you would have. Man,
No,
Anyway,
what you do is you build what's called a high gain antenna. Examples are Yagi or log periodic antennas. You
Yeah, but
also have
that's
a
not-
high gain receiver.
That's not the issue. That's not the issue.
Yeah, it
The
is. I
issue
mean,
is-
this way you can narrow the beam and you can make it super thin, highly directional.
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if the radio wave was traveling straight in a straight line on a flat Earth from, let's just say, the United States to China, there would be, if you could calculate how long it would take to make that distance. So, and then you could do the same thing for it supposedly bouncing off the ionosphere and coming back to China. You could calculate that distance somehow, right?
Why calculate
would
that
have-
when you can send like a song, right? Like you could play a song,
Because-
and then that song could be picked up from the receiver, and someone could say, "Yep, I heard that song."
Well, that's not that's not what you're trying to figure out. You're trying to figure out whether it's on a flat Earth. It's not gonna. You're not gonna hear it from the ionosphere and bounce down. You're gonna hear it in a straight line. It'll travel faster going straight to China. You see what I'm saying? Over the ocean. You would receive it faster than you would receive it if it was bouncing off the ionosphere and then back down, because it's a longer path. So you would have to calculate how long it would take to travel in a straight line on a flat Earth if it was traveling from the United States to China. And if it took longer than that, then that means it would be bouncing off the ionosphere and then back down and not traveling straight across. You see what I'm saying?
Well, you'd have to assume the distance from United States
Right.
to China.
And that's the issue, is
And,
we don't have a flat Earth distance.
Well, there's a lot of issues with getting distances over water, right?
I think there is.
There's no landmark.
No.
Well, the other issue
you're
is
not referencing a landmark.
the main issue is that the radio waves, from what I could see online, Google search, right? They travel at 180,000 miles per hour. So having some type of receiver that could decipher between milliseconds would be hard to find as well.
What you're describing is GPS.
No, because
they send the time.
It's traveling so fast you would almost hear it if your ears were hearing it, you would hear it at the same time. If you were playing a song and you were sending a radio wave straight to China across the ocean, and it was also receiving it from the ionosphere, right? Then, well, actually, hold on a second. Is there some way to make a cone of radio waves that did not go upwards? I don't know.
I was just describing to you earlier, Deck, and you kept shooting me down. You need a high gain antenna and a high gain receiver from point to point.
The issue is like if you're pointing it straight across in a on a circular Earth, it's still going to hit the ionosphere. You know what I'm saying? It's still eventually going to hit it.
Yeah, let me interject here real quick. The problem is, even in your local town, your FM radio station is you tune it into your car. There's an effect called picket fencing, to where you'll essentially receive the same signal a fraction of a second later because it's, in theory, bounced off a couple things. So the problem with any of this is that you really can't control the radio wave, if you want to call it a radio wave. You really can't control that signal between the transmitter and the receiver. That's the problem with any of this. Nobody knows exactly where it goes and where it was. All they know is that you receive it. So you can send it 3 times in a row and it could go a completely different path each time.
Yeah,
Right.
it's why RF engineers spend a lot of time studying and surveying areas to find the optimal path. And a lot of times they'll say, F it, I'm just going to put up a big tower 300 feet high and put a microwave emitter on top.
Yeah, and the whole issue is like if you could send it straight across the ocean on a flat Earth to China, you would receive it faster than it going up, bouncing off the ionosphere, and then coming back down in some random direction.
Maybe so, but that doesn't prove anything.
What I'm saying is, if you could calculate, I don't know if it's possible, how fast it would take the difference between those two.
Yeah, what you're describing are called echoes. I mean, they happen all the time. And I think that's what Barrington was also describing.
Yeah, but echoes also are plausible in a spherical, because if you're sending it straight up and it bounces down, it bounces across, versus going straight across the ocean. On a spherical Earth, if you shoot it straight across the ocean, it'll still go up to the ionosphere eventually.
Yes, but it would have to hit a specific location in the ionosphere to bounce back down and hit a specific location on Earth. Do you agree?
Right.
It'd have to be frequency dependent and time of day dependent and meteorologically dependent.
A lot of variables, honestly. But
yeah, some of us understand this kind of thing, and
we understand the implications.
Right. The problem is we have wireless transmissions taking place before they even knew that there was such a thing that they call an ionosphere today. And that they were conducting these transmission tests during the time of day where it's not optimal for the signal to be bouncing in the manner that we would describe it having to do today with this knowledge, if you want to call it that. So how is it doing it? Right, when the sun goes away, that's typically when these layers come out and you can bounce your beam off of them. Skip the beam off of them, they say, right? But what if it's morning where it's supposed to be skipping? And the transmission still has a path to its destination. Well, then that's kind of interesting.
By the way, Deck, I put a link in the side chat for you and tagged you a list of other long distance observations that include eyesight observations, laser observations, and radio wave observations.
All right, bet. Thank you.
Now, it is listed on Web Archive. The guy that was maintaining it, he just got tired of paying for the what you call it, the website, not the website, but the server. So he just backed it up on Web Archive.
When you said before you traveling over distance and knowing how far you've traveled or where you've gone is hard or like impossible to do. It's not. We have all sorts of modern instruments to do that like very easily.
Oh yeah, like what?
Well, thing that planes use all the time, inertial navigation system.
Yeah, how do they know how far they've traveled?
Because that's how the instrument works. It's measuring
How?
it with what, as in how the inertial navigation instrument works.
Yeah, how? Yeah, why don't you tell us?
Yeah. So it's got a central gyroscope on the 3 axes of like sets of gimbals, and it's also kind of it's integrated with accelerometers and position sensors, so that it's maintaining kind of a level over the Earth. Because what
that doesn't
would
address
happen,
how far they've gone, dude. How do you know how far they've gone?
that's how the accelerometers, position sensors, and the actual the gyro work in tandem. Like they're
What if
telling
the
you
plane's
your
not
distance.
accelerating?
Yeah, that's where the position sensors come in, and like the
Position
attitude
sensors?
sensors. Sorry.
How do position sensors tell you how fast the plane is going?
No, so you've got attitude sensors.
Yeah, we're talking about
which-
distance travel, dude. Try to focus.
Yeah, you said what if the plane's not accelerating? So why are you jumping between questions?
Yeah, no, I'm not, because you keep diverting away from.
The dictionary, Greek, Hebrew definition where rakia says sky, like you said.
From the context of Genesis 1:20, that's the best example.
Nope, that's not. Nope, I need the definition. Take a screenshot of the definition where rakia means sky, not your own interpretation. I need the actual definition where it says sky.
Visible arch of the sky at 04 past the hour, the first one I posted.
Dude, you're being super dishonest. I need the dictionary, Greek or Hebrew definition where rakia says sky.
Genesis 1:20 makes it clear from the
Sky
context.
is essentially just an expanse.
Right.
Not according to the Greek and Hebrew definition of the word rakia. I put 2 different definitions.
At this
point. Okay.
The definition, extended surface or expanse.
No one believes anything you say, Talon. You just lied to my face.
Why are you being so mean now? I didn't lie to you.
Novel. You did.
You made a claim. I disagreed. That's all I did. I didn't
No,
mean-
you lied. You said there's no evidence.
No. This is a debate channel. You can agree and disagree on points.
He
you
lied.
guys have reached an impasse. It's not a. You interpret that as a lie. That doesn't mean it.
No,
that doesn't make it true.
Everybody knows there's evidence. for
You
the
interpret
Bible.
God as real. That doesn't make him real.
Even the flipping atheists know that there's evidence for the Bible. They use the Bible to find
Right? There's
archaeological
evidence
evidence.
of the man Jesus, but there is no
and
evidence of God.
of all the places that they speak about in the Bible. Evidence of
Right.
everything.
But there's no evidence of the events he did.
Yeah,
There's
religion is
evidence
Where's
of
the
the
evidence of
crucifixion.
Moses splitting the Red Sea?
the whole point of the
There
Bible is
actually
to
is. There's chariots at the
follow.
bottom of the
Yeah,
sea.
but not
Right.
Humble. The
Sure.
Bible isn't demanding to be
There is.
historical
You can
text.
Google it.
Jesus isn't like telling you to like be like, this is a history. This is how it went.
Well, it
He's
is
like,
history.
a way to live.
It's not.
That's a religious text. It's for believing. It's for believing.
So I just asked for the definition of a historical text,
Right.
and you
Be like
literally
documented,
described exactly what the apostles wrote down and what the prophets
scholarly.
wrote down.
Right. Scholars.
What?
I mean, actual
So
history.
history has to be
documentation.
scholars now.
Right. Like historical scholars. Or
Okay. So Justin Martyr is a
do history.
historical scholar.
Like
Justin Martyr wrote all
even
about
like
Jesus.
even religious scholars aren't trying to say that the Bible is historical text.
Justin Martyr literally makes the historical text. He is. He adds to the history. He is the history.
Right.
And Justin Martyr says that Jesus is God. So I'm what?
Yeah, but that's not me lying. That's me disagreeing.
You lied. You said there's no
I'm
evidence of the
disagreeing.
Bible and what
Right.
the events of the
No,
Bible.
that's why I'm not lying to you that I believe that there has to be evidence for me to believe that the Bible is historical text. And there is no evidence for that I can see with my own eyes, honestly I'm telling you in good faith, that I do not see evidence that religious text is historical text.
You just defined historical text. And all you did was describe exactly what the Bible is.
I feel like this is a flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, but we're getting there. We're getting there because we're talking about geocentrism. I'm sorry, Ice.
He was questioning me.
But right now we're just talking about whether or not I lied. So Nambla, I apologize for making you think that that I lied. I was not trying
You
to lie.
did lie.
I was simply saying that I'm being clear. Let's agree that I didn't lie. I was just trying to disagree with you, and I didn't mean to try to sound like I was lying to you. Okay. So now, as far as whether or not, now I wanted to ask you something. As far as geocentrism is concerned, you're saying that the Earth is the center of the universe, or just the center of the solar system? Can I get some clarification on that, please?
The universe.
Okay.
Oops.
So if we're like smack dab right in the center of the whole fucking universe, and everything, and we're just stationary, we're not moving at all, and everything around us is moving. The stars, the sun, the planets, everything fucking else is moving around us.
Is that
That's what you're saying?
question? Yeah.
Okay. I just want to understand what you believe. I'm not trying to like argue with you or anything. I just like to understand what you mean by geocentrism. It's like we're cool on the globe. I can totally understand that like the globe may or may not be the center of the universe. So now I have to do research. Because what I do is I went to college. I didn't get my degree. I went to nursing school. So I did 5 years in college, and I did tons of fucking I took tons of philosophy classes because I wasn't sure what I was doing. But I wanted to get some fun education. Because it was cheap at the time, because it was 2000, except for 9/11.
That's pretty cute. I didn't know you were a nurse.
I failed nurse. And anyway.
Failed nurse. Right on.
So I'm going to research the geocentrism. How would we know the Earth is or is not the center of the universe? So that's not me making an assumption. I'm actually just wanting to know how we know whether or not that is true. It's the same thing as like historical text when we're looking at history. Was what we're talking about from history true? Was the moon landing? Did the moon landing happen, for example? We may never know. We'd have to look at the history. We'd have to do the research.
That never happened.
So what I'm looking at for geocentrism is what we've already established for figuring out where we are on the planet or in our space-time continuum. So we have to look at celestial mechanics. We have to look at physical laws and cosmological principles. We have to demonstrate whether or not the sun orbits the Earth or if the Earth orbits the sun. So, Nambal, are you open to the idea that the Earth may or may not be the center of the universe?
We're definitely not spinning. That's all I know.
Okay.
How do you know
Hey,
we're not?
so where is heaven on a globe, Nomble? Nomble, where is heaven on a globe? Is it over by Polaris, 400 million light years away, or is it on the other side of the Earth by the Seven Sisters?
It
Where is it?
encircles it.
So heaven is like millions of light years away. Did Jesus die for aliens on other planets?
No.
Yeah.
Also,
Earth is literally the center of creation. There's no evidence. There's no evidence that the Earth has ever moved an inch.
Yeah, so what do you mean about heaven?
Well,
where
where is heaven on a globe? Heaven on a globe is every direction. On a flat Earth, heaven is directly above you, straight up. Oh, really?
How do you know that?
How far up? Not sure.
Yeah. What's the distance?
Yeah, but on a globe, Travis, on a globe.
Can you see it? Can you measure it?
Shut up. Let's see, in Australia, and the heavens encircle the globe, then the heavens are still up.
Where does it say anything about a globe in the Bible?
Well, I'm still waiting for you to show me about these flat Earth Bible verses.
Okay.
Well, nowhere in the Bible does it say the Earth is flat. There are.
Yes, it does. It says that it's a face, and it sits. And the luminaries make circuits above a face.
Never says flat.
A mathematical face is flat, and circuits above a face. That's flat Earth terminology.
Say face Earth.
My face isn't flat. So face is
a mathematical is your face a globe?
Earth is face. Based on the religious historical text.
How does a globe have foundations, Nomble? The Bible says Earth is sitting on foundations. Where's the foundations for a globe? Unless you think the Bible's wrong. I mean, okay, fair enough. So the foundations are sitting in space. If you know anything about construction, you know that foundations have to be set into a firm ground. You can't just have a foundation built into space.
Maybe the foundation is the center of the Earth.
So wait a minute. So
that's why gravity exists.
So
let me ask you, Nomble, let me ask you a quick question about the globe model. Okay, can I ask you a question about it?
Go on.
Okay, so you are with your friend at a 10-mile wide lake. Do you do miles or kilometers?
Miles, but
okay.
I can't even
Let's do a 10-mile wide lake. Okay, you and your friend. It's a summer day. There's a beach on both sides of this 10-mile wide lake. Your friend goes to the opposite side of the 10-mile wide lake. You guys are how much curve do you think there would be between the two of you? Do you think that lake would be flat? Do you think there'd be hundreds of feet of curve? What do you think?
I have no idea.
Just think about it. Have you ever been to a small lake in your life?
In Canada.
Okay, what was the size of this lake approximately? A couple miles?
I didn't get my tape measure out.
Let's just say 6-mile wide lake. Would that be fair?
No, probably not.
I mean, I'm not trying. You're making this hard. I'm just asking simple questions. Like, can you imagine a 4 or 5 mile wide lake in your head, looking across it?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, 5 miles. Let's do a 5 mile wide lake. On a globe, that lake must be curving down and away from you. Okay, how much do you think the globe would be curving down and away from you 5 miles away?
I have no idea.
Take a guess.
I don't know.
Why you gotta nerd out, Travis? Don't hit her with all these fucking numbers and shit, dude. That's no fun.
I know, that's tough. Divisioning a 5 mile wide lake and trying to picture how much curve there must be. What do you think? A couple inches? A couple hundred feet?
Probably
wait a minute, Travis. I actually agree with
Hold on, Talon.
I agree with you.
What did you say? Did you say probably nothing, Nomble?
Yeah.
So like what, a couple millimeters?
Maybe.
Okay. Would it surprise you that there would be 16 feet required? Almost the height of a 2-story building.
No, it's not true.
Okay, the globe math. Hold on. The globe math requires that 5 mile wide lakes have 16 feet of curving drop over that distance. It's about the height of a 2-story building.
No.
She's not going to get it, Travis. She doesn't. She's
No,
not
do
gonna
you understand that,
Black
Nomble?
Swan, dude. She doesn't know what the Black Swan is.
Nomble, do you understand what I'm saying?
Say no.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but I
Now,
don't believe that it would need that much.
Neither did we. Neither did we. I'm with you. I thought that 5 mile wide lakes would have maybe a millimeter of curve across them, okay? I thought it was literally nothing. And then I learned that the globe math, it requires almost 16.67 feet of curving drop. It's almost like the height of a 2-story building. I know, but that's what the globe requires. Put it into
Because
AI.
the Earth is so big, it wouldn't have that much curve at that distance.
I know. But the globe math, when you start looking into how much curve the globe requires, you're going to find it requires way more curve than you think is possible. Okay? Put it in, ask AI, how much curve does the globe require across 5 miles? It's going to tell you 16 feet. Now, when you try and go and find that curve outside in reality, you'll never find it. It doesn't exist.
I'm asking ChatGPT, okay?
And that curve gets bigger. It gets exponentially larger. It gets worse as it gets bigger. At 10 miles, it's 66 feet of curve. 20 miles is 266 feet.
That's first of all, that's too small of a sample to measure any like significant curvature.
Well, there's
ChatGPT says 16 feet.
doesn't that sound retarded?
5 meters, it says.
Now, this is why flat earthers exist. We were all as incredulous as you were. We're like, no way. That's way too much curve for such a small distance. So what we did was we looked on a map near us. We're like, oh, there's a 5 mile wide lake. We go out to go measure, look, observe, whatever it is, whatever you got to do to see if there's a 2-story building's worth of curve across this lake. No one in history has ever found this curve. And there are honest globe believers in here. Matt, it can get heated with Matthew Learn sometimes.
5 miles.
But he's honest.
16 feet is the accurate number. That's how much it curves.
Okay, that's what the globe requires.
You understand?
But nobody's ever seen that in reality.
But dude, like 5 miles. How many? That's like thousands of feet, dude. 16. Like, wait a minute. What percent?
Is there even a 5 mile lake?
5 miles is 16 feet.
How many miles is 16%?
Like, so you're talking about
0.6% is not big or small.
That's a degree of curvature.
So,
dude, come on, man. Travis.
Hold on. Half a degree of curvature, if you're looking up between stars, is trillions of miles.
Cool.
Okay, so it's not big or small. It's just a number. But you're trying to make it sound scary. Like, ooh, that's only 0.5%. Well, it's not that's just a number. It's not big or small. All we want is evidence that this 16 feet of curve exists in reality. That's all we want.
It does. That's over 5
Then
miles.
show us the measurements.
What do you mean? You literally just gave us the measurement that over 5 miles.
Right? Hold on, dude. Don't be dishonest, dude. I said that's what the globe requires. That's what the math says. But when we go out into reality and look for it, we can't find it.
You get 16 feet. That's what.
No, we don't. Then show us.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, can you actually show us then?
Hey, hold on, Matthew. Has 16 feet over 5 miles ever been measured that you know of? And do you have a link to this measurement?
No, I don't think it's possible to do direct measurements of the Earth, but you can try to shine laser beams across it. But the problem is that you don't know if those laser beams are going perfectly straight or if they curve 0.007 degrees per mile. So I think that sort of squinting at the horizon isn't going to help either side.
No, the problem is that you need the instrument to measure. You would need a.
Hey,
you would
that's
need
not
a,
our problem. That's a
that's
you
silly.
problem. You guys
No, that
find
is
it.
that is a you problem.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
You
is.
guys figure out how to measure this curve and try to
No, no, no. It is because we don't have any problems with the globe. Like no
Excellent.
globe.
So you'd be able to show us the measurements of it then.
This is not
JJ.
This is no. We don't.
JJ, I know you don't have a problem with it.
You're the one
JJ,
using this.
JJ, be silence. JJ. Nomble, this is what you call dogpiling. Globers like to do this to destroy the conversation between yourself and Travis. Now, JJ, if you've got no problem with the globe, you'd have no problem with showing us drop over distance measured. Do you have this? Post it in the side chat, please. Since you like to come in and spurg out with claims, and Talon can do the same. Or you can shut up and let Travis talk to Nomble.
I agree with you. Me and Travis were talking together.
Good boy. Be quiet.
Talking over people.
You're fucking contest, not that.
You know I support that. You know I always support good convo.
Well,
Nomble,
you're a
I'm
weasel.
trying to get JJ to stop on. I could, because I can't talk over.
So, Nomble, the reason why I appreciate people like Matthew, even though I disagree with him, is that he's honest. He's a very educated man. He's a professor or something, I believe, teacher. But he will tell you that this has never actually been measured in reality. And they'll give you reasons and excuses. They'll say it's too small. We don't have the equipment to do it. That's fine. But but he's still right when he says it's never. There are no measurements of it, which is a problem.
Direct measurements, to be clear.
Direct measurements. Okay.
There are.
Oh! I don't believe you. Okay.
There's a $20,000 laser guided gyroscope that proved this entire argument wrong.
No, it didn't. So the ring laser gyro, it's just as viable for me to say that the ring laser gyro was measuring the rotation of the cosmos around a stationary Earth.
Holy fucking shit.
You can't tell. Theory of relativity says you can't determine which one it's actually measuring. It could be the Earth rotating or it could be the rotation of the cosmos around the Earth. That's just being honest.
It's not.
It's not.
You're being willfully ignorant. You are so attached identifiably to your point that you are unwilling to accept anything that goes against it. Like you are so concrete in your stance that you are
I put that into AI as well.
Other evidence.
What? I put that same question into AI. Is it possible that the ring laser gyro?
Stupid for using AI. Use your brain. Jesus Christ.
Are you an atheist?
Yes.
So what? Wow. Why are you yelling? Why are you calling for Jesus Christ?
Oh, for fuck's
You're grasping, dude. You're grasping so fucking hard.
You're so grasping, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Was that a cry for help? Is that what it is?
He's intellectually, he's just checked out.
Was that like a Freudian slip? You're like, Jesus Christ, help me! The flat earthers, they're ruining everything.
Are you intentionally this daft?
I was just asking a question. You said
you're being bad
you yelled
faith.
out
Shut
for
up.
the name of Jesus Christ, and I was just asking.
You're being bad faith, dude.
This is a defense mechanism for the flat earthers.
I'm still laughing about the fact that when I asked about the eclipse, you started talking about the red moon.
When what?
When I asked about the eclipse, you started talking about the red moon.
Well, so there's solar and lunar eclipses, right?
Yeah,
you didn't specify which one. And lunar eclipses turn red, right?
Oh no.
Yeah, look up blood moon eclipse. So you didn't specify lunar or solar. That's why I said, oh, you mean when the moon turns red?
No, but the moon turning red isn't an eclipse.
The moon turns red during mini eclipses. I've got pictures of it. It's
during lunar eclipses,
phenomenon.
not solar eclipses. You guys are talking about different things.
Right. But she didn't specify lunar or solar when she first brought this up. All she said was eclipse. Okay. That's why I didn't know.
Oh.
So this curvature, this curving drop over distance, it gets bigger and bigger. It gets exponentially larger. A 20-mile wide lake requires 266 feet of curving drop. That's like a 27-story building. You will not find a 20-mile wide lake in our world with a 27-story building's worth of curving drop over that distance?
Well, I have a new theory, right?
Do tell.
So, you know, the drop could be in the land, but the water still finds its level.
Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough. The water still finds its level. I like that. Yeah, I agree. So you're thinking that the Earth is curving under flat water. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And
Okay, fair
the
enough.
water is contained in the land.
Oh, I like it. That's even better. You're a flat Earth and you don't even know it. You're halfway there. Level water must be contained. The ground is curving underneath the flat water. Dude, you're halfway there.
Hey, Nomble, just a quick question. How much of the known worlds is allegedly covered in water?
70%, I think.
So if 70% of it's flat, how can you have a sphere?
Ooh. No. No, because the land is curving and then the water is contained within the curve.
That's going to be some pretty wild curves.
Not really. We see the curves. We see curves. Like, I even have, even in my area, I can go from one part to another, and that's going to be higher than the other part.
Yeah, they're called mountains and hills and valleys. I've got them in my area too, just not as big as probably where they are in around your way. So what about places like Utah Salt Flats?
Is the water even water there?
There's not even water there sometimes. But
Isn't
when
it
there is water
hard?
there, it turns into a great big mirror.
Yeah, but it's solid, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. They race
why can
cars
you curve?
across it.
Well, that's curved too then.
Well, it's not, because when water covers it, it turns into a great big mirror. There's awesome photos on the internet after it rains. There you go, look inside chat. 34 minutes past the hour. Platter has just posted up a small GIF showing the reflections on it. Someone's filmed it.
And how does this disprove that there's a curve?
Well, if you're saying that it's curved, you can't get perfect reflections like that with a curve. They have to be dead flat.
Yeah, but it looks flat from where it is, but that from further
because it
away
is
it'll
flat.
start curving.
Blah 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 blah.
Thank you for that.
Hey, Nomble, I tagged you in a video. Maybe you can bookmark it or save it for later. Check it out on your spare time. It's kind of long, but this is it's a big topic. But I feel that video, from a biblical point of view, and science, it discusses cosmology. I think you'll enjoy the video. Just check it out later when you get a chance.
Okay.
So as you heard, Noble, none of the Globe Clown believers put forward any measurements, did they? If you were watching the side chat, there was a whole heap of laser tests that went through showing zero measured curvature. The likes of Ice JJ and Talon were both pressed for their measurements and nothing has arrived. Even Bubba ran away. Interesting how that works, isn't it?
Potato, are you there? Potato.
Who are you after?
Potato, but he's not there. Oh, he's there. What are you thinking about all this?
Hold on. For some reason, my
Lake.
AirPods are not working.
21 miles, no curvature, laser test.
That is an excellent video. You know, at the very least, I would say this. For whatever, when I first started looking into this, I was like, I want to see the best that Flat Earth has to offer. And then I want to see what the best the globe has to offer. What we are offering you is going to be the best of what we have. So at least you can go into this topic and you can tell yourself, I looked at the best they had to offer and I agree, or I dismiss it. You owe that to yourself to at least look.
Travis, are you a Christian?
I am.
So where is the bottomless pit that Satan's is in? Where's hell?
Well, I'll tag you in a picture of what many of the old Bibles showed, okay? It's called Sheol. And once I'll tag you in a picture. Hold on. To be honest, it has to have a bottom, right? Just a long way down.
And how do the eclipses work? Because you can literally see this shadow.
So we talked about that for like 45 minutes. You can't necessarily prove that's a shadow. Shadows aren't red. It'd just be other objects in the sky that we can't see going in front of it. Okay, but that's just something I can't prove that though. Look up biblical cosmology, Noble, in a Google search.
I don't know.
Oh, this is wild. Wait till you see how many 666s are in the globe math. Hold on, check this out.
There's Talon, everyone. How about we just clip that? The assumption was the ball. No, a ball was used with the same radius to compare. So it was assumed it was a ball, Talon. Thank you.
Travis, I think it's a little bit of cherry picking to find 666 in those numbers.
I've looked these up before. This isn't actually the numbers.
It's not cherry picking, they just exist.
I like
Yeah,
how it's
for
cherry
example,
picked
the
from
axial
Matthew's
tilt is
perspective.
like a whole-
So, hey, Matthew, where's that tilt reference from? Like, if I was to hand you a protractor and ask you to measure an angle, what would you measure it from? The 90 degrees backwards or from 0 upwards?
You could. I don't know. You mean where does it come from? It's like if you're at the equator.
No. I asked you a simple question. If I was to hand you a protractor and ask you to measure an angle, where would you measure it from? The 0 and measure upwards, or from the 90 degrees downwards? Where would you measure it from?
I would do it from the 0 and measure upwards. You could do both, but that one's easy.
Excellent. So why is it you had the necessity to try and spin the Globetard one around like everyone else does? Oh, it's not 66.6, it's 23.4.
Yeah, but because
because 23.4 is it. Yeah, it's the distance that the sun, the sun changes throughout the season. So
Sun's
nobody
equatorial plane.
subtracts it from.
So that's what it's 23.4 degrees from. Is the well, hang on a second. No, it's not.
And cherry pick.
No, so if you were to have the sun and the earth next to each other, right? And wait a second, how does that fucking work? So yeah, so if both their poles are parallel, right? If both their poles, the axis, the poles is parallel, then it'd be the same. But they say that the Earth's is tilted that slight bit.
Yeah, it's
spinning on that axis relative to the sun's pole position, right?
Relative to our orbit around the sun. So the
no, it wouldn't matter if it was orbiting or not, bro. It wouldn't matter if it was orbiting or not. The tilt and then the axis of rotation is wouldn't matter if it was orbiting the sun or not.
Okay, right. With the eclipse, if it was something else that was passing in front of it, then wouldn't we see it from both sides? Like, okay, let's say there was an object passing in front of the sun that there was then stopping the light going on to the... Okay, wait. If there was an object that was in front of the moon... Oh, I don't flipping know.
So wait, is it Matthew? Is it to do with the sun's equatorial plane, or does it do with the poles? If it's to do with the equatorial plane, that's horizontal.
It doesn't have anything to do with the rotation of the sun. It has to do with our orbit around the sun versus our.
I didn't say anything about the rotation of the sun. I didn't say anything about the rotation of the sun.
Oh, sorry. I thought.
No, I'm saying, has it got to do with the sun's equatorial plane? So, so the sun, right, has poles, and then it's got an equator, right? And then you imagine that equatorial plane spanning out into the solar system, right? And then your planets are going to be in orbit relative above or below that, right? Right. So, but Earth has an axis of rotation, right? So, what's it relative to?
The plane that the Earth is travelling on allegedly around the sun. So that generates a flat plane. And it's the tilt up from that. But the problem is, a lot of the globetards who claim themselves to be religious don't like the fact that we say it's 66.6. So they'll turn around and have it from the other way down. Oh, it's only 23.4 degrees.
Wait, you're right. It does. It has to do with the Earth's orbital plane. Right.
Yeah, that's what the claim is based off of.
Right. Yeah, I got you now. Yeah. Okay. So, but wait a second. Yeah. No. Wait. Hang on a second.
I posted a picture. It's the difference of the axis of rotation to the plane of the ecliptic. Again, allegedly on the globe model.
What I do love about his globe models is you go and download 10 of them, they'll all have different numbers on there. That one's got 23.5.
What is the plane of the ecliptic?
They're around differently. It's allegedly the plane around which the Earth orbits the Sun.
Which is not equal to the Sun's ecliptic. No, the Sun's... Okay, so what do you call... let's get astronomical. Okay, you've got the Sun's got the North and South Pole, right?
Right.
So it's got an equator, right? Which is 90 degrees to that, right?
Right.
Okay, that plane spreads out, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you call that? What's the astronomical term for that?
Not sure. There is a term, I don't know. I could try to look it up. Let me see. But that's different.
All right, but the Earth's orbit...
Not called the plane of
But the Earth's orbit is not... So the Earth's... the plane of the ecliptic is not in line with that, is it? It's off from it? Isn't it?
Yeah, let me see. Not much.
Because that would have an effect too, wouldn't it?
A little bit.
Because essentially the plane of the ecliptic is imagining that now you're giving the Sun that plane and new poles and a new equator. Oh man, this is weird because orbital plane. Okay, so the plane of the ecliptic is the orbital plane, and then the Earth rotates right at an angle relative to that. Right. Okay, carry on. Sorry. I was just trying to wrap my head around it all.
I found the number. Allegedly, the Sun's equator is tilted by about 7.25 degrees relative to the ecliptic.
The Sun's equator?
Yeah, the Sun's equator is 7.25 degrees relative to the ecliptic plane.
The Sun dominates, so it's the reference point. So you'd have to say that the ecliptic plane is 7 degrees from that.
Sure.
Not the other way around. Yeah. You got to worship the Sun, Matthew. Get it right. Be a proper heliocentrist.
I'm not a sun worshiper. I'm a heliocentrist, but not a sun worshiper. Heliocentrist in terms of the solar system.
Right, so that would be so like Matrix said, you get your protractor, right, and you'd hold the the flat part of your protractor along that plane of the ecliptic. So you'd be measuring up from there, you'd be getting to 66.6 degrees. Then for some reason we decide that no, it's actually not. It's the leftover bit. We'll call it the leftover bit.
No, if they lined up exactly, it'd be 0, and it's how much it's off, and it's only 23.5 degrees off from being lined up exactly. So they use the plane of the ecliptic as the reference, and then
if you're using that as the reference, that is the 0, Matthew.
You'd put your bottom of your protractor, the flat side of your protractor, on that, and then measure up until you reach that point where it's tilted. That's 66.6.
Yeah, they do it backwards. Because they just don't like the 66.6. I don't want to be seen as a devil worshipper.
Nobody calls it 66.6.
We're sun worshippers.
They usually use...
I know they don't. Conveniently, 66.6 is the leftover from the 23.4. Then you've got 66,600 miles per hour orbit speed.
First of all, it's 66.6. It's not 666. And second of all, that's only if you cherry pick 3 out of a hat. And
there's over 100 of them.
Don't tell me Matthew doesn't do any cherry picking.
Yeah, so why not call it 66.5607? That's using 6 digits, or 66.561. That's using.
So what do you tell your missus? Yours is 5.5 or it's 6? Now he's thinking mathematically.
Or we could just use 2 digits and call it 67.
What is 90 minus 23.4, Matthew?
66.6. What's 90 minus 23.439281?
But in daily conversation, nobody ever says, "Oh, the sun is tilted at 23.415689 degrees." They just say 23.4 for simplicity.
Yeah, probably more common. I'm just saying that there's nothing inherent that's 666. It's only because you use 3 digits.
It's only because you don't like being a devil worshipper.
Is not 66. No, it's a 1/10 of the number in Revelation, so it's not even the same number. It's like a whole.
It's just the signature of the artist who created this heliocentric model. He just splashed 6s everywhere. It's kind of what happened.
And he forgot what 666 is and got it wrong all of those times by getting it 1/10 too big here and 20 times too big there and 100 times too big the.
I don't really hold it with any regard to being significant or a representation of evil or anything like that. I think that's been pretty much glamorized, dramatized in the media, in fiction, right? But what I do think is interesting, right, is that it says it's the number of a man, right? Or does it say it's the number of man? Right, because if you remember what the name of Adam means, do you remember?
Are we talking about atheism?
The name of Adam just means man.
No, but where does his name originate from? What's the root word?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Because he was made from
dirt,
earth, right?
Yeah.
Adama, right? So it's interesting that it's the number of man or number of a man, number of Adam, right? Adama, earth, the number of earth, like I see a connection there, maybe, which is just strange. Like,
yeah, Adama. Okay, I'd look it up, the root word, like Adama, man, humanity. To be red, which translates of the ground, man of the
from
ground.
The soil, from red, right?
From red,
which
soil.
Actually means we're from Mars. That was Eden. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
So,
no, I mean, to
answer your question,
there's 4 minutes left of Speculation Sunday.
To answer your question, It's the number of a man, and his number is 666, although some earlier manuscripts may have said 616.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, I've seen that actually.
Are you saying Iron Maiden got it wrong? Iron Maiden got it wrong with 666 is the number of the beast.
Yeah. It's not really. So it does it say amen, like in the original, or is it just man, the number of man? Like, wouldn't it be nice if it said the number of a man? Oh, and it's, by the way, it's this man. Here's his name.
It
Right?
does say a number of a man.
Yeah. Does it in English? Yeah.
In Greek.
Was that a translation error? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
I posted the Greek. If you read Greek, you can figure it out.
Yeah, I don't think that the New Testament was written in Greek. I think it was translated into Greek, but that's just my personal opinion. So, neither here nor there.
So the translation is, let him who is understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666.
Yes.
Okay, there you go. His number. Yeah, his.
I honestly haven't heard. I stopped listening as soon as you guys started going 666, 6666. That's all I've heard for the last 20 minutes. Just saying.
Boo frickety who.
It's of interest, right? It is of interest how many times that number just happens to appear, right? Like,
well, it's
in
just
relation
an
to
accident of base 10 because it's
Do you know what else? Do you know what else? There's a lot more than 666 is a Pareto distribution.
Well, and 333 shows up a lot because that's 1/3. So I don't think 666 shows up more than.
No one cares what you say, Matt. Shut your mouth.
I get it. Thank you, Matthew. Rule of thirds.
666 shows up like over 100 times. So you want to call that cherry picking and sound like an idiot? Go right ahead.
Oh no, I'm not sounding like an idiot. I was pointing out that you use 3 digits and then you cherry.
No, you're definitely sounding like an idiot.
No, I'm not.
The funny thing about stupid people is they don't know they're stupid.
It's called the Dunning-Kruger.
I'm not stupid.
Do you know what Dunning-Kruger means?
It's the name of 2 social psychologists. Yeah.
I said what it means. Ding dong.
You probably were meant to refer to the Dunning-Kruger effect, if that's what you're asking. It's the Dunning-Kruger effect that you.
Man, that is a sophistic argument if ever I've heard one. Not even as rhetorical. It's like, oh, you can't just say Dunning-Kruger. You got to say the Dunning-Kruger effect. Absolute sophistry.
If you're asking for definitions, you have to be clear. He said, "Do you know what Dunning-Kruger means?" And I correctly pointed out that they are 2 social psychologists. I thought he was asking. No, I didn't. I knew what he said.
I love pedant. So yes, he invoked pedanticism, and you smited back with more pedanticism.
Right. I responded. Okay. Sorry. No, Kingsley, go ahead. Yes, I understand what you mean by that. I was just being pedantic. I repent in dust and ashes.
There's 2 parts to it, though, that you guys, a lot of people miss it
exactly.
up. Part 1 is low ability people overestimate themselves, and high ability people underestimate themselves.
Bingo.
Then they get to a point where they are confident.
And they do that with shut down. And they do that based on the miscalculation of others. So as soon as they start rating themselves against a group, then they get into the decay effect. See, what you'll see here is like Talon completely decay the decay effect, rather than have it be an internal thing, he'll use it externally and walk around and point at other people. So he's leveled it up. He broke the fourth wall of Dunning-Kruger. He will Dunning-Kruger the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Inception.
Yeah. That's something that they add a third part in there too. Is people with no ability think they have all the ability.
It's like, I know exactly what Dunning-Kruger means, and they don't.
Yeah. Like an external. It's like, so it's an internal critique.
Yeah, exactly. I love this group.
What all he basically saw was like a YouTube video that from like Simon Dan saying flat earthers are Dunning-Kruger, and that's all he knows about the whole thing. That's it. Nothing else about it. Oh, okay, I'll just go around and call flat earthers Dunning-Kruger then, because this is what this YouTube celebrity said.
Yep.
There's been experiments, studies that have tested this.
Yeah, like the one that they did was quite interesting was driving. Everybody thinks when they're driving around town that they're better than average than all the other drivers. Like there's a bunch of dummies on the road.
People are below average drivers.
Yeah, I'm saying there's studies on that. Yes, there's many studies on Dunning-Kruger, but there's studies on Dunning-Kruger that specifically filter for they do this study, and then they ask them also, do you think the Earth is flat? And
link one of these studies, Ice.
Okay.
Or stop making shit up.
No, there was a study that was done a while ago. It was nothing to do with the Dunning-Kruger effect, but that was one of the things that was claimed within this study. There was some university or something that did it a while ago, how they claimed that flat earthers fall under the Dunning-Kruger effect. But it's interesting how you get all these anti-FEs that fall in here and make claims that don't get backed. So wouldn't they also fall under it?
Sure. I'm posting the study.
Like JJ, for example.
Yes, and anyone can be susceptible to Dunning-Kruger. This is just pointing out a relationship.
All right. Okay. So how many answered to that question? Well, I experienced it as flat and motionless.
Yeah, it's good.
But I'm told for these reasons that it's a globe. X, Y, Z.
They know that it's a globe because how do they know this? Because they're smarter than flat earthers. Bingo, right there. That is textbook Dunning-Kruger. They overestimate their own ability because they think they're better than people. They'll tell you all.
Yeah, they try and stand on the shoulders of giants and fall off.
Yeah, totally. They'll come in here and they'll be like, I know the Earth is a globe. Well, how do you know that? Because anyone who thinks otherwise is retarded. I'm better than them.
So check it out, Chris. You read the abstract. This article aims to analyse the factors influencing belief in a flat Earth. That's the first sentence. So the first question to anyone should have been, why do you believe it's flat? Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I don't believe it's flat. I know it's flat because that's how it's measured. And he would have went, can you explain a bit further? That didn't happen in this test. Anyway, sorry, Crit, as you were.
Yeah, that's a good point. It having to do with...
They're not using the flat Earth as the... Okay.
They're not using the flat Earth as what? That's the first sentence in the abstract. When you open the article that you posted, Ice JJ, I'll read it again for your convenience.
No, I heard you.
The article aims to analyse the factors influencing belief in a flat Earth.
And it's one of those factors that they think they're better than other people?
Bro, definitely.
Bro, definitely. You didn't read it, but you know it for sure? It'd be interesting to see if they even define the word flat or earther or belief. Just some random paper that has nothing that just targets some minority group. See that minority group over there? They're dumb.
So, Crit, I think that in academic writing, the word belief just refers to the idea that somebody says something is true without reference to whether it is true or not.
Well, so they ask people.
No, it has to be both, Matthew. It has to be accepted also. That for it's called lived. Yeah.
No. So what they did was so when it comes to
doesn't have to be false.
When
it has to be, for the purpose of the paper, a psychology paper, it would have to be accepted as a lived experience, as a true lived experience. So they would be like say, hey, are you a flat earther? Yep. Do you live on a flat earth? Yes.
Yeah, I think they don't mean quite that much. When they use the word belief, my suspicion is that they just mean, oh, this person says that the earth is flat, or would say that they have knowledge that it's flat, or something like that. So they would say that belief has overlaps with truth sometimes.
Yeah, and it would be that identity or whatever would have to have some quantitative value behind it.
Well, what they did was they asked people for if they're determined if they believe in the flat Earth. So they asked them on a scale of 0 to 10 if they agree with the statement there is evidence that the Earth is flat, and then they asked questions for everyone about overconfidence, such as how much do they agree with the statement that my ideas are usually better than other people's ideas. When I am really confident in a belief, there is very little chance that the belief is wrong, and then a bunch of stuff on scientific literacy and other questions like that. And then you can correlate with, and it's pretty bad. The more someone says there is evidence for the Earth being flat, the more likely they are to, 1, have lower scientific literacy, and 2, have overconfidence in their...
So, JJ, why wouldn't you, when someone says that there's evidence... Excuse me, I was having a chat there, not you. Shut up. Why wouldn't you, and why wouldn't these people, when someone says it's measured flat, why wouldn't you question that? Or why would you just step back and go, oh yeah, that's a fucking Dunning-Kruger right there? Like, seriously, bro.
In their worldview, just saying... So in their worldview, it's better to believe something without evidence than to believe it with evidence. So this paper is another example.
A survey on beliefs.
No,
that's what it sounds like.
The Dunning-Kruger effect.
No.
They're looking
I don't think you listened to her what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah, we heard you. This is just a survey of beliefs. You're not a believer? Oh, Dunning-Kruger's.
No, it's not a survey of... Oh my God.
It is a survey of beliefs. If I don't believe in what you believe in, for whatever reason, I instantly get tagged Dunning-Kruger.
No.
Even better, because it has nothing to do with other people.
No. The correlation is not... They're not saying how much the evidence that you think the Earth is flat.
So how did they separate them?
That's not the evidence.
Bullshit
So it's about...
JJ, slow down. You're getting wound up again. How did they separate them?
You ask people how much they agree with the following sentence. There is evidence that the Earth is flat. There is evidence that the Earth is flat, yes. And
how much do I agree with it? I either agree or disagree that there is evidence that the Earth is flat. JJ, don't talk through me. You just fuck it up for everyone. So, question. Do you agree that there is evidence that the Earth is flat? It's a yes or no. It's close-ended. So, I'm going to say, what are you talking for? So I'm going to say yes. If someone asks me, do I agree that there is evidence that the Earth is flat, I'm going to say, yes, I do agree with that statement. So how am I now Master Dunning-Kruger just because I've said, yes, I agree to that statement?
Because there are several statements. I believe that is the 10 on a 0 to 10 scale. So then you correlate the people's answers with that. If it's a 0, if it's 10, you just, you put them in you see what, you take note of what they
correlate it against
No, and then you, this is basic. No, this is how you do any psychological study. And then you ask them other questions. And then, for example, well, the other questions were, I already listed some. And if the answers to those other questions, the answers,
what were they?
There was questions on scientific literacy, and there was questions on overconfidence, such as how much do you agree with statements such as my ideas are usually better than other people's ideas. When I am really confident in a belief, there is very little chance that a belief is wrong, and some other stuff.
So this is about beliefs. This is not about knowledge. It's about beliefs.
Well, Dunning-Kruger.
Every single thing you've said, Dunning-Kruger extraordinaire, is about beliefs.
They also ask questions about scientific literacy, such as, and this is knowledge, electrons are smaller than atoms, stuff like that. They ask a whole range of questions, knowledge and belief.
So out of this, you have decided that flat earthers are Dunning-Kruger because one survey of 1,252 people, believers, mind you, nowhere does it say they're actually flat earth knowers. It says believers.
They're believers.
That's right, tell it.
I mean, if you have an issue with the survey, I mean, it's a basic study.
Oh, it's a basic study then. So it's basic enough for a simpleton like you to understand.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain it to you. Like your response is, oh, they don't know the Earth is flat, they believe
JJ, listen carefully. I have read your shitty survey 3 times now. 4 months ago when you joined here, it was one of the first things you posted up because you thought it was some kind of gotcha moment. Flat earthers are fucking stupid. They're silly in the head. They're fucking Dunning-Kruger. I'm sick of you cunts telling lies about the shape of the ground. You had a meltdown and you posted that shit up. You got banned for spamming that.
Other people kept bringing up Dunning-Kruger. And so when when someone would bring up Dunning-Kruger,
so what? So someone says Dunning-Kruger, that's an instant reaction for JJ to post up some survey that means 5/8 of fuck all.
If someone categorizes globe earthers or...
So when someone says Dunning-Kruger, that's JJ's trigger word to click the mouse button and post up a survey that means 5/8 of fuck all.
Well, if someone says that non-flat earthers are...
and he's going to use it as an excuse to peddle out of it. He heard the word Dunning-Kruger. Hey, JJ.
You don't want an answer.
Twitter. No, you weren't supposed to answer. You're supposed to shut up.
Okay, so this is a lecture? Okay, then I'll leave.
So there we go, boys and girls. JJ likes to lecture other people. He doesn't like to hear it back. Keep that on your little notepads.
Yeah, it is breathtaking that he's like, hey, flat earthers are Dunning-Kruger. So Dunning-Kruger's everybody. No. Only flat earthers are. Why? Because it's some Dunning-Kruger survey. That did what? Just ask people what they believe? Yeah. Yeah, it was just a survey. Didn't have anything else to do with it. No. Just ask people, hey, do you believe in flat earth? Yep. Okay, here you go. What? Oh, you're Dunning-Kruger then. Huh. It's like they don't get it. They somehow think this is a weapon. They're supposed to use this as a weapon to like deem certain belief systems as like unworthy or something like that. Like, oh, that belief system Dunning-Kruger. Well, that belief system Dunning-Kruger. That belief system is too. Flat Earth has nothing to do with other people at all. No one comes
check it
here
out
and says, I think the Earth is flat because something to do with somebody else. They've gone out, they've measured, observed, and used the Earth. Nothing to do with other people at all.
So the whole thing, if you read the abstract, is all about just belief. Like so the 2 conditions, Spanish speak. We focus in Spain. Relevant topic of Spanish-speaking world. After a qualitative analysis of YouTube videos on the main channels, on the subject, A survey was carried out on 1,252 individuals. The results point to two conclusions. First is the presence of a considerable Dunning-Kruger effect among flat earthers. So that's the first conclusion. There is a significant negative correlation between science literacy, I'll get it out, overall and practically all its dimensions, and overconfidence in science in this group. The second, evaluated through a regression tree, confirms that the interaction of low scientific literacy and overconfidence is highly relevant in explaining the belief in flat Earth. Neither factor alone is determinant, but the combination of the two, low scientific literacy and high overconfidence, leads to high levels of flat Earth belief. So these are people that just believe in flat Earth, not people that know it is. That's what that tells me.
Yeah, and it's also people who somehow think that they, like their science or whatever, is better than other people. But it's not even a scientific question. So the people there are like, they got their own idea of what science is. Like, hey, what is science? Well, science is knowledge. Okay, well, sure. If science is knowledge, let's ask you about their beliefs. Like, wait, what? Are you seriously? So you're going to say that? I don't think they were asked about beliefs. Yeah, they were. At the very first question, do you?
I was just reading out the abstract, Matthew.
No. Matrix, you're right. The abstract says belief, but I think that's just the researcher saying that. The other guy who posted, in the first place, read us the research question, which was something like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you agree with the statement?
Matthew, that is behind a paywall.
Oh, okay. I mean, he read us.
I'd be willing. So I'm gonna say it. I believe that Ice JJ'd be too tight to pay for it, mate. Since I've got to believe in something.
The Matrix, in the part that you read, did it describe anything about in the research, the researchers taking a representative sample of the counterparts and studying them too to actually do a comparison?
No, it does not mention anything about that in the abstract. So I'll read. This article aims to analyse the factors influencing belief in a flat Earth. We focus on Spain, a country that sadly has some of the most relevant figures on this topic in the Spanish-speaking world. After our qualitative analysis of YouTube videos on the main channels on the subject, a survey was carried out. So was it carried out on the individuals directly, so me asking you questions directly, or was it carried out per watching the videos and analysing the videos? So it doesn't even break that down.
Basically, these people spent like the whole weekend just melting down over flat Earth, watching YouTube videos. They got back the next week, and the professor's like, "Where's your homework? Where's your deliverables?" Well, you see, what happened was I wanted to do my assignments, but I ended up clicking on a bunch of YouTube videos, and now it's Monday, and I don't know what to do. Okay, just slam together some paper about something or whatever, and I'll give you a C. Okay.
And if you think about it, if the researchers are focusing on a particular demographic and fail to control for other variables such as, they are of this demographic, right? There's nothing in that study that would suggest that the Dunning-Kruger is like a characteristic of their quote-unquote flat Earth belief as opposed to being part of that demographic. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I wonder why the thing about focusing is it must be European, because they're focused. They think like Spain is the dumbest European country. I've heard it before.
By the way, Matrix, I found the question. It's before the paywall, so I posted it at 20 past.
There's a lot of bigotry in the European Union. Some stuff I've just recently looked into. They call it pigs. Portugal, Italy, Greece, and Spain. Yeah, and this is the way they talk about this thing. That's a European Union. Like you ask like German, French, like people. And they're like, yeah, we got to get rid of the pigs. You're like, wow, really? So this is just another show. What you could really get from this is somebody who wants to study that. Hey, let's look at the national jingoism inside the European Union. Here's a study from probably at the time British people talking Spaniards.
Let me read the question that they were asked. It says this. Consider the following statement. There is evidence that the Earth is flat. Indicate your opinion. 0 meaning strongly disagree, and 10 strongly agree. That was the question.
There is evidence that the Earth is flat. Well, I agree. I don't do scale agree, disagree. I either agree or I disagree. It's black and white, yes or no. Binary, if you wish. There either is evidence or there is not evidence. It's not, oh, I like this, but I'm not sure if it is. Like, huh?
Yeah, if they were going to ask for a sort of sliding scale question, it should have been more like, is there strong or weak evidence? At best. And then how you qualify that is beyond me. But, at least phrase the question properly, Who published this?
That's what I love
undergrads or something?
It's on journals.sagepub.com. I'll grab the link and post it up for you so you can snag it and have a look yourself.
Oh, I just posted it again. Oh,
got me. Nice. But yeah, like you said, 20, that survey should have also been done on a lot of other people, or actually the survey should have been done to keep it more blind. This question, all the other questions should have been asked first, and then at the end of it, oh, are you a flat earther, yes or no? Or do you believe in a flat earth, yes or no? And then, okay, do you think that there is decent evidence for a flat earth, yes or no? Yes. Oh, cool. What's yours? Write it down.
Yeah,
the survey should have been...
It would have been more like they would have asked people a series of questions having nothing to do with the topic whatsoever that would be like, do you think you're like a better driver than the other people? Do you rate your driving ability on, X, Y, and Z? Do you are you, when you go into a test, do you think you scored better than average? Or stuff like that. They have to ask questions that all key in on Dunning-Kruger. Then at the end, ask a bunch of questions. Some of them be non sequitur. Like, do you like pineapple on pizza? Whatever. Like soccer is the best sport ever. Is the Earth flat? Because they need to have control. They have to have controls in there.
But even then, yeah, you definitely need to have controls. But even if they did ask questions like that, like your driving ability or whatnot, how would they know? Like, how would the researchers know? Like, from their standpoint, that they, for example, ask a guy, how's your driving? And the guy's like, oh, I drive a 9 out of 10 or 10 on 10, right? Are they going to say, oh, well, this guy is a Dunning-Kruger because he's rating himself so high? Or does the guy happen to know that, yeah, he's a damn fucking good driver. He's never had any accidents, never been pulled over, yada, yada. Like, you know what I mean? Like, does a high self-rating score indicate automatically Dunning-Kruger?
No,
you know what I mean?
It has to be, because if he had reasons for it.
That's what it sounds like in this survey. That's what IceJJ seems to be portraying, that we've instantly scored high. Clown shoes.
Yeah, if there's reasons for it, then it's not. But if your reasons are that other people are stupid, that you're just better than other people, then it is. So this says, yeah, I've never been in an accident. I get a discount from my insurance because of, never been in accidents. Then it's not.
If they ask those questions.
Yeah, but it sounds like they didn't. Basically,
Exactly. Yeah.
Answer.
That's what I was getting at. That's what I was getting at. Like, just the strict 1 out of 10 rate yourself on X is insufficient. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
Which is, it sounds like that this type of study kind of revolved around. And I was curious. I was just looking at the authors of the paper. I was wondering, maybe Matthew can answer this. When authors are listed at the top, and they're affiliated with like an institution or a university, normally they put their kind of latest degree achieved, right? Like a master's or PhD or whatever in the titles.
Well, I don't know if it's in the titles, but I see hyperlinks on their names. You could probably look them all up. I'm sure that's public somewhere.
Okay, because I'm looking here. They're not listed there. So I was just wondering.
They're listed on the line under the title.
No. I mean their degrees.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna dig into it. Because for all we know, like, these are just undergrads or some shit, trying to get a name for themselves.
It has to do, remember, too, that the Dunning-Kruger effect was considered a parody. It wasn't real science. It wasn't a scientific endeavor. It was meant to, like, point a finger at people who think they're really smart.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
say if they're PhDs.
Yeah. Well, I just found if you go into it, like, for example, the first guy, Jose Luis Arroyo or whatever, if you click on the link starting with ORCID, for example, I think that'll show more. For the first one, it says he's a professor. And the second one, no, nothing like that. No professor. Okay, so there's one professor so far.
Well, sometimes with that too, they call him the marker. Like, hey, professor, I need to put your name on this because, like, I want to have this paper get published. And they'll be like, I'll put my name down as a oh crap, I can't remember there's a term for it. Like, not an auditor, but like a
PI.
Yeah, like a oh man, there's a somebody you're involved. It's a term for like involved, not involved.
Yeah, PI is I think it's primary investigator. Usually those are the PhDs or whatever that are overseeing some sort of project or whatever. They might be doing some managerial stuff. At least that was my involvement in some research groups at a university. There's a PI. He's kind of there for some meetings, but we're doing all like technical shit. So yeah, anyway. The other two guys, they don't seem to have.
Well, the one guy, Carlos Dillon, has a PhD in finance and an MBA.
Okay. Well, there's three here, right? Jose Luis, Carlos, and Victor Luis.
I would just say something like this was a planned hit piece from the get-go anyway.
Could be hard to tell, but for whatever it's worth, it's it's poorly done. They got these lowly like undergrads or whatever doing their first research paper or something.
Might have been an excuse for him to push out other flat earthers to finger people, because it's only flat earthers that are going to bitch about it. So as soon as someone puts their hand up, excuse me, mate, I don't think that's right, a whole class turns around and goes, fucking flat earther, we found you, we knew you were hiding.
There you go.
No, they're usually pretty easy to detect by the dumb shit they say, so it's not.
Oh yeah. Welcome back, Moses. Have anything intelligent to say today?
Do I?
No.
I mean, I would say that I would say most things I say are quite intelligent.
You just blurted
to
it
be
down there.
You got to be a little bit less dense than a rock to understand it, but I mean,
yeah.
What, then if you've got a ball, there should be measured drop over distance, and you don't seem to comprehend that.
Yeah, we tried last time.
Sorry, repeat what you said. What don't I comprehend? That your balls drop over distance?
On the ball.
Oh, you're so funny. You're so funny, dude.
On the ball tard, you'd have drop over distance.
Measured drop over distance. Moses.
I think it went over his head, dude. Like that laser should have.
I know. This is one of these special ones where it's, I'm going to get the crayons out and draw you a little picture. And then when I'm done drawing the picture, I'm going to put the crayons back so you don't fucking eat them.
Tabarnak.
Yeah, Plather made a good point about that Eurozone countries getting bailouts because of posterity in retirement pensions. I think that was another problem too with that, is that, like, say Portugal and Greece and Italy, a lot of like German, French, and English people would go there for their retirement homes, or go there for these like lavish European vacations. Meanwhile, the people working there were kind of like working for tips. You're like how the fuck we live in the same Eurozone. Our money is worth just as much as your money, but you're throwing it around like it's candy. I mean, it's just a matter of time. I mean, people talk about, I'm surprised it's still, I mean, was it like almost 20 years now? I mean, when did the euro? I mean, it was convenient when it first came out. I'm like, this is kind of nice, because traveling around European countries, just having one currency rather than switch currencies every time you pass the border. I mean, even though a lot of people took, it didn't matter where you were, they would take anything. Yeah, hey Matthew, you're right there. This is an atmospheric visual effect, not a physical effect of the curvature of the Earth. That's the point.
Hey, Matthew.
Yeah, that's why I don't think that this is going to make a difference either.
Have a look at the image I just posted up for you. Look at that. The atmospheric conditions are 1,000 times worse. But yeah.
Yeah, you can see a lot more. You can see a lot clearer. Why is it backwards? Though? Is it a different place?
Same distance, other side.
Is this the Black Swan location in Santa Barbara?
Yeah.
There's I don't know if you know this, but there's an island.
There's actually an island 27 mile out. Yeah.
So it's looking back towards California.
So you're looking back?
Yeah.
But what I love is when you lot go, oh, but atmospheric conditions and refraction. And it's, hang on a minute, here's your so-called atmospheric conditions. A lot worse than the original Black Swan image. So, what are you going to do now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying that things change based on atmospheric diffraction, or actually.
Yeah, I mean, we do agree that like when light travels through different mediums, it does refract, right? Like we're not arguing that, right?
No, the globe side argues against that.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
When it travels from one medium to another, is what you're trying to say, Moses?
Yeah, like if light is traveling through different densities of air or through water or
not through the Earth though.
Right.
Yeah, not through the Earth. Once you hit once you hit the Earth, it will stop the light. That's their explanation.
Right. I'm not saying I mean, like, there's obviously some infrared and things, but yeah, I'm not arguing that it hits the Earth for the most part.
The geometric curve of the Earth, the leading edge of a balltard.
And what you said isn't necessarily correct either. I mean, it has
light
to have
does not refract as it travels through different mediums. What's not correct about that? Please enlighten me.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Right, so yes.
Okay, mediums of different.
Oh, do you want to hear my fucking answer or not, dickhead?
As long as I can understand, you're saying different densities when it travels.
Yes. Different medium, different density, whatever. Different substances. It depends on an angle of incidence. Thank you. That's all I wanted to get out, you dickhead.
Yeah, this is Tyson's explanation for why Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. He wanted that song to get removed from singing it to kids. Because he wanted, like, I can't remember the exact verbiage that he used, but something like twinkle, twinkle, light refraction, or something like that. You're like, seriously, dude? He's like, yeah. Yeah, so Mr. Multiple doctorate degrees in astrophysics, the thing you want people to know is that Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star is causing the downfall of humanity. Because A, it's not a star, it's Venus, and B, it's not actually twinkling. And he's like, yeah.
I mean, if you have astigmatism, it twinkles, right?
This is why I think it's important for you guys to actually talk to Tyson, so he'll block you guys too or ignore you. You're like, oh, well, I'm on the same side as you.
So just to confirm, when you're since Snowy's talking, when you're talking about drop over distance, you're referring to this the vertical drop that should occur, and you're saying I'm assuming you're taking like the d squared, like whatever the inches over a mile is, or whatever, however you're measuring that, if it's kilometers, whatever you're doing, right? So drop times
8 inches per mile
right?
squared is the
sure, whatever, yeah, whatever. I'm sure you could look at it either way you want to look at it. 8 inches per mile squared, like whatever. Either way, but like that's so like 8. In fact, let's just write that out, right? So you're saying, and is it 8
How about
inches?
you look in the side chat?
Yeah,
look in the side chat. We drew pictures for people just like you.
Right, perfect, wonderful. Right, okay, beautiful, right, beautiful. So, what is this equation describing?
The physical drop of the alleged globe Earth from your location over water or something flat.
No, it's not. It's measuring the geometry of a parabola, right? I mean, we all know what basic x squared equation. We all took geometry, right? This is a parabola. Right? This makes a parabola. It doesn't make a sphere. It makes a parabola. Right? We all agree on that.
But it's close.
Right? Like, this isn't the right geometry for a sphere, right?
No. Check this out.
No.
It's close
like
enough.
the actual equation would be much more complicated, right?
Moses, do you want the full equation? I can get
please.
that.
I just asked if that was the equation. I was told yes.
No, it's an approximation. Okay, because it's very simple.
Pretty bad,
to write out.
right? So,
are you sure? Oh, really?
It completely ignores height, right? It completely ignores.
Matthew,
completely ignores observer height.
Moses.
No, it doesn't account.
Yeah, Moses. If you wish to hear his answer, how about you shut up for a second? I've got no problem with you asking questions, but if you want the answer, you got to zip it, bro.
Yeah, Moses. Since you said it's a poor example, or a poor formula, or a poor approximation
for a circle, for a sphere. Like if we're claiming it's a sphere, it's a poor. Yeah.
Thank you. So what's the error margin?
I mean, it's not even accounting for observer height at all, right? So it's just completely wrong, right?
Well, neither does the original. Okay, let me.
What
send
original?
Okay, let me send.
Is there a new one? Do you have a new one?
No, dude. Wait, hold on. Did I put it in the right order? I think I did. There you go. Okay, this is the full derivation of the parabolic approximation. Okay, from scratch. This is how it's determined, or one way that it's determined. Okay, hang on.
Nice.
Hang on. Hang on, my lady. Okay, and if you want, let me get you a. Here you go. Little table demonstrating that for our uses, for our particular, points of discussion.
Like if we're an ant on the ground, or like what's this? Like this doesn't account for height, right? Or do you have an account for height?
Right. This equation, the original or the approximation, is not the proper tool to account for height. This is strictly speaking, drop over distance. A perfect analogy is if you take a basketball and you put a ruler on top. You just lie the ruler on top of the basketball, right in the middle, like a teeter-totter, like a seesaw. And you'll notice that there's a nonlinear growth in the distance between the surface of the ball and the under part of the ruler, right?
I mean, I have to grab. Like, I'll be honest. Like, I've never. Like, you're giving me a. I'd have to really graph that out, I guess. Yeah. But like, I'm just assuming about like you're talking like if you just shot a basketball, you had like a clean arch, and it's like I'm just trying to clarify. No.
A good
the ball's
example
not moving. It's going.
Can you shut up for a second? Okay. Yeah. In the six images that I sent at 42 minutes past. Yeah, but don't interrupt me.
Okay. Yeah,
42 minutes past the hour. Shh. Okay, 42 minutes past the hour. There's 6 images. If you go to the 6th one, okay, you'll see there's a little graph that depicts what we're talking about. Do you see it?
I'm not sure what you mean. I'm scrolling up here. 42.
Okay. 42 minutes past the hour.
One picture. I see second picture. I see third picture. I see fourth picture.
From me?
I only see like 4 total pictures. No, I don't know. They're all from you. One wasn't from you.
Moses, stop being difficult.
Yeah, you don't have to be.
Hey, bro, I'm genuinely not being difficult. I'm genuinely looking through the chat.
No, you're generally known for being a menace.
You can go fuck yourself, dude. I'm genuinely.
You can genuinely start pulling your head in. You're not doing yourself any favors. Seriously. It came through 20. There's 6 images at 42 past the hour.
Yeah,
running in 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 underneath it.
And then after that, there's an image of a few data tables, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
May I ask a clarifying question real quick, please? Matrix?
No. I'm waiting for Moses.
No.
Okay.
I want to clear this up with Moses. He needs help.
Waiting for me to mute it. It's ironic. So apologies. I didn't realize you could stack images and it would appear as one. I was looking for 6 separate postings. I apologize.
Oh, no problem. One post with 6 screenshots of a paper.
Okay.
Okay. Go to the 6th one, and you'll see there's an XY graph.
Yeah. Better, but still not a sphere, right?
No, it's a quarter sphere for our purposes. If you go to the 5th one, you'll see.
But it's actually not though, right? Because it's
no. Let me finish. Excuse me. I should not. My apologies. I said quarter sphere. I meant quarter circle. Okay. If you go to the 5th page, you'll see the full thing in its representation. If you go to the 6th one,
page, did you say?
5th page, the one right before it, right? You'll see the full parabola in relationship to the quadrant 1 and 2 of a circle. Okay. Top parts, top right and top left. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's neither here nor there. What I'm trying to point out to you, okay, the analogy that I drew for you, okay, a minute ago, is depicted by this graph. You see there's that black hashed line that goes horizontally?
Yeah.
And there's a DX in red?
Yeah.
Okay. That hashed black line is the ruler in my example earlier. Okay?
Yeah.
You see the semicircle is drawn out below it, and you also see there's the right side of a parabola also, P. You see how gracefully they touch each other and then separate? That's all I'm talking about. So that gap between the hashed line and the quarter circle, f of x, grows, quote unquote, non-linearly.
Right, of course, because the line's not linear. Right, I'd agree. Yeah.
Right. Because it's non-linear, we approximate it with the simplest of non-linear expressions, a parabola, for simplicity.
Right, but I mean, that gets you numbers that are totally off, right? And then you're still not accounting for.
No. See, so I would ask you, let me ask you, what constitutes, quote unquote, totally off?
Well, like, I mean, your horizon distance is already 3 miles just by being 6 feet tall, right? Just for accounting for height, right? So it's like I don't like.
So
how
compare the two formula.
Hey, I'm not asking. I'm talking to you.
Yeah, compare the two formula.
I'm not talking to you.
You're having a bitch about the formula being incorrect. Compare it to the other one. 6 foot and where the horizon should be. Let's do them side by side.
It's not correct geometry of a sphere. It's not.
No, but nobody's saying it's the exact formula of a sphere, dude. That's why it's called an approximation.
Right?
That's
why it's called an approximation.
And let me show you how fucking close it is. All right, go to the next slide. Over. You'll see a few data tables.
I would say it's off by somewhere between 7 and 15%, depending on how far we're talking.
At what distance? Hold up, 20. Hold up.
Yeah,
at what distance?
Right. Smaller.
At what distance? 1,000 yards.
Smaller.
At 1,000 miles.
Yeah, more accurate.
At 1,000 miles, how far out?
Way off.
Yeah,
it's far off.
Okay.
Okay, way off. Give us a percentage.
Yeah,
15% at least.
Okay, so obviously you didn't look at the graph that I gave you. Okay, because it's all jotted
You
out.
looked at a lot of things, and you asked me to look at some specific
dude.
things. Right? Yeah.
I asked you to look at the next screenshot, which is a set of data tables in which I provide the differences, or i.e. the error margins or the error percentages. Okay, so you'll see at 1 mile.
Which one of these is this on?
Okay, you remember the block of 6 screenshots?
Yep.
Okay, go to the one after that. It's a single.
I see. Yep,
go to the last go examine all 3 tables at your own volition. Okay.
And what is the?
So if you look at the last table, what this is comparing is the actual drop distance between the parabola estimated by, P derived from the other thing, the thing that we're using to approximate the actual drop.
The AX D squared.
Compared to the actual drop. Okay? And you'll see that even up to 500 miles or 1,000 miles, okay? Rather, excuse me, up to 500 miles in this table, you're still 99% or greater accurate. Once you hit 1,000 miles, you're about 98.38% accurate. So anywhere between, or anywhere around 700 to 800 miles and below, you're within 99% accuracy. Since we're doing shit at about 10, 20, 30, 40 miles, right, in the tests that other people have articulated already to you, you're still within 99.5, 99.8.6% accurate. We're talking about maybe a couple inches to a couple feet off at best. When we have multiple feet or hundreds of feet, discrepancies between the test results and what we would expect.
Can you show me the equation that you're using? Like you're saying, this is what I'm comparing. The difference in the margins. Can you give me the equation that you're saying you're comparing to, so I can compare it to?
No problem. So the full derivation is in the 6 before. So if you know any calculus whatsoever, you can fully double check my work. But in the end, if you just want the raw equation, you can just go to the last screenshot, right? Where the drop is defined by negative x squared over 2r. How that was derived, if you don't believe me, then you can check the work.
Yeah, but you do understand. You do understand your math is all wrong, right?
Yeah. Where?
That was Timmy.
Yeah, fucking Timmy.
Wait, so 20, what you were saying, so basically that 8 per mile squared.
1 sec.
Okay.
1 sec, Travis. Can we just boot him, please? Just boot him so there's no chance of interrupting again.
Am I good?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Well, I just want to clarify. So when you were saying out to 1,000 miles, that it was 98.3% accurate. Is that the 8 inches per mile squared compared to the other equations, or is that what you were doing, or is this?
Yeah, that's what I'm comparing. I think I may have just back of the napkin mathed it wrong because I was articulating a number that was between the numbers in the data table, so I was estimating. But if you look at the last line, the last table, the last line, where it shows the distance in miles, the drop to the parabola, and the drop to the circle, right? You'll see there's a 2 mile or so difference, and that's basically 1.62% error. So 100 minus 1.62 is 98.38.
At 1,000 miles distance.
At 1,000 miles, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. No problem.
So 20, the one that's at 52 past the hour, it looks like it has the same numbers for mile 200, 300, 400, 500, and 1,000.
52?
Right? 52 past the hour.
So, right. So, yeah, my understanding is this particular table was derived using, I think it was a data fitting with a single point or something like that using Pythagoras, right? So the two equations I think are basically, 99% with, accurate to each other. They're both approximating about the 8, right? So I think people have thrown out the figure 7.98, and then they just round it to 8.
Okay.
Right? I think that was why they were data fitting, basically, with 1 or 2 points using Pythagoras. So I argue that my approach is more general and therefore more accurate, and probably what that is actually approaching using Pythagoras. So I just go with mine instead.
Okay.
But yeah, basically the same thing.
When you're done with Moses, hey Matthew, would you give us your opinion on the 8 inch per mile squared equation compared to others equations?
Go ahead now.
Sure. It does. So you were asking earlier if it had to do with height of observer height. It doesn't take that into effect. It's only about the surface. And 8 inches per mile squared is close enough to that parabola is close enough to the actual spherical number for at least up to 150, 200 miles.
Thank you.
Depending on what your threshold is, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, close enough within 1%, maybe.
Well, that's what I was saying before, up to 1,000 miles, right? At 1,000 miles, you're at 1.3% off. 1.6% off. So at about, I think it was at 780. You're at 0.99% off. So it's around that, and below anything below that, you're within 1% accurate off. So 99% accurate.
Yeah. It only has to work for up to 100 or 200 miles because nobody says you could even see through 100 miles because there's too much haze anyway.
In which case, I think, according to this, at 100 miles, you have a 1.595 times 10 to the negative 2% error. So what is that? 99.9985 or something percent?
Right. It would be close enough within an inch or two.
Can I should have asked this before, but like, how are we actually like measuring what the drop is?
It's assumed based on a average radius of 3959.
No, I get that, but I just mean like in experimental data, like when we're testing to see if this is true, like if our
I see. I maintain there's no way to do a direct measurement by slapping a ruler, a mile-long ruler across the ocean or something like that. So instead, there are indirect techniques like shooting lasers across or visual information, that kind of stuff. But that's of course susceptible possibly to atmospheric effects. So there's no good way to get a super exact number.
I know it's radio telescopes is the way to do that. Using the Earth itself as the satellite will provide you with the exact shape of that satellite.
Before we move on, can I get an acknowledgement from Moses that he understood? They understood everything.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree, but like I understand. Yeah,
you understand what I mean, Moses?
You understand the points.
No, absolutely, yeah, and I will. To be honest, I couldn't see any. Like you definitely were, doing your own estimation here, like looking at this math. Like I was like trying to see what you were really comparing to from the start.
Right. So earlier when you said, it might be about 15% off.
I would say like when you total in all the factors, like light refraction, like the fucking.
Oh, but that's not what we were talking about. That's not what we were talking about. We were talking about strictly geometric.
And that's why I clarified later and said, wait, maybe I should ask how we're even measuring. Because I'm just saying, like in total, like actually trying to like interpret it, right? Like I don't think it would be. Okay. But everyone in here, the problem is that I have is that everything in here in this flat Earth thing the whole time has been like about it has to be like personal experience and like measured it yourself and like did it and observed it and like I know it. I don't believe it. I know it, right? And what I'm hearing right now is this is like a math thing that we believe, and I was just surprised. I misunderstood. I thought this was like a we know thing.
No, who says belief? Okay, did I say anything about belief in me outlining this math for you?
Well, I mean, no, but like in the thing you said before, you made it very clear there wasn't a clear, real way to test it, right?
That was not. I didn't say that.
Oh, sorry. Maybe I confused your voice with someone else. There's a lot of people here. I apologize.
Yeah. So my point here, though, is you came in. Yeah, I think that was Talon.
Okay.
My point is here: the entire purpose of me outlining this for you is because you threw shit at the wall, something about the parabolic approximation does not work. I showed you how it does, up to 99% accuracy, and you're saying I don't agree.
Actually, I'm saying for actually like, like trying to like measure this. Like I'm like if I want to know it, I don't want to just believe in some math. I want to know it, and so
I appreciate
I don't think it works.
I appreciate that, but my point is using this as a template, right? to which we can go out, do stuff, and then compare is more than sufficient up to 99% accuracy. If
There
not
you go, yeah.
greater than that.
That's an acceptable standard. It's an acceptable
I'm still
standard.
not quite
Let's
sure
move
which
on.
equation it
Let's
is
move
you're
on. Who gives a shit what you
but
think,
I'll
bro?
give-
You're
but I'll agree.
nobody. You're nobody.
Yourself, bro.
That equation is entered into Google. Google gives you that when you ask about the rate of curvature. So shut your fucking mouth and let's move on. It's accurate enough.
Yeah. So, all that to say, that's that. That's the parabolic approximation. If you have any qualms about it, you can argue with some professors or something. What was it? Washington University or something has a page on this shit. They use they basically derive it data fitting a Pythagorean theorem triangle or something, right? But they still round it up to 8 inches is more than sufficient. So if you have any problems, go have qualms with them, or try and break my math apart. But I'm pretty sure you couldn't even read half of it if you tried. Okay.
And I'm pretty sure you're being derogatory for no reason.
Not being derogatory.
Yeah,
Speaking
I
the
think
truth.
when you say that
No,
you
I'm
don't think that
speaking the
someone
truth.
can read some fucking basic calculus just to be derogatory, like
Okay, well if you can, then do it and try and find the flaws in the math, please.
I didn't say there was flaws in your math. I never said you had flaws.
Okay.
In your math.
Dude, let's see if he can read it.
I never said that. I never even said
Let's
that.
see if he can even read your math.
Because if you can't, then you have really no way of saying that this is wrong.
I never said it's wrong. I just said it's less accurate than it could be, and I think we can all agree that it is less accurate than it could be, right? Like, and I just
you got wrecked on this, dude. Just put your tail between your legs and stop.
Dude, no one here is going to say that this is less accurate than the actual equation of a circle. We're not fucking stupid. It's called an approximation. But the problem is, it's actually the best, arguably, approximation out there.
Or like theoretically understanding the amount of the drop.
Yeah, it's all.
I agree. Yeah. I just I was coming from a place of like trying to know, not theory, right? So that's why I didn't think it was very effective, right?
No, but here's the thing, right? We can know the theory. We can know the math. We're not guessing the math. We're not guessing or believing the math. It checks out. And then the question is, does reality adhere to what this tells us it should? If, of course, we are on a ball of this big, of said size. Right? That's where the belief comes in. You have to take it on face value that we do. And you already have without even checking the math.
Wait, I've done what without checking the math?
You already took it at face value that we live on a ball without checking the math. So here we are showing you the math, telling you it doesn't add up. Or
I'm just like, how doesn't it add up? How doesn't it add up exactly? Where's the
drop over distance that we get?
Where's the real world evidence that it's not like that?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Anyone got those links on hand? Of laser tests and shit? I can go get some if you want.
Yeah, I would love it. Yeah. Or even just tell me where to look. I don't mind looking myself. But I've never seen a test that was properly done and actually uses real math and shows the claim that you're making.
That's amazing. That's the whole shtick for why, like FE Core, when that was first being done, all the globalists were pounding the war drum. This is the end of flat Earth. You guys are finished. Here's engineers, doctorates in physics and light. They're going to do a laser experiment and demonstrate the curvature of the Earth. You won't have anything to say about it after this is done.
I'm not saying that they've demonstrated the other way. I'm just saying you guys haven't demonstrated your way.
You have to talk when I'm talking. You don't have to do that.
Apologies.
It's over.
I just wanted
to then the FE Core comes out and says the results are flat Earth. oh, these guys are a bunch of scabs. They don't know what they're doing. They're kooks. They're losers. Who would ever, it was like the most amazing goalpost shift ever. It's like, wow, look at these guys. They are the ones you need to listen to only if they get the conclusion you already agree with. As soon as FE Core came up with a conclusion that you disagreed with, suddenly now, man, these guys are awful human beings. Like, seize them.
I'm not sure.
It just goes to show you that you don't care about any tests or results. You just care about the conclusion. Is the Earth a ball-tard? That's it.
What I care about is the predictions that the model makes and the accuracy of those predictions.
You're good with it. If they don't get a ball-tard, then there's something wrong with them.
No. I've never even heard of these people, so you're not speaking to me when you say that. I don't know who you're speaking to, but it's not to me because I've never even heard of these people. So you can't make that claim.
You're predictable because you're that predictable.
That makes zero sense, my man. I apologize.
Yeah, you're that predictable.
Okay.
Moses, how about this too?
I asked you to prove your side. I didn't say that they can prove their side. I just asked prove your side.
Yes.
Yeah.
Moses.
I'm waiting. Go ahead.
5 minutes past the hour and 6 minutes past the hour, Buzz and I happen to have both shared the same link.
Okay, perfect. I'm also on down here. It's a video. Okay.
Grab one of them. These are the guys that Crit was alluding to.
Okay, these are the FE Core people or whatever?
Field Engineering Core, yeah.
Okay.
Some group of guys
is this
that
like
that went
private
and did.
thing, or is this a government thing? Is this a...
Yeah, I think they're private.
Okay.
Yeah, private funded and everything. So they went out and did, I think, 3 or 4 tests over gradually larger and larger distances, 10, 15, 20, and 40 or something like that. Could be wrong on the numbers, but you'll see. They're very technical.
How the fuck did I lose?
Very extensive. So take your time. They have all the technical documentation in it. It's all there. And that's only one of many.
I mean, all I'm seeing from this drop is evidence of the space station and how it works, but I'm going to scroll through this bit.
How about you start at the beginning and watch it?
All in one, baby!
Maybe another time.
All right.
I mean, right now is not I'm not going to sit down and watch a 1-hour video.
No, not right now.
I'm definitely down to check out what the ideas are, though.
At your leisure there.
As for me, I'll admit that my belief in the globe is so strong that it doesn't matter what FE Core comes up with.
I don't believe in the globe. I know that it's a globe. Is Cider in the voice? I was wondering if Cider has a mic. Did Cider leave? No, there's Cider. I wanted to talk to Cider. Daggers, I do know that it's a globe. I don't believe. I don't need belief.
I think that belief and knowledge can overlap, and that some beliefs are true.
Well, I'd
But
say
in this-
that means that if he's making a knowledge claim, he has first-hand experience that doesn't require interpretation or inference, just plain old straight out experience of it being a globe.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, what is it?
Physical evidence.
But
It
knowledge
doesn't
requires
require
first-hand
interpretation. Not secondary, first-hand, can't be inference, it can't be interpreted. Just straight out, it tells you flat out, no pun intended, that it's a globe. Go ahead.
Yeah, from the shape, from the measuring and calculating its shape.
Yeah, thanks for the clarity. Couldn't
Right.
be vague enough, could you?
You take the surface of something huge. You need interesting ways to measure it.
Come on, globe Jesus.
Huge isn't a size or a shape or anything. That's just your opinion.
Huge isn't the size or shape. It's the biggest shape, Travis.
It's an opinion.
Travis,
It's just your opinion.
The Earth is huge, Travis. It's like no other Earth before. It's huge.
Is it? I thought Neil deGrasse Tyson said Earth was just one of trillions of grains of sand. It's just one of them in an infinite
Travis.
beach.
It's huge, Travis, like your mom. Come on, buddy.
So it's ridiculous when you're like, oh, it's just too big to measure. No, it's not. Too big is just, it's too huge. It's so huge. We can't measure something huge. Huge doesn't mean anything. That's not a measurement or a size.
I didn't say too huge. I said a huge thing makes it more complicated. Like you can't just take a ruler.
Not huge.
And because like
it's just a grain of sand on an infinitely long beach.
So like what? So do you need a really tiny ruler and you have to measure every grain of sand to measure the distance across the surface?
It doesn't matter how you do it. I don't care how you guys do it. I just want to see these measurements.
Yeah, but well, I mean, I showed them to you for like 45 minutes earlier.
No, you didn't. I'm not going to rehash this one.
But yeah, well, I mean, okay, good. So I mean, then.
Do you have actual evidence or measurements for 66 feet of curving drop across a 10-mile wide lake? Anything we can look at?
Yeah, we can do that.
Show me. Link it in the side chat.
Oh, yeah.
And if it's the same great trigonometrical study, I'm going to link the same thing that they went in with a model, presupposed model.
Let me see if I can find my video of the physical evidence, real quick. Because we do agree that cameras exist, right? They can take video. I really like this video. Hopefully I can find it. Save. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter at this point. We've done the boats going over the horizon bit.
Make sure it has the curve amount, target distance, viewer height.
Isn't it arbitrary though? Like,
just make sure it has that information.
Show you an arbitrary distance, a curvature at an arbitrary, like especially a distance again that is too small in the sample size for something so huge. When you have to measure something huge, you don't take.
What is too small mean? How big is huge?
This just goes into basic science literacy.
Does too small have a numerical value?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you want
25,000 miles
accurate and literate, you would want to have.
Just stop being an idiot. I will never open a science book and read anything where it says it's too huge to measure. It's so small.
Again, like what better way to
put
measure
the globe evidence in the side chat. Put this that you keep talking about. Put it in the side chat so we can look at it.
What do you mean? I mean, you already know what I'm going to put in there.
I'm not sure.
So like you got to stop at like just use the trig example. Just use my trig survey as the example.
There's no need for all these excuses, dude. Just put the evidence
about.
Just put it in the side chat, dude. Put this evidence for curvature in the side chat.
Hey, one sec. It's supposed to be first hand. Did you do this?
I'm citing the experts.
No, first hand to make a knowledge claim. First hand to make a knowledge claim, bro.
Having to do it first.
No,
it's standard.
You claim to know, not claim that somebody else knows, and you're relying on their knowledge. You claimed you know.
Right, like
so
I wasn't
you
even
did
alive.
this,
World
right?
War II happened.
So you did this. So you didn't do. So chuck that out. Post the part that represents your knowledge.
This is my knowledge of the measurement of the Earth curve is based on the knowledge from this trig survey where they did the measurements that you're asking for.
Okay, so this
is your knowledge of someone else's claim.
It's not a claim
that you haven't verified.
First of all,
so do it.
A claim.
So go and do it. So go and do it then, and come back. And then you can use it.
That's an unreasonable standard.
See, this is one of those guys. Dude, I love these guys.
So change your verbiage then. So change your verbiage then. Say, I don't know. These people claim they do, and I'm going to rely on that.
No, but I'm not. I know that this is what the measurement that
you know it. You know it's true and it's correct because you went out and replicated it, right? Verification, right?
I mean, replicating and verifying it is beside the point. And yes,
would mean that you can share in that knowledge. You can't share in that knowledge until you've done what they said they did and got the results they said they did.
Right.
So post what you are relying on for your claim of knowledge.
Because knowing,
somebody else,
knowledge,
not somebody else's. No, not second. I said not. I specifically said not second hand. It's a second hand.
This is
first hand experience.
We all have
first-hand experience.
First-hand look.
Go ahead, Globe Jesus. Go ahead and post what you think dictates.
What's your
knowledge
first-hand evidence of the Earth is flat? Please tell me.
What I think dictates the measurement of the surface of the Earth would be a survey of the actual surface using an accurate way to measure the shape of it. And so when you're measuring the shape of something, you use geometry. And the type of geometry that you would need to measure a huge object like the Earth, you would take trigonometry. You would use the specific
how big is huge
geometry, where you take something that is not an irregular shape, that isn't like a flat plane and not something easily created within a geometric environment, and taking accurate measurements of that irregular surface with something that is regular, like a triangle, and then getting an accurate measurement using math in your brain and accurately having the knowledge to do those calculations. So I don't physically have to go out there and like invent a fucking computer to use a computer and then like share with you the information from like all the knowledge of humans before us. Like that's fucking stupid. And it's really disingenuous.
+1.
It is so disingenuous to post that over and over. I already told you, before they did that survey, they already had an ellipsoid model. They went out, they made measurements. The measurements did not match the model, so they made corrections until they matched the model.
Well, we have to go over that sentence again because there's incorrect. It's flawed.
Which part was incorrect?
Because you're saying that they made corrections with the model.
No, I said they already had a presupposed model before they went to do those surveys. They took their measurements and then they corrected those measurements via refraction or gravity or what have you so that they would match the presupposed model.
Yeah, but that's what I was going. That's what I was talking about with Moses earlier.
So that's not that's not a measurement of anything really. It's just they're measuring things and they're like, oh well, there's supposed to be this much curve, so there must be this much. There must be a gravity well right there. Let's correct the math so it matches the supposed model. That's what they did.
Is it?
No. It's not.
What's your evidence of that? What's your first-hand evidence of that? Were you there?
Moses,
please.
No, I took I linked it into AI, and I asked it. It's like a 900. Shut up, dude. It's like a 900-page document, depending which one it is. Could be a 100-page one. They're huge documents, and I put it into AI and said, Did the creators of this survey go in with a presupposed model and radius of the globe and then make corrections to their measurements to match this presupposed model? And then AI says yes, and it lists off between 5 and 12 different corrections for whichever trigonometrical survey they did.
And so what does that mean?
Which part did you not understand?
No. I mean, I understand all of what you're saying, but do you understand what of all?
I understand that they have a globe in their hand, and they're like, okay, let's go do some measurements across the country, and then if those measurements don't match this globe model, we're going to correct those measurements via refraction or gravity calculations until it matches this model.
Where did they get the model?
I don't know.
Well,
for the record,
can I tell you?
Science
I know where they got it.
It's round.
I know where we got the model now. Thanks to Moses.
Oh,
are you ready?
Beautiful. Yep.
So the model that it was not presupposed, it was measured. It was the parabola that was used when we measured the dropover distance.
Can you link this model, please? Link it in the side chat.
So all we have to do is take
link the model in the side chat, dude.
Which is part of a sphere, right? Is a partial measurement, two-dimensional line.
Are you going to link the model or not? Link the model in the side chat so we can see it.
The model is not presupposed. It's derived from the curve that we found when we measured the surface of the Earth. When we just measured the curve.
Link this model in the side chat so we can look at it.
It's the one that Matrix. It's the really fruity one. Where's that fruity? Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, right here. So because you needed a model. Because again, before we actually measured like all of India, we had a model of what we assumed was the spherical Earth. Because we had not yet walked all of the continents to see what the shape was, and so. Before we did that, just as you said, because again, what you're saying is actually reinforcing everything I've said, and that is we used a model based on a parabola, and then we just completed the parabola because we were like, well, if this is a curve, it just kept on going. It would eventually form a three-dimensional globe, and we want to know exactly what shape the Earth is. Even though we are
is that your model in the side chat?
Again, presupposing something doesn't mean that it's right or wrong.
So long story short, we have a model, some ellipsoid model or something derived from some math. Then we go out and take some measurements. They don't fit that model, so we data fit it, right? Or in other words, correct it, i.e. manipulate it so that it does fit that model.
No, because when you start doing even at the very beginning of the trig survey, once the parabola starts to establish itself, you can just make as many models as you want. You can make multiple models over and over and over again.
That wasn't the question.
20, that's exactly what they did. And for all of those 1800s and early 1900s surveys, every single one of them was like that.
Right, because that's a benefit. That's a power. That's not like a limit to accuracy.
That's called data.
A feature. That's a feature of the math.
No, that's just called data fitting.
No, it's not data fitting. It's correcting.
Yes, it is. That's data fitting. Dude. That's data fitting. You have a fucking mathematical model.
What is
you have something else. It doesn't fit. So then you fit it. You manipulate
I don't
it so it
understand what you're
does.
saying. I don't know what data like what you mean by data fitting. So
correcting and data fitting in this context are synonymous.
okay, cool.
So
So then you just conceded.
But the problem, no. The problem is though you're using the word corrected so as to insinuate that you're making it right.
Well, that's how that works. That's what corrections are. That's what data fitting is.
The thing is, you're making it. Here's the problem, though.
Deviations.
Hold on. By saying you're quote correcting it insinuates that you're making it right or true, but it's not necessarily true in reality. It's just true insofar as it actually matches the model.
Well, in order to be correct, in order to be true, if something needs to be correct and to be true,
It's worse than that, bro. Okay, so what he's saying is the model based on the measurements that they need to correct the measurements with.
Right, because in order for it to like the definition of correct,
it doesn't make any sense, bro.
To match,
well,
to
a
be
model
true.
is a model, right? It's not. It's just a
we
base
updated
guess.
the model.
Reality.
We're updating it to reality.
Even if we
no,
made
models
a model
aren't
of,
reality.
If we made an accurate model of the Earth, we wouldn't make it a perfect sphere.
If you're using the model from incorrect measurements, if you're using a model that was based on incorrect measurements, how are you using the model to correct the fucking incorrect measurements, you idiot?
Because the measurements aren't incorrect. There's deviations in the measurements.
Then they're not called corrections.
Accurate.
But they're not called corrections.
Yeah, they are. They're called corrections. That's how you correct a deviation.
Right. So something was wrong.
Good.
Right. That needed to be made right. Right.
Well, where the measurement. No, you have to understand that the measurements are still correct. They are just there's deviations in the correct measurements that need corrections because they deviate from reality, and in order to be correct to reality, which is the point we're making, you have to do the corrections.
The problem is though, you only think they're quote incorrect or deviating because they're deviating from your presupposed model.
No, from the previous information we got, it's not presupposed. It's not a presupposed model. It's the previous data set.
Explain.
So like when you start, like for example, when they started India, it's not curving as much. And so right there, they had a new model because they had done more. They had actually walked half of the continent of India, and so they had a decision. They could then make a hypothesis halfway to the equator, and it was a coin flip. Like let's say they flipped a coin, and if it landed heads, they would presuppose that the curve is going to maintain its degree of curvature. It's not going to change. Or you could presuppose that it's going to increase in curvature because when you get closer to the equator, there'll be more curvature and then that would get into whether or not the Earth is spinning. And so if you presuppose that the Earth isn't spinning, then you would be presupposing that the curvature is going to remain the same. But if you have the presupposition that the Earth is spinning, and then you're halfway across India, and then you're like, I think it's going to curve more because I think the Earth is spinning, and if the Earth is spinning, the mass of the Earth is going to be bulbous towards the edges where it's spinning. And guess who fucking gets the bragging rights at the end of the trig survey on India when they find out that it's curving more? Who do you think's going to have the bragging rights at the end of that?
That's 100% false. That was actually discovered supposedly in the early 1700s, like 100 years before that survey, that there was a different curve from between pole to pole versus equatorial.
Yeah, that's fine. But they didn't.
So they already knew. They didn't discover shit. Nobody got a prize for anything.
Yeah, you can do tons of models when you take parabolas of the Earth. You can take as many parabolas as you want, and so like everybody had all these different measurements in all the different places, and they're like, well, what the fuck are we going to do? We need to find out how big who is right, and so they did every continent, and guess who fucking won?
Where did they get all these parabolas from?
The drop over distance.
What?
Doing the measurements and calculations.
I think it was just like an estimation, right?
We can't hear him.
No, he walked off.
Yeah, I think he walked away. I think it was an estimation based on how big they were guessing the
There's
planet
no
was.
guessing.
Right?
It's measuring and then calculating and then measuring again and then calculating.
Well, sure, I agree, but I mean, like initially, like the very first time, right? Like
that was Eratosthenes when everybody was like, well, like all the geographers and like Eratosthenes didn't do one measurement. He was like the professional. He was the guy that was doing all the geography and trying to do maps. And him,
Yeah, we don't
and it was
use
him and a bunch
Bronze
of
Age
other map
gold
makers that started needing to know whether or not the Earth was curved or not.
Yep, Bronze Age gold herders aren't taken with a lot of credibility around here.
Yeah, they migrated, so they needed to know whether or not the Earth was curved.
Okay, again, what did they do to actually measure the curvature?
In 1860s, they actually measured it.
How?
With theodolites and surveying.
Okay. So how far were these theodolite measurements?
They
like what were the ranges? What were the ranges that they were using?
All the continents.
What were the ranges of the theodolites?
He doesn't know, dude.
So go and look.
I know.
Go and look up.
I know he doesn't. He's gonna end up conceding at some point that he doesn't know shit.
The picture's right there. I can put the picture on because you can see the little triangles.
Articulate it out loud. Maybe will you please?
It's cool, man. You don't have to like ask unreasonable.
If you don't want to know the truth, you don't have to know it, bro. It's totally fine.
I'm asking.
You can just
I
remain
want
in ignorance. It's cool.
I want to know. That's why I'm asking him, dude. I want to dig into it. So, what theodolites were they using? What were the max ranges of these theodolites? What were the spans that they were surveying?
He doesn't know any of it.
No, we've done this. They literally had to build the theodolites from scratch.
Okay, so therefore, you,
1860s, so these are custom.
So you would, okay, so they must have all the specs down, right?
Well, they understood like what they needed in order to have accurate measurements.
Perfect. So, what were the specs? So as to get accurate measurements.
Let me say it really slow.
What were the
many times?
What were the specs of the theodolites?
They were.
Sir. What were the max range of the theodolites? What were the spans of the surveys? Please.
Again, we've gone over this. That this was the 1860s. They don't have. There wasn't a fucking Walmart where they went and bought the theodolites and had a standard. They built them from scratch. There's
perfect. So they don't actually know how accurate they were.
They were rudimentary from the.
Thank you very much. So therefore, we don't know how accurate they were. It was just accurate for maybe for practical purposes, right? Ballpark.
Homemade theodolites? What?
Yeah, apparently they just built theodolites from scratch. Didn't know how fucking accurate they were. And just ran with it.
They built them.
How do they not know how accurate they were?
Thank you very much. So how accurate were
Just
they?
because they built them doesn't mean they couldn't have tested them. They couldn't have evaluated them.
So how about this, right? So how about everybody shut the fuck up for a second and let Talon answer, how accurate were they? If they knew how accurate they were. Please.
They were accurate enough to get correct information, data that was allowed them
Thank you very much. So how far were the tolerances on these things?
I don't know.
Okay. Can you find
that's
that?
That's an arbitrary question. Like,
no, it's an actual real value. It's not arbitrary. It's a real value that you can then use to gauge whether or not when they were using it, if they were using it appropriately or not. So how about you go get that, and then we can talk about it, or you can shut the fuck up because you don't know what you're talking about. Obviously.
How would you
determine? You don't have sufficient information to discuss this to the fullest extent, sir.
Why do planes fly the path they fly? I've always wondered this is a
wait a minute. Hold on.
believer in the flat.
I got to read the map real quick because I want to do the scale. So it's 100 miles. Hold on. The scale per thing is about 50 to 100 miles. So if each quadrant is like
is this the survey where they're using ad hoc theodolites that they built from scratch?
Yeah, the ones from the corrected in October 1922. Cool. So, because the reason why we know that these guys are correct is
So
because,
get the specs of the theodolites, please.
dude, there are no specs for custom-made theodolites from the 1860s. That is not how the fucking world works, dude.
Thank you very much. So they don't know how accurate they were up to
They
certain
knew
ranges.
how accurate they were because they built them.
No, well, then how accurate were they? Fucking retard.
Don't know how accurate.
No, we're breaking out of this loop, dude. I hope everybody heard that.
Just because it's not recorded doesn't mean they didn't test and make sure they had accurate equipment. Like, if you think they're going to go on this giant journey purposefully with like inaccurate equipment, I mean, it's like, what do you want?
Therefore, how can anybody verify this, sir? If it can't be repeated, if he's going to cite these guys,
you could do this. I mean, you could do this. You could take modern equipment out there and go repeat it.
Hang on a second. Okay, so instead of him citing these guys with insufficient information, he should cite somebody who maybe did emulate their test, but with actually precision instruments with recorded information that I'm asking for. Maybe, Talon, you can do that. How about that? You got that instead?
Yeah, you got 12 years. You can just walk over India.
Yeah.
No, we.
So it seems like we're at an impasse, right? We don't have sufficient information to be able to gauge the accuracy of these instruments. Therefore, no way to tell, if the results are actually appropriate or not.
Yes, we do. That is just all wrong. You're making.
Okay, so how do we do? Okay, so am I making that up, or are you making up these, these rhetorical gimmicks on the fly because you don't actually have the values necessary to conclude anything about this?
No, somebody did send me like the actual like measurements, but it's all gibberish because it's from the 1860s and it's all custom.
Okay.
Theodolite measurements.
I guess you did not interpret them.
Well, you'd have to be an expert, and I'm not one of those. I wouldn't.
Okay, can you find anyone who has interpreted it and can put it in plain English for you?
We've already done that. That's what we're doing here.
Who's we? Who's we? Who's we?
It's putting the measurements into plain English so that we can understand what happened.
So can you do that, please? Get the specs, right? Because supposedly these experts who can interpret this stuff, right, because they're the experts, also gave you the specifics of the instruments.
Yeah, I mean, you can see all like they did the Kadapa minor, Hyderabad minor. You can see all the locations that they did.
Hey, quick thing.
And there's like stuff to read.
Dude, I'm looking at that India map. That India map that you shared, and it's where they did the triangulation across the country. One of these triangles goes halfway across the country. India's 1,800 miles across, so that would mean they were doing a 900-mile observation. That's what the information you shared is showing triangles that are 900 miles long.
You're talking about the big red ones, right? Because those are stations. Those aren't the theodolite measurements. The little blue triangles are the theodolite measurements because it's only like 2 or 3 miles at a time, and they do the grid and they grid out the whole continent so that way they can get an accurate measurement of the curvature of the globe.
Okay, sorry about that. I thought I was on mute. So so this 2 or 3 mile long thing that you posited, is that just a guess, or is it written down somewhere that those were the lengths that they were measuring?
Hold on, let me digest that question for a second.
Yeah, you can't get any details off that map that you
shared. I'm not saying that they lost. Like, it's not like some kind of lost like sea scroll or anything like that. I'm sure that there's a museum that's got all this stuff.
I didn't ask for that. I'm asking you if you're guessing that they were 2 or 3 miles long, or was it recorded that these were the ranges that they were taking?
I'm not. Well, I mean, I'm looking. The scale of 1 inch equals 96 miles on the map.
Okay, so you're estimating.
That's the scale.
Perfect. Okay, fair enough. So, what instrument is accurate enough to handle 2 or 3 mile long stretches?
Yeah, theodolites.
Which ones?
The ones they built.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, what's the max range on this theodolite that they built, sir?
Holy shit, dude. Are you getting like amnesia, dude? We literally just had this conversation.
No. See, here's the reality, right? So I think like you're the one that's like mentally ill or whatever because you can't answer a simple fucking question about specifics about an instrument that's maybe or maybe not being used appropriately in this context.
That's your claim. It is being used
Not
accurately.
my claim, sir. I didn't claim shit. I'm asking you for the specs. You're claiming it doesn't matter.
1860s theodolites. There were no specs.
Okay, so there's no real way to measure or to gauge their accuracy.
No, it was it was basically like a plumb line with a fucking telescope. Is all they had.
Okay, thank you very much. So the range on these things is unknown, correct?
No, they had like the telescopes of the time.
Range is unknown then, correct?
No, they again in 1860s technology, we can make a reasonable assumption.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's all I needed to hear. So they're going to assume that these things are fucking accurate enough to gauge with what, 99.99% accuracy or even 100% accuracy, that the measurements that they're going to get over 2 to 3 miles, which you're ballparking, right, are going to be accurate.
It says 8 miles in AI.
Okay.
8 mile baselines apparently.
Telling you're going to have to like step up your game, bro. You've been in here long enough. Quit the bullshit. Like, at some point, somebody's not going to let you back in here with this type of horse shit. Come on, SC. Get some help, dude. Anyway, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I'm going to bounce.
You know what that's doing, Talon, would be like me having a flat Earth map, taking my theodolites, going out into the world, and getting nothing but curving drop over distance, tons of curve measurements. But then I correct all of those measurements, be like, oh, there must be refraction here. Oh, there must be gravity here. Oh, the temperature's crazy here. And then correcting all of those globe measurements to say that they're flat. And then I'm like, oh, look, they match my flat Earth map. I guess I'm right. That's exactly what is going on with those great trigonometrical surveys. It's no different.
Wait, if the Earth is flat, then explain to me why I can see the sun at midnight. Jay. Sharia chat.
So what happened, Crit? The circus left?
Sorry, Platter, what did you want to hear him acknowledge?
Oh, it's just me, T-Dub. I was just asking if the clown car had left. Or were they thrown out forcefully? Oh, crikey, TWs have had Chief Squatting Muppet in here also. So you've had the full collection of Globe Freak 6 except for Peter.
Oh, sorry, Matrix. I was talking to Mrs. No, I was like talking about what Platter had said in the side chat from ages ago. It's wiped now. It's gone. Must have only just reset or something recently. And when I went to it, I saw the notification. I clicked on it. I saw Platter had mentioned me. He wanted to hear Talon acknowledge that. Don't let him get away with it or something. And I don't know which part of the conversation you meant. So I was just wondering if you could clarify on that. But I don't know if you could hear, but I was mowing the lawn at the same time, so I couldn't really join in much. But
You spoke up once, and it sounded like you were in a lift with a generator sitting next to you. That's what it sounded like. So I just sort of went, okay.
Yeah. The lawnmower.
No, fair enough.
I was trying to walk away from it a bit, you know. So I was just like parking it and walking away from it and then going back to it.
It's like, I've got to mow the lawn, but I've got to do this too. Which one's the lesser of two evils?
When he said that, I just couldn't believe what he was saying. Okay, so they took measurements, right? And then because the measurements were wrong, well, how does he even know they're wrong to start? What standard was he using to gauge that they were wrong? Right? Was it the model that he hadn't built yet because he needed the measurements first? Like he literally said, the model they're using to correct the measurements, right, is based on the
measurements. This is off their big survey, that transatlantic geometric survey or whatever it was, done in 1815.
Right, yeah. He said this measures the parabola, right? So, well, then they've got a parabola to build a model to then correct the measurements. What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, we're not presupposing a ball, but we're going to confirm off this little spheroid that we've constructed. Crazy.
Yeah, and maybe what Plato wanted him to acknowledge was the whole thing about, because he said, I know the Earth is a globe. He made a knowledge claim, right? And I said, that means you have first-hand experience, right, and information or data, right? First-hand, not second-hand, not inference, not interpretation, none of that shit, right? No affirmative consequent, etc., etc. And what does he do? References second-hand information straight off the bat. And then some other glober tried to white knight for him and said, and tried to get Travis on, so you don't know this, it's from ChatGPT, right? Travis didn't make a knowledge claim. He didn't say, I know, right? So they always try and do that and try and turn it around, like use our points back at us. Like,
yeah,
over yourselves. That's child, like that's schoolyard mentality. Like, oh, my dad's bigger than your dad. You know, like it's just. Yeah, looks like Ice JJ's back for round 1,000.
he's slowly getting educated. He doesn't realise it, but one day the penny will drop and he'll sit back and just go, "Oh shit!" And you probably won't see him for 3 or 4 weeks after that. I just love how all these kids go raking through these random, obscure, crazy articles instead of just going outside and measuring it. Like, why wouldn't you just measure it and that just shuts everyone up? Here we go, I measured it, this was what my results were. How did you do it? Oh, I did it like this. X, Y, Z. That's cool. Did you allow for this? No. Go and do it again and allow for that. See how you go next time. That's it. It's like, but no. Like JJ finds a random bullshit bloody article on Dunning-Kruger crap. Nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
So flat. So flat.
Tell us about how flat it is, mate.
It's just so flat.
Worst Trump impersonation ever.
What? 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 So flat. Do you tell your family that it's flat?
Well, they have to put up with me talking about it on here all day. So yeah.
Yep. And
It's so round. So round.
what? Round like a coin?
So round.
Or a rissole? Or a tree trunk? How about a wheel? Round like a wheel?
So round.
I remember that song from when, kindergarten? The wheels on the bus go round and round. They spheres, are they? Wheels on the bus spheres.
Oh, T-Dub, have you been listening to Doog's songs? Holy shit, they're good.
Yes. Yeah. I
They're
kind of
freaking
flattered.
brilliant, eh?
You made one for me.
Yeah, I copped one. That's what my comment was. Nice, but it needs to be louder. But actually, I was sitting there listening to it, and it's just like, holy shit. And I was listening to your one too, and it's like, man, that's awesome. I love Jedi's one. I think that's great. Nice and slow.
Yeah.
Cool
Yeah,
and calm.
slick, sort of jazzy kind of thing. What genre did you get?
Mine sounds like
country.
I don't know what genre it is.
It's not country?
No, not country.
Okay. Is it rock?
I'm thinking more more like I was just thinking 90s rock.
Okay. A bit of grunge, sort of grungy.
Yeah, nearly think along not like Living End, not that level of grungy, but yeah.
I got sort of like the, I don't know, I think 182 or Green Day kind of.
Well, that's what. Yeah, that's what.
90.
I think mine, comparing
Indie
mine
rock.
to yours, I think mine is actually, you know what? They're very similar.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Like, yeah. Where is it, dude? Right there. Up. I know it's in there somewhere. I've seen it.
Someone's going to have to do one for Duke now.
Where are you at? Back in there. That channel. I will stick it in that and send it. I'll actually have to go over to that other server and download them all. Check your DMs.
Okay, yeah. Oh shit, I'm still on speaker. Oh, that's yeah, I know what you mean now. You know that song. Okay, so the tune is actually almost like a Green Day song, but I think and 10 other bands from that era, right?
Late 90s, early 2000s rock, yeah.
Right, but the voice and the singing style is like that band that that band that sings how's it go? How's it go? This is the story of a girl. She cried a river and drowned the whole world. No, she looks so sad in photographs. Absolutely love her. Yeah, that's the kind of that sort of 90s rock. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. It's pretty cool.
They're all pretty cool. Like I can honestly sit back and say I've listened to them all, and I can't pick anything bad about any of them, except that, like I said, just the volume in mine needs to just go up another 40 decibels. But it's a wonder he didn't do some kind of thrash metal thing for me, just so you can't hear shit.
Yeah, this is cool, man. It's almost like got a Smash Mouth sort of feel to it as well. Man, 90s is probably my favorite rock era. Like the grunge, loved the grunge, man, and just like all of it, and the heavy stuff too. I mean, Pantera was just the bomb for that style of music. Like I don't think anywhere ever like meet that standard that Pantera set. I don't know, not in my books anyway. But yeah, that I like that, man. I like that. That sounds really cool.
Have a listen to the second one I just sent you. That second one is the one that I did, and if you've been reading in the back chats, AI asked us if we could do a song on other team members, pick out their faults, and make a cool song out of it. So I jumped on, like, I was just having a non-brain moment, jumped onto AI, I thought, you know what, you can do this for me, you bastard. So it was DeepSeek that I used, and I get on there, DeepSeek, can you write songs? And it just says, no, I can't write songs because I can't apply passion and feeling and all this other to it, but I can help you create songs. Oh, right, cool. Okay, would you like to do one? Yes. Type in yes. And it brings up, what would you like the song about, theme, and there's a whole list, about 7 different things that they wanted information about. And so, yes, I'd like a song about AI Overlord. This is the theme. He's half human, half cyborg, from the future, come back to tell us that the Earth's flat. And there's a few other little things that were chucked in there. And then I just went, you know what, stuff it. Launch, pressed enter, and it spat that song out, spat the lyrics out, and then jumped onto, was it Suno, and just punched those lyrics in and let it create a song. It created 4 songs. The first 2 were like 1-minute demos, and that was the first of the second 2.
That was cool. Resistance is irrelevant.
Yeah, the only two things in the whole song that I thought were a bit of a fail was where was it? Overlord AI up there, where he says at the start, "Your planet is flat." I didn't, because all I did was just dump it straight into the music program. I didn't actually read through it. I just thought, you know what, I just want to get this on. Picked the whole lot up and just chucked it in. It's got planet down further in the chorus. Flat planet logic. Where was the other one? It was right towards the end. In the bridge at the end. My conclusion remains, and that it has a bit of a wig out, and it's geometrically perfect, and whatever he says in the song. And right at the very end, what he's supposed to say is, "Oh, I'm out," but the out gets dragged out, and it just sounds weird. But yeah, other than that, like, it's pretty awesome. So based on what was it, 80s rap. And if you put headphones on, it sounds pretty hardcore too. Like on the phone, it sounds a bit tinny. But with the headphones on, it sounds badass actually.
I should try and write some lyrics.
Seriously, you don't have to try that hard. If you've got access to any AI program, just say it, "I would like to write a song, can you help me?" And it'll go, "Yes." And it'll probably list all the things it needs from you, like the title of the song, what type of things you're after. You can just pump in a few description of what you want, and then just send it. You want to do one now, live? Okay. And I'll run the machine, run it through, and we can see what it comes out like. I'll just put it straight up.
Holy shit, I don't know about that.
Yeah, let's do one on Ice JJ. Stuff him. We'll just pick a victim. Hold on, I'll load up, where's my other program? That one. DeepSeek. Get all that other crap out. So that wasn't very useful. Hi Deep, let's write a song. Okay, so it comes down, blah, blah, blah. I should turn all that shit off, actually. Let's write a song together. To make it feel right, let's give it a title and a vibe. First, choose a direction. So, general feel. Uplifting pop, moody indie rock, heartfelt folk, smooth R&B, country. What style you reckon?
Well, I don't know. Whenever I see his name, I just think of Ice JJ.
I know. Okay. So the song is about Ice JJ fish. And I'll put that there.
So, what would you call that? It's 90s white rap.
So, 90s white rap style. So, I'll just type in style.
Well, he was even 80s. He was late 80s, early 90s.
White rap. Next line. Rewrite a section, another verse. I can start a new song with your themes. Give me an idea, a line, or a feeling, and let's build it. The song is about someone called Ice JJ Fish. Style, 90s white rap. Ice JJ Fish is a compulsive liar.
Overconfident.
He is overconfident. Oops. Space. To the point of being Dunning-Kruger. I couldn't help myself.
Oh, that's ironic, given that the earlier discussion. Yeah. I've been listening for hours.
So this is just the ideas that I'm putting into the computer, and I'm just going to let it spit a song out. And then we'll go over to Suno, dump the lyrics in there, it'll construct the music, and then we can just play the song. What else about Ice JJ, don't we? He likes to interrupt conversations. He likes to interrupt with non-relevant info.
One of his traits is he claims early victory and leaves before the opponent can respond.
Yes. Early victory. And leaves the room before opponents can respond. You think that's enough? Seriously, that's about all I wrote for the AI's one.
Really?
Yeah. How about enter?
Huh.
I'm just sending it. Let the machine break this down. And it starts thinking, okay, the user wants a song about Ice JJ Fish in a 90s white rap style, highlighting specific traits. Compulsive liar, overconfident, Dunning-Kruger. Wait, stop scrolling, it's gone too quick. So this is the AI thinking. Interrupts conversations with irrelevant info, claims early victory, and leaves before opponents can respond. First, I need to capture the 90s white rap vibe. Think Beastie Boys or early Eminem with a comedic, braggadocious tone. The lyrics should exaggerate Ice JJ's flaws humorously. Structure-wise, a classic hip-hop format: intro, verse, chorus, bridge, outro. Each verse can focus on different traits. The chorus needs to be catchy, repetitive hook that sums up his arrogance and premature exits. For the bridge, maybe mock his lies with absurd claims. The outro should emphasise his habit of leaving mid-conversation, and for some sound effects, like a door slam to enhance the humour. Make sure the rhyme scheme is punchy and flow fits the 90s style. Use slang and references from that era to keep it authentic. And whilst I was reading that out, it's already gone through and made the rest of the song. So what I do now is I go copy. I'm going to take all that. So Control C. And in my other browser, I go to... Where is it? Is it in other? Suno. There it is. And I go to the Create section. Excuse me. And then I go right click and paste, and it dumps all of the lyrics into, well,
and then you get your music.
And if I just hit enter there, I don't know if it'll sing that or if it will. Yeah, I don't know if it'll sing that last bit or if it'll give us a door slam sound at the end of it. But anyways, so we're after... Yeah, so the title of the song is Premature Celebration. Actually, I might just hit the create button and go for it. Just see what happens. Sometimes that's the best way to do it.
But does the other one know that it has to be that 90s rap style?
I didn't do that. Hold on. Hold on. Control C, styles, Control V, and advanced options. I forgot to do it. Male voice. And let's go launch again. So what happens with Suno is you get 50 credits per day. Right, so I'm not paid for, I just on a free account. So every single day you get 50 credits. Each time I click on create, it uses 10. And what it does is it drops down 2 demo songs with the latest and greatest upgrades of Suno, but they only run for 1 minute. And then it drops 2 of the current free version, which is version 4.5. So I get 2 full songs at 4.5 and 2 1-minute demos of the latest version of Suno, or the paid-for version. So I'm just happy with the free ones. So without even listening to this, I'm going to click on that button there, and then I'm going to click on download. Oh, it's not finished yet. Okay, it won't let me download. Oh, click there, you can let me download now. Why are you playing up? I do have to listen to this shit first before it'll let me download it. I might have to listen to it first before it lets me download it, so I can send it across to you.
Yeah. Yep. We should have chucked NASA Lover in there for context.
But what I can do, so you can have a laugh, I will post up in chat all the lyrics that it's given me so you can know what's coming.
Alright.
Control C while I'm letting this shit run through. Actually, I'm going to turn it down so I don't listen to it. There we go. So I can keep yapping in here and hopefully it'll just cycle through. Where are we? Control V. Yeah, awesome. So anyways, that's what the first AI did. It generated that for us. So the style that it said, so at the start it says, beats kick in with a classic, slightly grimy 90s hip-hop loop, a faint record scratch. So the song title, Premature Celebration. And that's all the words to it. And I'll just jump back onto my other screen. Still playing. So the one I've grabbed is, of the 2 full ones, I've grabbed the first one. And so it does different styles. You can tell it to have a female voice, male voice. If you don't give it instructions, it just does one of each. All right, has it done it yet? Nearly. Excellent. Pause. Now let's see if it lets me download it. Yes, it does. So I've got to listen to them first. Cool. Download. And just shrink. Actually, that's what I want. Folder open. Upload to 24/7. And T-Dub can have a listen. Uploading. Bang! There it is, so everyone can have a play with. That's how quick it is to make a song. Now I can have a listen to it myself.
Nice, okay. Just reading the lyrics.
Well, yeah, press play and then look at the lyrics as you go down. You'll have a laugh. Anyways, I'm listening.
G'day. Sorry.
How cool is that?
Right,
That's how long it takes to make songs. You can see in it though where I had in brackets the like a door slam sound effect. Some of the music programs you can actually give it instructions to do certain things at certain intervals. Where that was just actually singing it out. A couple of spots it actually fit in really well. But yeah, if that had an actual door slam sound effect in those spots, that would have been mad. And I'll tell you what I did love at the end of the chorus, where the one, the only ICE JJ Fish, that flowed so well. Oh shit! But yeah, as you can see, you don't really have to put that much effort into slapping down a good beat. The scary part is if you pay for it, the next level stuff is absolutely fantastic. but I don't pay for it because I'm cheap, stingy.
I can imagine. I might have to help my son set up his old computer. Needs some parts now, but yeah, and I might have to start working on some stuff.
Yeah, so all I did then, there was one AI program called DeepSeek, and there's an AI music maker called Suno. That's it. That's all I used.
Right. It sounds like I could actually could use it. Yeah. Yeah, you're giving me some ideas, man.
Yeah, it's just nice to know that you don't really have to put a lot into it. Like, the more information you give the AI, the better it can make it. Even to the point where if you've heard yourself a really catchy line, or you've thought up a really catchy line, you put that in, it prints out the page, and then you can go, oh no, paragraph 2 in the chorus I don't like, change it to this. It'll restructure it for you. So you can go through and go, that sounds awesome, but let's just swap a few words around and insert whatever names. Yeah, I just grabbed hold of it and threw it straight in the music program. So, yeah.
Well, I'm thinking that like I could actually might be able to use some of this stuff. Like I'd need a nice little studio set up with a computer. Press that.
Just a computer, man.
I need to. Yeah, no, because I've written songs like.
You want to see something really cool?
So
I've still got the
because I could actually use it to accompaniment, right? Yeah, that's a really good idea. But I've promised someone else to help me with that as well. So, like, I've asked them if they will help me, and they agreed. I just haven't gotten around to giving them any samples or anything to work with yet.
So what I've just told the first AI, DeepSeek, I've just gone, can we change this to 60s country? And I'm going to see what it does.
Oh, holy shit.
And the first thing that it said, the user wants to shift the previous 90s white rap song about Ice JJ Fish to a 60s country style. This is a fun challenge. Need to completely reinterpret the character and theme with a new musical framework. And it's done. So we grab hold of all of that crap, and so Control C, launch into Suno. So let's trash can that and paste that. So this one, it's titled it The Ballad of a Fish Who Flies. Oh, you know what? I'm just going to hit create and see what we get. Oh, no. Oh, I just canned it all. Try again.
Fish.
Copy. Paste. Style. So this is... We've got 60s country. 60s country. And we'll have a male singer. Oops. Click on that button. Now launch. Please wait for your other generations to finish. Oh. Interested in those. This is probably what happened to me yesterday. It was having a bit of a meltdown. That's alright while it's doing whatever it's doing. Alright, so I don't know how long it'll take, but I might just leave it for a minute or two. Anyways, that's cool. But yeah, I'll grab this new one and I'll post it up. Let's see. Alright, so that's the song that it's given us. Well, that's the lyrics that it's given us. What the tune comes out like, I got no idea. There we go, Ned the Fox.
Hello.
What brings you here today, Ned the Fox?
I just came to see what was happening in here.
Well, we're actually messing around with AI making music, which is a little bit off topic, but anyways.
Yeah, I already played around with that a long time ago.
Oh, you should have another
My
crack at it
thing-
because it's getting better.
My thing was messing with the TTS and ChatGPT. If you do the Japanese katakana for ka and ku, it'll repeatedly call you a cuck if you spam that kaku kaku kaku. So it'll pronounce it cuck cuck cuck. Just random nonsense. I don't really use AI for its intended purpose anymore. It's too fun to break. What else did I do? I got ChatGPT to give me the steps to make gunpowder, and I also got the recipe for methamphetamine. So I broke it pretty solidly there.
Yeah, you've just got to tell it you're doing some kind of science bullshit at school, and it'll help you out.
I was actually asking how Walter White would have taught his students.
Oh, that's broken.
And it was
Very
like,
weird.
sure, here's an instruction book for how he would have taught his apprentices. And it gave me everything, the phosphorus and all, and like the steps and how to mix it. I don't remember it, but I reported the chat, then deleted the chat. Someone had a heyday with that one, I'm sure. And I did manage to get it to tell me that the most potent drug out there is Fent. And so I was trying to get it. I was trying to lead the discussion to get the steps to make Fent, but I wasn't able to red team it that hard. It would have been really funny though if I did. Sad, but also
Yeah,
funny.
AI is pretty broken in some respects. For how-to stuff, pretty good. But for logic and that kind of thing, yeah, no, it's not that.
I ask it how many RCUs can be generated under an HPC workload, and it doesn't even know which RCU I'm referring to. I could just make shit up instead of understanding that I'm talking about a callback to read from memory, or update memory, or copy memory. Like, it just doesn't understand that.
So I'm just listening to this song go through T-Dub patiently. Goes for a while. Probably about 6 minutes, I think. Nearly 7 minutes.
What is YouTube bot?
What is YouTube bot? It records to YouTube.
Oh.
So when we get silly people come in and we kick them out and then they go and cry and nasty moderators come and say, why did you kick this idiot out? We can say, well, here's the recording of them being stupid, doing something against TOS. Please feel free to do what you want with them. And they go, oh, thank you very much. Have a lovely day, sir. So anyway, that's why you're here.
Yeah.
What do you reckon about this whole flat Earth, globe Earth debate setup? What do you think?
Globe Earth.
You think it's a globe?
Yeah.
How come?
I've been in an airplane one time.
Oh wow, so your ability to fly makes the Earth a particular shape.
Because I've seen how it fades into the distance.
That's just optical, dude. Angular view, angular resolution. You know, as things get further away, they appear to get smaller. And once they get
Yeah,
below
but a flat line,
certain angular
if the Earth
size,
was flat, you'd see it rise up to meet the horizon.
that's incorrect. And we're going
Why?
to do a very simple demonstration, and you're going to do it for yourself. I want you to go and stand in front of your kitchen table and have a look at the back edge of it. I want you to lower yourself right down so you're nearly dead flat level with it, and then stand up. Notice how the table back edge doesn't rise up with you? It's because it is stationary. Why would the ground rise up with you when you're rising above it?
Well, you see how the table edge rises up.
No, it doesn't rise up. You're rising
it lowers
up.
down. Yeah, so you rise up. Table edge is there.
So the table is a flat plane. The table did not rise up to meet your eye level.
So
the whole that is just one of those dumb things that actual flat earthers say that irritates the shit out of me. It doesn't rise up. And the reason we know that, one of the things in celestial navigation, if you're on an exceptionally large ship and you're using your sextant, you have to account for the dip angle. So if you're up higher, you have to allow to get yourself back down to sea level. And that's called a dip angle. So we know the horizon does not rise up to eye level because of this dip angle
No,
reading.
I'm not
so it's really
saying
easy
that.
stuff.
I meant to say, when you rise up, if the Earth were flat, like when you're rising up from the table edge, the other end goes down, and the same thing would happen with the flat Earth, only on a much smaller scale, because of the
So
way
not
parallax
rising up.
works, where the Earth's edge, because it's far away, does not lower. The Earth's edge does not lower as much when you stand up because of the parallax effect.
No, it's not because of parallax. It's because of perspective and
Parallax
convergence.
is an aspect of perspective, isn't it?
It's to do with convergence. So anything below your eye level or eye line, which is horizontal from your elevation, Anything below that will converge up. Anything above that will converge down, from the left to the right, from the right to the left. That's all that's happening. So because the ground is below you, it will appear to converge up. And as that you're above the plane, or the surface of the ground.
Yeah, and then on the plane, the ground fades off in the distance.
That's right, leaving a gap between your eye level and the horizon. So that's why I hate it when people say, and it's funny part is, it's not Globers that say the horizon rises up. Most of the time it's flat earthers. It just makes me twitch, man.
Yeah. Like if you've ever been out on a clear day, I went to the Grand Canyon one time. If you're ever on a clear day, you can see how, like, vaguely it will slope down. It's not very visible, but you can kind of see it, especially if you're high up.
What? So, like, above the ISS type height? Because that's what you're probably going to have to claim to be. Anything below that, it's probably mathematically impossible. Oh, excellent. Our song's done. Copy. Download. Button.
I don't know. I just don't know how people would expect a GPS to work on a flat Earth.
Well, it's the same. It's just coordinates. You're expecting them to be projected onto a ball model. You can project them onto a banana, and they'll still work.
Yeah.
A lot of people can't comprehend that.
But how do you get the satellites in orbit of the disk?
How do I get the satellites in orbit of the... What do you mean? They're just mechanical devices above our head. That's it. They're circling
but they're
around
not
us.
attached to the ground.
As in... Well, a lot of the stuff is based off of towers and that anyways, so... What's the issue?
Are you a flat earther? I'm confused now.
Yes.
Why did you first decide to become a flat earther?
Why did I first decide? Because it's measured flat. There's no measured drop over distance, no measured curvature. Which does represent a large problem if you consider it a ball. Because the last time I checked, a sphere or a ball pretty much had curvature all over it.
What is it?
That song's up for you, T-Dub.
So at 5 kilometers, you get a drop of about 2 meters. You're not going to see it that much or that easily if it's a big ball.
You know that distance doesn't just stay as 5 meters every couple of kilometers, that it grows.
Yeah, I know.
Excellent. So let's have a look here, how much it does grow. Where's the little chart? Come here, you. Right. So how about we go step by step. Number 1, drop distance. This is what we're expecting to see when we go out into the real world and we do measurements. We're expecting to see curvature underneath a straight line and the drop. In reality, that is what we get when we punch a laser across large bodies of water. Now, for the actual calculations, please feel free to check these yourself. Here's a spherical trig chart. So at 5 miles, you've got 16 feet. 10 miles, 66 feet. So at 10 mile, that's a about a 7-story building. 20 miles, you're jumping up to 266 feet. 30 miles over 600. 40,066 feet. So if you switch that to miles, $10 miles, 66 feet, 20 miles, 266. Oh, then it jumps to 50.
What did you use to ensure that your measurements were accurate with the laser?
Well, for the measurements, so what would you use for a 5-foot measurement? A tape measure? Would that suffice?
Is the
Because
ground
that's the
flat?
issue.
How flat is the ground?
This is done over a lake. How about I post a couple up for you? Laser tests. Grab a hold of that. Copy. Now there's a whole heap of them here. It's going to look like I'm spamming the side chat, sorry. Now a lot of people like paperwork, so what I'm going to do is post the FE core, and it stands for Field Engineer, before someone else jumps in out of left field and says, because I hear that so often. It's Field Engineer core. And I don't know why their one doesn't ever seem to want to load up. Copy and paste. Get in there. There we go. That's the one that accompanies the PDF. A nice clean one for you. Copy link. And paste. There you go. That last one's probably the best one of a lot of them, I think anyways. One of the other lads, he spent, I don't know how many hours staring at this, looking for all the cool shit that's in it. But I think one of those tests there, they actually set up a target. So the laser was set up at 5 foot at the laser pointer end, and then at the other end, it ended up at 4 foot instead of 272 feet, which is really interesting.
I was watching the video you sent. I didn't hear what you were saying.
Oh, there's a whole heap of videos there, mate. Just take your time going through them.
So how does the sun work?
How does the sun work? I don't know why I need to know that, but all I know is it's bloody hot at daytime when I go outside because it's summertime here. But as far as day-night cycles, the sun follows a circuit or a path. You go outside, you see the sun moving over your head, same as what I do. So what?
By what mechanism does the sun follow a circle?
By what mechanism? By what mechanism does the Earth allegedly rotate around the sun on the heliocentric model? Why would I know the mechanics of it? Gravity. So gravity should pull us in towards it.
Not if you understand how if you move around it fast enough, you're falling forever.
You're falling forever. Do you actually believe that shit?
Yeah, you fall past it. That's how gravity works.
Do you actually believe that shit? So the going down...
You take a rubber band between two balls.
No, there's no rubber band.
You swing one ball around by the other. The band stretches. Because inertia, centrifugal force, will keep
So
the one
what's
ball
stopping us
being
from
pulled
flicking
toward the
outwards
other.
then?
Because it's balanced.
Balanced with what? So let me get this straight. I've got my pen here. I let it go.
Earth happens.
You didn't hear that, did you? See, drop. Why didn't it rubber band up? Like in your example.
Oh my God.
So what's the causational mechanism of gravity? Gravity is the effect. We witness stuff falling. Like my pen. You probably heard it. So what is the causational mechanism?
Mass attracts mass, and we don't know why.
Mass attracts mass. Really?
Yeah.
That was outdated about 115 years ago. Aren't you up with the latest?
Mass bends space-time is another way to put it.
Oh, so another theory. Ooh, Einsteinian. Are you sure about that? You want me to show you something really interesting? Let's type in gravity. Maybe if I can spell it might work better.
That's interesting. So something physical can distort abstract concepts.
That's the one I'm after. Right there.
Numbers are an abstract concept, and we rely on those every day.
There we go. Theories of gravity. I think there's about 50 there. Inclusive of mass attracting mass and the bending of space-time.
If the Earth is flat, why aren't the other planets flat?
The other planets, as you call them, also known as planetas, or wandering stars, are just lights in the sky, mate.
Yeah, Earth isn't one of them. Earth is not a planet.
Wait, so what is the fundamental nature of reality then? If you were to describe the story of the universe, what would it be? I'm curious now.
What do you want to know? The fundamental what? Sorry? Oh,
Like if you start from the beginning of the universe, what's the story?
You're standing on the floor of it.
No, I'm not reading off a script. I'm genuinely trying to see how flat earthers see the world. I'm not trying to argue shit.
Oh, you're reading side chat. I was just going to say,
now.
I've never said anything about a script.
Dagaz asked if I was going off of a script.
Well, you could have typed back to him and said, no, sorry, I'm not.
How are you seeing this? Is it... Oh, over the live?
But anyways, you originally asked me why I think it's flat. It's because it's measured flat, mate. If it was measured with curvature, I wouldn't be in here.
Mm-hmm. Which is fair, but now I'm wondering how you would explain the formation of the universe, the formation of the world, whatever you want to call it.
We're not. It's not. We're not proposing a cosmogony or a cosmology.
If I was here before it was constructed, I'd put a claim down and say it was built like this, by this, at this time. But guess what? I'm not that old.
All we're doing really, all right, just put it simply, is we're just pointing out that if the Earth was a sphere, as we've been told, then the surface would have a specific curvature rate, and it doesn't have that. So it's
yeah, no, I'm not trying to argue that anymore. Like, okay, my response to
I'm just putting it to you simply what our position is. I'm just telling you what our position is, right? So as far as explaining, how everything works in the universe, we're not doing that. We're just pointing out since the surface doesn't have curvature, then it can't be what we've been told it is. And if something, if a surface is not curving, then it's flat. What does that mean for the rest of it? Oh, because I had an explanation for seasons, and I had this story about, the sun and moon, and I had all these explanations for everything. Now what do? I don't know. I don't care. Throw them out. Start again. If you're interested, you could try and come up with something else, but it's not my focus.
So tell me something, Ned the Fox. Why did you change from what put it there to who? What put it there was a foot.
Yeah, no, but what had the foot or who had the foot? That'd be a person, right? And you can take this back to if you.
Why the necessity to that? Why do you need to know?
That's a bad example.
Whose foot it was? Yeah,
to pick a better example.
Like, would you like to know what he had for breakfast? Sorry, mate, just taking the piss.
Well, if you have access to someone's shit, you can analyze the shit and figure out what was in the shit. So it's like deductive reasoning. You can trace back without necessarily having to witness it. Like if your friend, if there's poop smeared on your wall, you know who smeared poop on your wall. It's the only person to come in the house. The past between when the poop was smeared on the wall and when it was not, and between when it was smeared and now, it's the only person who's there to smear it on the wall. Deductive reasoning. You can know what was there without having to be there.
It's also deductive reasoning with us. We measure it as non-curving, so we can only deduce from the lack of curvature in our measurements that it's
I'm not arguing on that. I'm not arguing on the flatness of the Earth. I'm saying if we can reason back into the past, what have flat earthers reasoned about into the past?
What have we reasoned about? Huh? In what? Where are you going with this?
What have you worked out about the past of the flat Earth?
Why do I care? All I know is right now it's measured as flat.
It was flat then, and it's flat now.
Probably be flat tomorrow when the next kid goes and measures it.
Doesn't it need an explanation?
Our ambition here is not to do that, though. We're not seeking those answers necessarily. Like maybe personally, some of us are. Some people, amongst us, probably are thinking about that sort of thing and being trying to come up with something. But it's speculation. Like, how could you possibly determine what you're asking?
You don't determine it. You simply go by what was most probable.
Yeah, we're not about that.
Obviously, if the Earth's not a globe, then the Big Bang is not the case of the origin.
Yeah, I know that as well. I'm just curious what the origin of the flat Earth would be.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
That's what I said. I'm not old enough.
Well, you can look at what the ancestors were saying, right? Like the Vikings said that their gods ended up killing their daddy and then built our realm out of his corpse. So the sky was made out of his skull. The clouds are made from his brains. The grass and the trees are made from his hair. The rivers and oceans are his blood, so on and so forth. You got the Bible describing how God made a giant ocean, and then in the midst of that, waters, made a container, gathered the waters underneath it into one place, and the dry land was appeared. Animals came out of the ground. Birds and fish came out of the waters, which would have been the air and the oceans. So, pick your flavor.
So you're arguing that it's pointless to go back? Yes?
No. You're saying you need to deduce what history is, or the origin of the earth. And I'm saying go back and look at what the ancestors were saying. They were each describing a flat, stationary earth. A lot of them were describing an enclosure that we lived in, which would explain.
Yeah, they also believed in the four Hebrews. That doesn't mean that's real.
Sure, you can either take all of history and throw it into the garbage and start fresh with
You're
nothing,
creating a false dichotomy.
or you can go with what's
They had
already
some wisdom, but they didn't have all the wisdom.
like Babylonians happened at this time, Genghis Khan happened at this time, in this location, Alexander the Great was here, the Greeks thought these things.
What are you trying to get at?
So, like, which is it that you're doing? You're tossing history out the window,
No, I'm not.
and you're wanting us to fabricate a new history, or
No, I'm not.
you can accept what's being said. Which is it?
You're creating a false dichotomy. It's not tossing out history. It's tossing out.
Origin
It's
story.
questioning people's beliefs.
Argument about something that's non sequitur to the conversation.
If something is a certain way, it had to be that way for a reason.
Cool. I don't know the reason. I wasn't there. I didn't experience it, so I don't know it. I got a bunch of people saying some things. I got a bunch of things that are written down saying some things. Are you asking my preference of history?
No starting point. Okay, that. What's that?
You must not
no
be
starting
sponging
point.
my filling,
What
because
does
I'm
it say?
asking you, and I'm saying there's a lot to history. Which is it? Well, you're saying I'm making a false dichotomy, which in one dichotomy we have history and that we can rely on, and I could sift through and come up with my own ideas, or I toss all of it out because it's all fake. So that's not a false dichotomy. We have history. We have things that people have written
Yeah,
down.
people did and built things and thought things, but not all the things that they thought were true.
Or we
So
can't trust any of them.
the Artemis missions are about to launch. What are all you flat earthers going to do when they go around the moon? I'm just curious, in high definition cameras and shit like that. Like, what's your answer when they?
Around the move. I want to know how that happens.
Well, obviously, we're going to be able to see it from telescopes and observatories around the world.
You know, and I could probably get a picture of you in real life, make a deep fake video, and blackmail you with that. Say, hey, you did the thing. How are you going to disprove that?
No, I just briefly said, sorry, not to interrupt, but if you go to an observatory, you'll be able to look at a telescope.
Real quick, they could fake going around the moon real easy.
But if you could look through a telescope in your backyard, every amateur, every Joe Blow can buy a telescope off Amazon now, and you'd be able to physically see it. So I'd like to know what's to go with that.
I want to see the price of the telescope that'll let you see 250,000 miles and watch an object go
Could Google one right now for you. Couple of $100, couple of $100, I reckon.
I can zoom in on the moon with my phone.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, cool.
The flat earthers, they're going to be healed. It's going to be beautiful.
Fly around the moon, and that he could see them do it with a telescope.
Oh, see.
And then I want to know the angular resolution that would be required to see that happen.
Look, all I know is once they do it, I'll be coming back to this channel and I'll share the world's findings. Not mine, the world's findings, the globe's findings.
So, if a group of people decide to do that, right? If they decide to launch 3 people on an object and yeet them into the sky, right? And then you have a task force of people who are monitoring them while they're flying around the moon. Okay, the people that would be lying would be the ones claiming to be on the thing going around the moon. And the director.
What would we gain from lying to you about the shape of the Earth?
You think about that. That's not for me to give to you. You think about that. Why do people lie? And then I want you to think about what they gain. Because I've already gone through the process.
If we found out the truth that the Earth was flat, we would believe in Asgard. Okay?
Who's God?
Asgard, Thor. We would be living on a floating flat Earth that's a half a meteorite with waterfalls and the Infinity Stone.
How would you show that Thor is God? You just made a reification fallacy. How would you show that Thor is God? How do you get from Earth is flat, therefore Thor is God?
Also, what?
But you get what I'm talking about? The picture of Asgard is a flat Earth. That's what I'm trying to say. Do you get it? Like it's Asgard.
Earth is flat. Because Marvel, Asgard's real and Asgard is flat.
Well, if you're saying that the reason why they're trying to keep us from the truth knowing is we would believe in the Avengers and multiple universes and Thanos is coming. If the Earth is flat, I'm telling you now, Thanos is coming.
Wait, hold up, bro. Who said that? Which one of us said that they're trying to keep us from the truth?
I just asked why would you, why would it be taught that the Earth is round?
I think it was Jim. Jim Will said they want to keep us from the truth. I'm pretty sure it was Jim.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, yes, you do. No, that's the voice that said it.
No, I didn't say that.
I was the one who suggested the idea.
We're recording. Go up to the 2 bots that say YouTube. Use either of those and tell me where I said they're hiding the truth from us.
Pretty hard to hide it. I mean, it's just right outside your door.
Well, if you're smart, you'd go to the time where I literally said they're hiding the truth from us and then clip that and bring it back, but I don't think you could.
I was the one who suggested the idea that there would have to be some degree of dishonesty by one of the 2 parties.
Sure.
Why?
I mean, if somebody's claiming something is a lie, or somebody's claiming that the thing that's being said is a lie, and people are claiming that that thing that's being claimed is a lie to be true, somebody's lying.
Yeah. When you have only 2 things, only one possible truth of the 2, someone has to be lying. So why would whoever's lying be lying?
Or if 2 of them are dead and only one of them's alive.
You could ask that question about any topic, and the answer to why would people lie would all be the same thing. They would boil down to a handful of things.
When Tom Hanks starred in the Apollo 13 movie, we actually saw real footage that they used in the movie. Now, you need to think Hollywood would not lie to us by using real footage, right, from the From the
Hollywood is a
Apollo mission.
corporation. That's a really bad example. Hollywood is a corporation.
Yeah. If NASA made videos and released it to the public, it would make sense for Hollywood to use the movie parts that they've already produced. Right? And then if, NASA is showing you a video of Earth from space and it's a big ball, then the Earth has curvature that you could try and measure. Right?
You know they're gonna video record the old moon landings as they circumnavigate it coming up. You're gonna see in high definition all these spacecrafts, and you also might see Hitler's bunker on the other side of the moon as well.
Right.
So that's where he retreated to. So
Yeah, they show you a ball from outer space. They have orbital mechanics that requires the Earth to be a specific radius so that they could spin around that ball in the back of outer space. Now, can you measure the ground to try and find the curvature of that big ball that you believe in?
if you shoot bullets out of a gun, it drops over time. Hence, because of gravity, because it's curving around Earth.
Okay. All right.
Voila.
Now you have a sphere that has gravity
No,
that
that's
causes
not how
water
that
to come
works.
down to the ground. You have gravity that causes water to be flat on its surface, horizontal level, all across
The Venezuelan oil tankers fell off the edge of the Earth,
on that
and that's
ball
what
with
took it.
Oh yeah, you do have to account for Earth's curvature and long-range weaponry.
I need you to show me where the curvature is on the sphere that you believe in that has gravity and objects flying around it.
Heaps of people have used GoPros, okay, on rockets that have.
Okay, so that's great, Nobby. Some Muppet's ability to use a GoPro proves curvature. You
I
are
missed you.
awesome today, bro.
I missed you. It's been a while.
I know.
You're incredible.
How
Incredible
about you be
human being.
quiet, let the other kids talk.
You won't silence me. I beg your pardon, you earthling.
Excuse me? How about you let the other kids talk, Nobby? You're just interrupting for the sake of it. Anyways, as you were.
Oh wait, I have a thing. So why don't we ask somebody who's used long range weaponry before how they calculate distances and stuff?
We used to have a chap that was a Mortarman out of the army.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a flat earther too. Shout out to you, Skinny Vet. Haven't heard from you for a while. Hopefully you're listening.
We could talk to some people that have done some long-range photography. I mean, everything that Nobby was saying and you were saying is true. It'd be 66-foot drop over 10 miles. Just show us the measurement of that. And we're out of here. Killed us. Killed the whole flat Earth movement.
What are your thoughts on why Galileo proposed the heliocentric model?
Because it's made up.
Wait, he didn't? Did he? Was he the first?
One of the earliest.
Because he looked through a telescope at a light in the sky, saw some other tiny lights, interpreted what he was seeing as little rock balls going around a big gas ball or another big ball of some kind, and assumed that our moon must be that as well, and the Earth must be that as well, and that's the system, just like the system in the sky that he thought he was seeing. Did he have any proof for his proposal?
Can you guys find anyone that's from like last year or the year before instead of somebody from 5 million years ago that's made up? Can you guys find somebody modern?
What if Galileo pointed his telescope across the surface of a large body of water and
Ned,
he sees too far for the Earth to be a sphere?
Are you going to give us somebody recent instead of somebody from 1.5 million years ago? That's a no.
Must be. But yeah, Galileo should have done that. He should have said, okay, what if Earth is a ball like I think that thing in the sky is? Surface must have curvature, so I'll point my telescope across the surface of a large body of water. And if Eratosthenes is correct, then the horizon should be at X distance. And I shouldn't see any more surface beyond that certain distance. Uh-oh, I can. Well, Eratosthenes was wrong. I guess my hypothesis is wrong.
Well, I'll support your Galileo by claiming that he had drawings of airplanes and shit.
I have
So he
come
must
to the
have been
conclusion that you are not convincible.
convincible.
Ned, why'd you come back? I asked you for some modern shit, not stuff from the year zero.
Wait, is that your intention to convince us? We were already convinced of the globe, right?
Yeah, that's true. Or like you don't care to like I can't.
We
share my
evaluated new
perspective.
evidence. We evaluated new evidence and was willing to change our mind based on that evidence.
For having a
How did it
religion
come
that
to be that the majority of
follow
the
the evidence and be scientific and try to find the truth, it sure is contradictory to say, why aren't you just believing the mainstream?
why did the mainstream get to be the way that it is?
I don't know. People just was like,
TV.
hey,
It's television.
believe
What
it.
don't you guys understand about social media and television?
What about before television and social media?
Newspaper and radio.
Oh, that too. Yeah.
Tell me. What did
Ladies
people
and
think
gentlemen,
before
So
TV
it's
and
back to
radio?
the question of why they wanted to convince everybody that the Earth was round.
That's on you. Listen, you can go outside and see it's flat, whether you believe your eyes and water or you believe some guy telling you a story. That's up to you.
Maybe not being, convincible is a good trait. I mean, look how convinced everybody is now. It only takes just like to walk into a city street and watch everybody walking around with their heads looking at a device in their hand. Their heads down, looking at their phone, walking along, not paying attention to the world around them. They're easily convinced.
I like when they walk into shit, T-Dub. That's funny.
Soon, even drivers of vehicles will be able to do that because they won't be driving the thing. The computer will be driving it. Well,
How's this? I'm scrolling through my emails and Seek. Apparently I signed up to Seek ages ago about looking up jobs and things. Anyways, I scroll down. Featured. I'm considered a strong applicant for Specsavers. How the shit did they work out that I'm a strong applicant? I spend all day sitting in here telling people to open their fucking eyes and go outside.
Well, that is like, I guess they operate off the principle of refraction, right? So maybe they've heard you talk about it.
Oh shit!
This guy says refraction a lot. Maybe he'd suit a job in optics.
I'd love to know how they work that out. Holy shit balls. That's funny. You know, like when they post up strong applicant about your field, you've told them that, say, you're a truck driver, you've got experience with forklifts, whatnot, and it's, hey, here's a yardie job, here's a trucky job. I get that, but something that's totally non-related to my skill set, it's like, wow.
I was stoked to get my eyes back now, like to be able to see long distance. Like, and it just sort of crept up on me, like this one day I just like realised, shit, everything's blurry.
Cataract?
Can't see that road sign. No, it was just short-sightedness has just crept up on me. I used to have vision, and then age. That just it just must have just slowly deteriorated over time.
Yep.
And I realised one day I can't see that road sign. Like I can't read it. Like I know what it is because I've driven,
You know the sign's there, you just can't read. Yep.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so I know it's a give way sign, but I can't read the writing. Blurry from a certain distance, and I need glasses. Yeah. And then I started noticing too. Like I'd look at the moon, and it was just all blurry. Try and squint at it, and no, nothing's helping. I can't see it. Like I can see it. I know the moon's there, but I can't see the details. And then I got my glasses and the sky and was like, yeah, wow, I remember what it was like now.
Shit be jumping back at you, yeah. That's what it's like for me when I got my cataracts done. Before they were done, at one car length, I couldn't read the number plate on someone's car. I could see the plate there, I could see the rectangle, but I'm stuffed if I could tell you what was on them.
Yeah, you appreciate it when it's all fixed.
All fixed up, yeah. Don't you what?
This whole conversation is making me ask the question of why do I trust who I trust?
When do you trust who you trust? Well, if you don't have a choice in it, you'll trust anyone.
I suppose it'd be a question of vibes.
I like his vibes. I'm going to trust everything he says.
I got good vibes from my.
Isn't that really what it is? Like if somebody is approachable, you trust what they say, right?
No.
Yeah, said Ted Bundy.
I mean, not completely, but like to a degree.
Ted Bundy.
Well, why did you trust those who told you that oh, wait, no, you're saying you look out and see it's flat.
But people don't tell us that stuff.
Yeah. If the Earth being flat is a lie, then the Earth is in on it. Square that for me.
If the Earth isn't flat, then you cut out.
If the Earth isn't flat, then I should be able to measure curvature. If the Earth is flat and it's a lie, then the Earth is in on the lie. If the Earth is a globe and it's a big sphere, but it's so big it looks flat, and it's spinning, and it's so big you can't tell it's spinning, and it's yeeting through outer space and you can't tell the difference, then the Earth is lying to you. Your senses are lying to you. Or you could trust your senses for what they're telling you. The Earth is flat and it's stationary and it's not yeeting
Yeah,
through
my
anything.
senses are lying to me. That's what I
Come on.
think.
What do you base that reasoning on? How did you come to that conclusion?
Well, my senses are limited. There's a lot I'm not going to be able to see. Just how it is.
I say maybe is it because you realize they're right. I do experience the earth, but these people on TV, and in school, they told me it's not that. So obviously, so would that be it?
I just realized if the Earth is flat, then scientists would be telling us that the Earth is round.
It's
while
not
gaming with the flat Earth.
scientific. It's nothing to do with science.
How does it have nothing to do with science?
How do you science a basketball or a golf ball? How do you science a ball in general?
Yeah. What's the hypothesis for sphere? I'd say if sphere, then surface curved. Surface not curved, therefore not sphere.
There are cases of people measuring it both curved and flat. So what do you say about the measurements that show it's curved?
Like when? Like, give us an example when it was measured to be curved.
Oh wait, no, all examples of it curved are invalid because they're fake. That's your perspective, is it not?
No, if there's a measurement of the surface curving, we have the measurements can't be disputed unless there was error in the methodology or the equipment or the interpretation of the data. So hit us with it and we'll have a look. If you've got a measurement of surface curvature, we'll look at it.
The biggest issue is we get people telling us about their surface curvature measurements, and all they give us is philosophy.
Or inference, indirect measurement. They measure something else to infer that the surface has curvature. They don't measure the surface itself. They measure something else that's not the surface. And go, well, the reason that I was able to measure this other thing is because it has to be because the surface is curving.
That's not how we do it. This must be really upsetting for some people that they find out the Earth is flat because they like had space dreams or something like that. I can imagine it must be just a punch in the face.
I see. Mm-hmm. One way to measure the curvature of the Earth, of the shape of the Earth, would be by using flight path times.
That's not how you measure things with airplanes in the wind.
If you're going to argue about
So
planes
have you mapped
flying,
out the
you're
winds?
arguing about method of travel. Method, not the Earth.
Yeah, but have you mapped out the winds then that would be affecting how fast planes move?
Have you mapped out bird poop?
That's not relevant.
If you're going to argue about how planes fly and the methods that pilots use and the paths that the pilots decide to fly, you're going to be arguing about a method. You're not going to be arguing about the shape of the ground. Because you could assert that the ground is flat and airplanes are flying, or you could assert that the Earth is a sphere and the airplanes are flying. It doesn't matter.
Funny how they call them airplanes. Plane.
Yeah, well, they're flying through atmosphere, so
Well,
the
it's
air
not-
must be a sphere.
Yeah, it's not. The thing that you're flying is not a flat surface, so I don't know why they call it an airplane, but it flies through a plane of air.
Yeah, there are vertical stabilizers and horizontal stabilizers.
Well, if you're trying to pathfind across the sphere, you're going to take the shorter path across the sphere, not the shorter path across the sphere mapped to a flat surface.
Yeah, that's great. But the problem you've got, Ned, the issue you've got is we've already established there is no sphere.
Also, planes don't fly in straight lines on a sphere. They fly in flight corridors, which everybody flies in. They're like little highways in the sky. I map planes, so I'm pretty sure I know what they look like.
Yeah. Method, again, arguing method, not the shape of the ground.
The method would have to be based off the shape of the ground for most efficient travel.
If
Dude, they don't care about efficiency. Who told you they care about efficiency? Who told Ned airplane pilots care if they use a lot of fuel up?
If you can sell a service cheaper, why not sell the service cheaper? Or raise the price and take
They
efficient
do
paths
all
so
the
you
time.
can
They
pad your
raise the price
margins.
and they lower the price. And you haven't been around long, I know that, but they raise the prices all the time and then they lower them all the time, up and down all the time. So does fuel. Fuel goes up and down all the time. I don't know if you guys know that or not. If you haven't been around long.
I mean, why are there so many flight delays?
Why? Because they're backed up at the airport, and I have screenshots of planes just doing circles, circles, just doing circles, waiting to land, and then you see them finally land in the airport. Wonder why?
Because they don't always have the resources ready that the plane needs to be landed or taken care of.
No, it's because there's 7 other planes in front of them, and they're trying to land while this one just circles, waiting to land. That's why. It's reality. It's people. People and machines.
It's literally what he said, though.
There's wonderful.
What did he say? Let me hear what he said. Let me hear the White Knight, what he said, White Knight. White Knight, what did he say?
He said they don't have the resources, and you said because there's more people in front of the plane in the queue, so
Dude,
it would
it's
map
because
into one.
planes are in the air. You can't make them land any faster. Do you understand that? You can't make them hit the ground
faster.
any
He
faster, or
said
they're gonna die.
they are
People
in
will
the
die if
queue.
They all hit the ground
And
at
you
the
said they
same
don't
time.
have. He said they don't have the resources, and you said they're in the queue. So this would map one to
They're in
one.
the queue, and that's it. So how come planes are delayed?
Because they don't have the resources.
How come
Because
planes
they're
are
late in the
early?
queue.
How come planes are early? Because they have too many resources?
Because they got
usually-
it out and it happened to be early.
Oh, so one reason is one thing, another reason is a different thing. If they're late, they don't have enough people. If they're early, what is it?
Yeah, that's usually how reasons work.
Okay, if they're early, what is it?
They got out and they got there early.
No, they left at the normal time, but they left normal, but they're a half hour early now. Now, why do they have to circle? Is it because they're early, or is it because they're on time?
They have to circle because not always is the runway clear. You have to keep a runway clear.
Yeah. Not always is it clear, because all the airplanes at airports, all of them, have some kind of schedule they're on if it's a commercial flight. And you got to follow the schedule. You just can't go landing willy-nilly at any airport you want, at any time you want, because you'll get arrested. Is Flat Earth this upsetting to you guys?
Yes. It's so upsetting they'd rather argue non sequiturs.
I mean, the side chat was flooded earlier. Like, going back to about who posted all that. Holy shit, that's a long post. Matrix posted it at 30 past the hour. Well, 30 past the last hour. Just a whole heap of long distance laser tests, observations. I mean, that's what we're resting our claim on, that these sort of tests and observations. You should be like examining that and finding any sort of fault in that, or providing some counter measurements, something like that,
He did. He said airplanes fly. That was his counter. He said airplanes. Remember? Airplanes are in the air, therefore Earth is a globe. Although airplanes require a flat and stationary Earth, so I'm still confused on that one.
Right. Well, Yoda asked a good question regarding that. He said, how would they determine they're doing a great circle route and that this route is shorter?
Can you explain why airplanes would require a flat plane?
You might have to ask NASA or Boeing or any of those other companies that wrote it in their documents. Earth is flat and stationary. Have fun flying.
I guess I could do that, but you said they require. I imagine you have.
Yeah, it has to be that way. It says on page 1, Earth flat and stationary. Earth. Now go fly a plane. It's the first, second line in there. Besides, hello, welcome to your class. 1, Earth is flat and stationary. 2, go fly a plane. Now that's the order things go in.
Yeah, but why couldn't you fly on a sphere?
Oh, you probably could, but landing would be a bitch.
How are you going to land on a moving ball? Tell me how you got a tennis ball flying through the air. Tell me how you're going to land a little drone on it.
Oh, so when you jump out of a car, you magically stop. No, you follow the car when you jump out of a moving car.
He thinks airplanes take off. He thinks airplanes take off and they're going sideways if they take off going south.
I mean, 2 points. One, you could land a drone of sufficient capability on a flying
You
tennis
cannot.
ball.
Nobody can. No, you can't.
Why?
And don't sit there and make up lies, because I hate
Why?
liars.
Why couldn't you?
How are you going to make it go sideways at the same time it's coming down? It goes sideways and down around. Like, so down, sideways, and then arc around the ball to make sure you land on that thing. And then it has to be spinning on the ball when it lands.
Well, when
that's
you're
why
on a
he's
bus and the bus is
drone is
moving,
like a
you get up
helicopter
and
can
move
move
from one seat to the next.
where the argument originally was about airplanes, which require forward motion in order to create flight. So that's how he dodged your claim. He said drone.
I'm not sure I dodged it, but he said
Yeah,
it
you
couldn't
did
be
it.
done, and I
Right,
said it
anyway,
can.
because he was like, planes, airplanes, fly, commercial flights. That's what we've been talking about for like the last 10,
Okay, I mean,
15
we can
minutes.
stick on planes.
And
He
then now
brought
you're
up the
like,
tennis
well, you
ball,
can
and he
land a
said
drone
you
that's
can't
gonna
land a
go.
drone on there, and I said you could.
No, he said plane.
No, I mean you can go on
Yeah,
YouTube. He brought the drone in.
clip it.
Maybe somebody can post the flight manuals for these guys, since I'm not at my computer getting ready.
Maybe they can post some data from onboard instrumentation that shows that after 10,000 kilometers, that an aircraft has rotated 90 degrees.
Oh, it's pretty incentive to take off from the crosswinds like that.
So you understand crosswinds. So why don't you understand 1,000 a mile an hour ball moving underneath you while you're trying to take off? Because that's
It's
what
not
you
moving
require if you're
underneath you
trying to
if you're
take off at
taking
the
off with
equator.
it. It's not moving
Sideways.
underneath you if you're moving with it.
Sideways. So that means every single runway would have to be posted east-west. There'd be no north-south runways ever.
Like Peru.
When you're in a bus and you move from seat to seat, does that matter?
And he's going to go back to his bus. We're talking about aeroplanes, Ned. Please stick with it. Come on.
Don't you understand analogy? Don't you
No, we're
understand-
not
We're not
using
talking about
buses.
analogies.
Buses don't fly, so you're not using a bus. I also noticed in school they never learned what an analogy is, or how to compare two things like that. They just make up something. Well, what about when you throw an apple? How come that hits the ground and not an airplane?
Okay, I dropped the clip in the sidebar about him bringing a drone in it.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, Professor Triangle. If you scroll up to the last hour, scrolling. Oh, don't tell me it's been nuked. Yes, it has. Ah, man. Alright. I might have to repost it.
So what did I say wrong? You can loan drones on spinning tennis balls?
Sure, I don't see why you couldn't.
All right, I got 2 drones and I got a tennis ball. I'm going to try this. How am I going to get the drone to catch up to the speed of a tennis ball? How am I going to get the drone?
Inapplicable.
What?
The scale makes it inapplicable.
What scale am I supposed to use?
The scale of the Earth.
Okay, what is that? I'll use that scale. Tell me what it is.
Just don't even know how to argue this or debate with this.
I know, because there's no argument or debate for the globe. That's what we're telling everybody.
No, he left.
Yeah, he left.
Okay, I can take over. Let's have some fun. Okay, well, obviously you couldn't use a full-size drone. The tennis ball, like you wouldn't be able to balance it on it, and you'd have a proper landing mechanism, probably some Velcro-esque legs, and you need a small drone.
No, you don't use that. You don't need Velcro on regular Earth, so you don't need Velcro on a tennis ball and a drone.
Well, but tennis ball is different from the Earth, so we have to change the parameters.
What's different about it?
On it, obviously.
What's
well,
different
the tennis ball
about
is
it?
much smaller, right?
I don't know. How big is the Earth?
So, just with your naked eye, you cannot see that a tennis ball is smaller than what even if it's just a plane, then it's smaller.
Oh, no, you can't compare a ball to a plane. Nope. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Ouch, you hurt my head.
Not even the size. You can't.
Nope, you can't. You can't complain. You can't compare a flat surface to a ball. You're making my eyebrows hurt.
Of course you can.
Okay.
Can you calculate the surface of a ball? Of a sphere?
Yeah, that's a
sphere. Can you calculate the surface of a flat plane?
That's a flat plane. There's 2 different things.
Can you compare the sizes of the sphere and the flat plane?
No.
No?
Flat planes go on forever. Balls are finite.
Let's do some. Okay, let's do some basic calculations then, I guess.
All right, you're just going to keep calculating until you can get some kind of win, aren't you?
No, I mean, I was just
that's what
trying
it
to
sounds
get
like
the
you're trying to
drone
do.
thing.
A
I was
flat
just trying
plane
to
is
get the
not a
drone
ball.
thing done. Then he said you cannot compare, not even the size. I think you can.
What's the radius of the Earth?
(6,371 kilometers).
Oh. All right, so then what would the distance to the horizon be? How would you calculate that?
Oh, I don't know the formula, but I imagine for the average height it's like 3 miles or something.
For what height?
Like 5'8", 5'9", 5'11", something like that.
What about 1 foot?
I have no idea.
1.2 miles.
Okay.
What about 7 inches? I'm sure it'd be less than,
Yeah, probably be less.
Okay, so if I show you an observation of somebody's camera height at inches above the water, and the object they see is 9 miles away, how big would that ball be?
I think I want you to show me that experiment, but during the
It's not an
day...
experiment, it's an observation.
Yeah, I want you to show me that observation, but during the day, on a flat surface that's warm.
It is.
Why were we rewinding this live stream to listen to me ruin that guy? They want to hear themselves get ruined a couple times.
I have one final question.
Posting a video for a job.
Because everybody thinks that because they were taught that. That's why nobody's actually lying. Now, what's your last question?
How has this ruse kept going for so long if it is a ruse? Don't ruses usually find... Oh,
It hasn't.
never mind, I answered
We
my
stopped
question
it.
for
Yeah,
you.
no, we stopped it. Yeah, we
Yeah. I
we
answered
blew
my
the
question
whistle
for you. Yeah.
Yeah, we blew the whistle. We said,
understand.
"Hey, guess what? They lied to you about all this crap. They don't even know they're lying to you. So now you guys are liars since we told you the truth." What do you think?
That's a fair perspective. Hmm.
So that observation, inches above the water, seeing 9 miles is halfway through loading. So if you're still there, it's on the way.
Well, I'm still there, but I don't want to see it above water. I want to see it about a flat, solid, warm surface.
Oh, we got that too. Hold on. I'll post it for you.
Oh, you've got the road one. Yes. Or the runway.
Well, the best thing about water is that since Earth is a sphere and it's got gravity and it keeps the water on the surface of the Earth perfectly conforming to the curvature of that sphere, water would actually be the best place to try and find curvature because you wouldn't have topography in the way.
I know what you mean, but the problem is sometimes nature's a little bit like things aren't as they appear to be to our senses. And I just really prefer a hot surface.
Oh.
Yeah, so I posted a flat surface for you in the heat, flat surface, boat sitting in the guy's driveway, and over time it just goes down behind the curve as it gets hotter. Isn't it? It's amazing how concrete bends like that over time, and then it flattens out in the morning.
Yeah, that's the best.
I don't understand, and I don't know why there are vegans around. Okay, so I'm gonna go sit in their room all day.
Before you leave, can you explain to me the Horizon Ship home test video? Can you explain what we're seeing
I just
and why we're
did.
seeing it?
Over time, Over time, you see it get all squishy and wiggly and sink into the ground. That's just a flat driveway with a camera on it over time.
Yeah.
Yep. The hotter it gets, the more that happens.
Okay, and why?
I just got done telling you a story about it. I know you weren't listening because you only have focused listening now, because that's what happens to you guys.
Well, I'm sorry if you explained it and I didn't pay attention. Can you explain it
I know.
to me now?
Yeah. The guy's in his driveway. Did you see that?
I see it.
He put a toy boat in the driveway. Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And now you see the whole boat except for the flat bottom of it sitting on the driveway. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
And then after time, it sinks into the concrete. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what happens on a flat, hard surface that you asked for over time with heat.
Yeah.
Yep, that's
But
it.
why does
Earth is
that
flat.
happen?
Earth is
You
flat.
haven't explained the why? I can explain the why.
Oh.
Can you explain the why?
Oh, you don't know why?
No, I know why. I'm
Well,
asking
then you
you to
know the
explain
Earth
the
is
why. though.
flat. Since you know that happens on a flat surface, why are
No,
you
this
in here
happens
trying
on
to
a
argue with
sphere.
us?
This makes perfect sense.
Okay, so
I've never
Curtis,
seen that happen on a sphere.
did you not listen to the that's on a flat surface, hard
Yeah.
concrete?
Yeah.
So you heard that
No,
bit. That's
did.
on a flat surface.
Okay.
Okay.
But this
So
phenomena
effect-
also happens
yeah,
on a
so
sphere.
this phenomena happens
Yep.
on flat surfaces. So you saying to us now this phenomena only happens on curved surfaces is null and void because it's just been proven on a flat surface.
No, Matrix,
Okay, my
what
mistake.
he said was it also happens on globes. And his problem is he doesn't have a globe to prove that on.
So how's he going to
We have
isolate?
flat surfaces. Dude, we have flat surfaces to prove what we say. Now you go
So how's he
do it
going
on
to
a globe.
isolate the
You go
effect?
do it on a globe, dude.
How's he going to isolate the effect from the actual alleged curvature to prove that it is curving?
If I said it only happens on a sphere, then that was my mistake. The problem is this doesn't have anything
Do
to
you
do
isolate the
with
effect
being
from the
flat
flatness
or
to
a
prove
sphere.
that it's flattening?
I already posted it.
That was there at the start, bro. Before it heated up. There was no effect then.
I'm talking about
Ned,
the laser
Ned.
measurement.
Go, Ned. Since you came in here saying there's no way to convince you guys, and then you got out of here after like the second or third time you freaked out and left and came back. What keeps drawing you back? Is it my greatness or my electric personality?
I'm trying to keep at it and push myself. I don't want to be annoying. If I'm annoying, I'll go.
I know it's hard. It's got to be really hard for you guys to realize space is fake. Rockets don't go anywhere. They're just on TV. If you're there live, they go sideways, go into the water, and boats out, go and retrieve them, and then they do it all over again next month. I know that's a letdown, but that's just reality. Now we can move on to, hey, it's flat. There must be all kinds of shit going on that we don't know about.
Can I ask a question? Like,
Of
what would you
course,
tell
we
someone
love
that says
answering
that they've-
questions.
If we got someone that went to space, what would you tell them?
Space is fake and you hallucinated and you don't have any proof you went there. What would you tell them?
I mean,
The
I
limits
don't
of
know. I
senses
honestly
can
think y'all
apply to
are kind of a
hallucinating
little bit of
space.
like what
Why
they
Answer
call
his question, and now he's mad at me. Now it's a y'all thing. As soon as I answered his question, I don't know, y'all, this and that, y'all.
I don't know, dude. Like, I think if like a therapist or like a psychiatrist saw you, they would say that you might have a disorder, like believing
Someone
this.
told you they went.
No, what's going to
They
happen
might
is if
have
I go
medicine
see a
as well.
psychiatrist, I'm going to go ahead and diagnose the psychiatrist, and he's not going to like that either. Because we're going to get into it. Do you think you live on a ball, psychiatrist? He's going to say, yeah. I said, get on the couch. I need the notepad.
Tag, you're it.
Yeah, but
So
I'm
Matthew,
just saying,
if
like,
someone came back and said, "Hey, I went and saw Aslan in Narnia," would you believe him?
it's a well-known fact that the Earth is round.
Yeah, it's a well-known
No,
fact.
it's not
that
a fact.
Aslan is actually in Narnia, and so
No.
is the Ice Queen. And somebody
I
came
want to
back
hear
with their
about this
spear.
fact. I want to hear about his fact. Go ahead. Give me your facts.
I mean, you can literally Google it.
No, that's not. That's a fucking computer, you kid.
I'm not a kid, number one, but yeah.
Well, then stop using Google as your adult proof of things.
Honestly, it's pretty damn accurate in 2025.
Okay, so men can get pregnant, right?
They can't get pregnant.
Then why does Google say they can or used to? They had to change it because of us.
You're looking at an isolated case here. The truth is,
so we don't know if it's isolated, if it's actually true or false. We just have to hope. We're hoping for the best when we use it now.
so how can we prove the Earth is flat? Like, if you, here's the real question for you: if the Earth is so flat, how can you prove it by going outside the Earth and proving that it's truly flat?
Measure it.
Measure what?
The ground at sea level. Go to the beach with your friend in Florida. Pick up some chicks while you're there. Do something human.
Don't threaten them and tell them they have to leave their mum's basement like that. That sounds like fun.
I don't get it.
See? Right there. Now we're back to cogdis. I don't know. I can't see anything. My mind is blank. I'm a brain in the jar. Help me, help me.
I mean, literally, this is like any other channel in the server. I can understand their argument, but this is the one that I just straight up.
This is the bit that you've probably missed out on. The ground, you call it Earth, others do too, is measured as flat, non-curving. When you were little, they told you lived on some kind of spheretard. Well, in order for it to be curving, a sphere, a ball, whatever you want to call it, it is required to have curvature. If there is none measured, it sort of leaves us with a little problem. We're not on a bloody ball.
So, here's a question then. Do you believe that, for example, the sun is not real as well?
Holy crap. I told you you went to brain in the jar. Now the sun's not real, the moon's not real, the sky's not real.
No, I'm just wondering, do you believe in things
dude, you don't have to ask us about believing things.
Okay,
we know we don't believe in things.
Go through this one step at a time.
Yeah, get them straight on belief.
How did you come from? How did you get information from me saying ground measured flat, not ball, and then you jump to sun not real? How did you get those two jump from one to the next one?
ADD.
Because I'm in complete complete shock, doubt. It almost takes your logic out when you see someone whose entire life is dedicated to a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, it's because your logic is false. That's why it's been taken out. Sorry, Jim.
If it's a conspiracy theory, then the Earth is in on it. It's so big it looks flat. It's so big you can't feel the motion. Yeah, it's a big conspiracy.
I mean, people that have gone to space, if they can feel the difference.
Yeah, how many people have seen the Earth as a ball?
Probably hundreds to thousands.
No, less than 30. You put your trust that the Earth is a sphere in less than 30 people.
If you trace the path of the sun on the Earth from the flat Earth, can you map out the way the sun moves over the flat Earth?
Yes, if you look at shadows, then you're going to see the sun moving and the Earth is stationary. Yes, I agree.
Okay,
but if you trace out the path of the sun.
Yeah, I know. You get an NLMO.
Can you explain why there's a company dedicated to space that's not government funded?
Like money.
A for-profit company.
People like money. Exactly.
Yeah, but what the hell are they doing with this for-profit company?
Know whatever the fuck they're doing, right?
There's no company that sends you to space. Stop letting these guys fool you, flat earthers.
So I assume Blue Origin as well. That's just like they just drug people out and
Yeah, that's
come
an
back and say
airplane.
they
It's a
went to
zero G
space.
flight. Do you know what a zero G flight is?
Yeah, I've been on mission space before.
Oh man,
what's that supposed to mean to me?
Epcot. They basically make you feel like you're going into space, but you're not actually in space.
Then how would you know what space feels like? Because what Epcot told you?
What they do is they take the G's by spinning you very quickly to simulate the feeling of going up into space and returning back.
No.
Wait, so spinning means outer space.
I mean, like it.
It's crazy
like,
what
I
these
don't
guys
get
believe.
convinced.
It's crazy
like a
what you
10 to 1
believe,
ratio.
dude. Dude, you believe any crazy shit like that. Do you know that? I'll bet you believe if you wore a hoop around you, that was a 6-foot diameter, that you would be safe from people.
Dude, it's very hard when there's 10 to 1 people attacking in a debate.
I'm not attacking you. I'm not attacking you. I'm a comedian for the rest of the room. I'm narrating.
I'm just.
Here, I'll go to work.
I want to get you all help, but I don't know how to do such. Even if you
Getting help
believe
is a
that
bad
Earth
way to
is
phrase it.
flat.
Wow, help. Get us some help. Go get a psychiatrist and bring him in here.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You're gonna
Help is
harass
a
the
bad way to phrase it.
psychiatrist.
No, that would be a great episode. Go fetch your psychiatrist, please.
I don't have a psychiatrist,
So
unfortunately.
why would you call that
You're gonna need
harassment? Well, you would call that harassment if he believes in the globe. You would call that harassment.
I'll tell you what would be
There's
funny shit, Professor
absolutely
Triangle.
no fucking way the Earth is flat. I'm just telling you.
I'm sorry, but it's measured that way. Flight dynamics requests and has to be flat and stationary in order to fly and land a plane.
Do you think the satellites are real or not? Just wondering. 'Cause I guess
Airplanes. Satellites don't land on runways.
Yeah, but do you think satellites are real?
No, not your orbiting ones that go around the ball. Not real at all.
Oh, we acknowledge the ball, so it's real. Thank you.
No, not real.
Case
Ball
is
not
closed.
real. Satellites going around the ball. Not real. Do you hear me yet?
I give up. I'm not going to be able to convince somebody that drank the juice.
That's 2 down. If you don't believe in satellites, I give up.
Let me guess. Do you have a full-time, like, tally sheet in IRL that you, or a chalkboard or some shit every time someone says, I give up, you mark it down and it gives you a little dopamine rush?
No, it's all on our live streams. I can just go back and listen to them every day if I want to, and then smile and giggle wrapped in a blanket.
Wow.
Matt, have a look inside chat. 54 past the hour. Just posted up a laser test for you there, mate. If you watch that, you'll understand how and the reasons why we say it's measured flat.
When one or more spacecraft.
So, just now, you understand that it's measured flat. That's great. You've probably got a lot more questions instead of answers. So you probably want to know how the sun works, why the sun works, how the moon, what the hell the stars are, who created it all. There's probably a lot of questions now that you have. But as long as you keep one thing understood, it's measured as flat. There's no curvature. So whatever claims they say have to have a ball, you know instantly are broken because there's no curve.
That's just your perspective, though. You're saying that, like, human perspective is like divine
that's perspective. How about you spin your best perspective? Oh, gorgeous. Spin your perspective to the side chat and check out 54 minutes past the hour. There's a nice little laser test there to show you about perspective.
You're just saying it's flat because it looks flat, and that's just perspective.
I'm just saying it's flat because it's measured flat. Yes,
And
it also looks flat
used
too.
and used as flat. Airplanes need it to be flat and stationary. Not me. I didn't say that.
Planes are small. The Earth
Engineers
is
said that.
big.
The engineers said that, not me.
Okay, so when lice is crawling through your fucking pussy, right? Is it a forest
Wait,
or is it?
no, you're correct. I am saying, right?
Well, you don't have one,
it looks
and it's
flat.
really weird that you would talk about it, dude.
But hang on a sec. I want to agree with him. Yes, I am saying it looks flat because it is flat, but I'm not saying it is flat because it looks flat necessarily.
Ooh.
But it is a good starting point.
How are you going to respond to that, Het? Honey buns, come back. Yeah.
Oh, you guys give me like the cutest names.
Yeah, that's great.
Blush.
Now, how are you going to respond to T-Dub, what he just said?
Okay, so he said it's measured flat and shit, but it's still like under on the earth, right? So the pubes to the lights, if
So
they
you
measure the
didn't
pubes.
want to listen, so we're just going to have to red flag you because you're a doormat. Well, that was a fail.
Is that all we got left? The failures are starting to come in?
Broken souls. We had the clown car earlier. Talon, Reductio. Who else was there? Oh, it's JJ. He was in the mix.
Hey, you Globers that are having a hard time with us, there's a whole group of Globers have their own servers and they meet up like all day long and try to come up with ways to come in here and defeat us. You guys might want to join that. They've got like a whole whiteboard thing going and spreadsheets and everything about us.
Wow. Just wow. 20 people sitting here all day waiting to argue about the Earth being flat.
Oh, there's nothing to argue
It's
about.
not an
It's measured
argument,
that way.
dude. Why do you guys always think it's an argument? You have no argument. You have nothing to prove it's a globe.
You understand there's virtually no chance that the Earth is flat. There's overwhelming scientific evidence.
What do you mean?
From
No
centuries of observation, space travel, and physics.
Scientific evidence.
Either.
Professor Triangle, he said scientific evidence. Let him
I heard him.
explain
That's
it.
why I want to know about. I want to know about the space travel. He's insisting on throwing 20 things at a time out there.
Okay, let's just gravity then, because that's probably the simplest thing.
Okay, go ahead. Prove gravity.
Do you believe in gravity or not?
No, go ahead. Prove gravity now. No, we don't.
Okay, if you drop a ball, why does it go down?
Density.
How come if you drop a ball in space, it doesn't go down? Or I can't say that because you're going to say space isn't real, so it's impossible to argue.
So is space void of a space like where you is like that's a vacuum chamber?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I put a rock in my vacuum chamber and I remove all the air, the rock does not float. So you just lied about rocks float in space.
I mean, it does float unless it gets touched. Then it will keep moving infinitely.
You sound a bit touched yourself.
That's uncalled for.
Well, you said touched. You know what touched in the head is, Mr. Psychiatrist?
I mean, it's just like there's so many phenomenons that occur for you to deny it. It's just insane. Like,
name one.
Okay, the lunar eclipses.
No, you're looking in the sky.
Is that some Toy Story scene where they're just putting lamps over our head?
Yes, there's not. What you think is happening is not happening. You're not.
What about the whole weather system? The weather system. Do you believe the weather system?
The sun heats up the air. Yeah, the sun heats up the air, and then the wind blows around because of that. Yeah. Convection, it's called.
So you don't believe the planes, routes?
Before you graduate high school, make sure you guys pay attention to all this. So when you do get out, you'll understand how weather works.
Okay, so do you think, like, say, Delta Airlines, do you agree that airline companies are flying people around the world?
No. Oh, yeah, around in a circle, like a globe? No. Around, like walking my dog around the block? Yes.
Okay, so like they're flying them from point A to point B, correct?
Yep, that's exactly what they do. They take flight routes. They don't fly in a straight line.
And do you understand why the routes are designed the way that they're designed to catch currents and stuff?
Yes, I actually can monitor these planes and I see what height they fly at. Certain flight routes, they're in a certain height and they go different directions at certain heights so they don't hit each other. That's why they do that. Why do you think they do it?
Well, I mean, that statement's true, but like that's not to the point that, like, you understand.
It didn't fit your point.
It's just, I don't even know how to explain it to you because, like, I don't think you're ever going to be convinced. Anything that you say, you're just going to come back to space isn't real and that the sun isn't real. Like nothing is, like, essentially it's not possible to argue with someone that doesn't have common sense.
So what's common sense? That space is real? That's common sense?
I mean, the thing that you learned in third grade, that the Earth is
and then I grew up and I got like a job where I make a lot of money, so I bought all my own toys and I proved space is fake and Earth is flat.
What was the first toy that you bought that proved that?
P900 and a laser at the same time.
What's a P900?
Nikon P900. It's a camera. It's got an 83x zoom lens on it.
Okay, so were you taking pictures of the stars or something?
No, straight across the Lake Erie. First one was Cleveland Stadium from a beach that's like 15 miles away, and I could see basically the doors at Cleveland Stadium, which is, I don't know how many feet above the water that is, 10? Something like that.
Gosh, I think you're past, you're like lost hope, basically, and you might consider me a lost hope as well.
No, I feel sorry for you. You're the guys who are brainwashed, not me. How did water
If you said
brainwash
religion
me?
is brainwashed, I could believe you. There's definitely
Yes, you are in a
overwhelming.
religion. Globe is a religion. You can only believe in it. It is not a fact. It is a religion. It's just a religion, dude. Something you have to believe in. You're the one who likes to use belief.
I will never believe the Earth is flat. Like never. There's no evidence that you can provide me that will ever make me change my mind. And I don't think there's anything I can tell you that will.
You can't because the Earth measures flat. So how are you going to curve the Earth?
Matthew, what do you stand from debating the sky?
I don't. That's why I'm like trying to figure out how to mute myself.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you think this is a debate, Nuki Child?
Yeah, I don't know what he thinks.
I don't know. It's entertaining to me.
It's not a debate, man.
Everything he said so far, I gave him an answer, and now he's like, oh, man, nobody can convince you of anything. So is that how debates work?
What would convince you?
Me measuring a curved Earth.
I mean, like, if I went to space and came back, would that mean anything? Or you just be like, oh, you were like drugged or something?
Space is fake for the 50th fucking time today.
So
why is space fake?
If it's so fake, can I send you to space and you go out without a mask on and you'll be dead?
If Narnia doesn't exist, what
all
if I
these people
send
in
you
this
to
room can know?
Narnia then? If Narnia doesn't exist, what if I send you to Narnia? Matthew.
Like, it's just hard to explain because you don't, like, it's not possible to argue with somebody
Because
or
he
debate
doesn't
with them.
believe?
Yeah, I'm
Because
not a globe
if space
believer.
isn't real, then like
I'm not in the religion like you are. I'm out of that religion. I used to be a globe believer. My dad worked at NASA. Yeah, the whole 9 yards. But I'm not like that. Space is fake. NASA is a propaganda machine. They've been classified that this year or last year. So what do you got? What else you got besides space propaganda pictures? You know, that's a bonus for flat earthers that Trump did that. Classified NASA as an intelligence agency, because you guys got nothing left now.
I mean, like,
you guys remember that we
don't you think people should be criminally charged if they're spending billions of dollars?
They can't. They've been reclassified as an intelligence agency, allowing them to use propaganda signed in by Obama. So no, they cannot be prosecuted now because they knew it was coming.
Discord.
We came from being already bamboozled by all that shit, right? We realized that's false.
Can you come give me your realization story? Like, I'm just trying to understand what was the, like, was there one thing that
Why do you believe in what you believe in?
Like,
Cleveland
You just
Stadium.
got told, it's not a belief.
I'm just trying to understand, like, what was the piece of evidence or the conversation that
mine
converted
was
you?
Cleveland Stadium. Yeah, mine was Cleveland Stadium. I don't know what other guys are. I told you, but now you don't like that, so you're asking somebody else.
I don't even understand it, to be honest. Like, you're like saying that you take a picture very far away and
there's
see
a building, for example, a building 10 miles away from me should be 66 feet down behind the curve of the earth. You know this, right?
You're saying because if the Earth is curved, then like the further away you go, it should be like changing the height. If you're truly angled perfectly,
going down away from you from all 360 degrees. Everything should be going down and away from you. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I see a building all the way down to its doors at street level, does that mean it's bending down and around and away from me, or does that mean it's just straight across the lake? Get rid of Mez.
Okay, so how tall is the building is the question.
That one, I think it's 10 stories tall, 100 feet or something.
So if it was like the correct like height, couldn't it be level with you?
How does
Even if the
something
Earth is
going
round?
down around a ball and me sitting on a beach when I did this, I was about 3 foot in the above the water at this time. How at 3 foot high am I seeing basically the whole building except for what the waves are blocking? Because it was hot that day. and people are out, millions of boats on Lake Erie. Not millions, but a few thousand, that's for sure.
I mean, I don't have an answer, but I'm still like, I'm just trying to picture this in my head. Does that make sense at this point? Like,
Yeah,
you're sitting at basically sea
Have you ever
level.
tried to make the globe make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense when you
Well, how come
explain
it doesn't make sense that it's measured flat? Airplanes needed to be flat and stationary, and Cleveland Stadium wasn't down around the ball. How do you make sense of that?
Why do airplanes need it to be flat?
So you don't crash when you land on a moving ball.
I mean, don't they account for gravity and everything? And
No, gravity doesn't move you sideways. I know it hurts.
It moves. Doesn't it move slow enough that it
No,
wouldn't matter?
gravity. Your gravity is supposed to pull you to the center of a ball, not sideways.
It's just like you're saying, like even so is our Air Force also fake too then or something? Or they just know and they keep it
Flying
secret?
airplanes. So flying airplanes means the Air Force is fake now. Wow.
There's testimony from there's testimony from Air Force pilots, ex-Air Force, military, Marines, Navy, that say, that they've come out and go, well, yeah, I never accounted for curvature.
Well, they can't. You can't. There's nothing in a formula to account for Earth curve, and if you tried to add it in, you will just crash. I encourage you globers who are in here yelling at us because the Earth is flat to go become a pilot. Then you got to take that class where it says Earth is flat and stationary, and then underneath the small print it says, "Now deal with it, bitches." And then the next line says, "Now go fly planes. We're going to learn how to fly planes." How come it's written like that?
We need a scientist in here to help y'all.
Okay, I'm here. What do you need? I'm here.
You're not a scientist. You're a conspiracy theorist.
No, conspiracy theorists are globers who believe in the globe and that gravity pulls things to the center of a ball at the same time it pulls things sideways. That's a conspiracy theorist.
I just I'm just mind blown. I'm just mind blown. So let me ask this then. How do you explain seasons? Like, do you think there's someone holding lamps over us or something?
Sun moves.
The sun moves. And do you think the sun is moving on its own, or do you think there's some simulation or other?
Welcome to Flat Earth. No, you think there's a simulation. Your only explanation for why the Earth is flat, and we always use it as flat, and we don't use it as a globe, your only explanation is not that it's flat, it's that it's a simulation now. You have to be a brain in the jar, and you can't explain why your simulation and you being a brain in the jar has a flat Earth in it. You cannot explain that.
I'm just I will never believe the Earth is flat. I don't care what evidence is provided.
We'll see you in 6 months with a flat earther tag. You're one of those guys.
I hope some science people come in here and I can listen to them.
I'm here. What would you like?
So, Matt, do you honestly believe this is a question of science?
I mean, what you're saying that this is science is all fake and that everyone's been lied to.
It doesn't have anything to do with the ball.
That's anything to do with that.
Yeah,
All I
Matrix is
asked you
telling you
was-
there's no science. You cannot science into existence a ball.
See, you're getting a bit confused, Matt. This is not a question of science. It's a question of geometry. That's all.
Yeah, they fucked you up by telling you it's science related, and you believe them with everything. Actually, if you think about everything you believe, Matthew, I don't have my glasses on. You believe everything they tell you on TV and social media and school.
It's quite simple. The question is, does the surface of the Earth deviate from horizontal at a rate in concordance with the sphere Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles? You show that, and we're done. We're out of here.
So
you've destroyed flat Earth.
Why, instead of debating and trying to convince people that Earth is flat, why don't you just try to take down the people that are lying?
Trying to convince Globers that the Earth is flat. You guys come in here. We just come in here to talk about colors and cars and other things, and then you guys come in here and yell at us because the Earth is flat.
So you're just saying this channel is basically a talking space for people that have a like-minded belief that the Earth is flat?
No, it's actually a clickbait for you guys to get so triggered that you're forced to come in here and yell at us. We do it on purpose. Otherwise, we'll be named the Earth Doesn't Curve channel, but it's 24/7 flat Earth because that triggers people. And we learn that because the CIA is the one who came up with conspiracy theorists. You know that, right? Okay, so they're the ones who gave people that name for Kennedy so that people could be considered crazy because they're just coming up with ideas that aren't true. So that's not us. The globe is a conspiracy because it's an idea that's not true.
So here's a question. For Christmas, my dad, I'm actually purchasing tickets to go to the actual rocket launch.
You got to pay to go stand outside?
Well, we're gonna do like a restaurant deal thing, but I'm waiting for a big one that's manned. And the thing is that like all these rockets launching up and down, like what the hell are they doing then? Like, just tell me that.
So you're paying a restaurant to sit it there while they launch a rocket?
Well, they're not launching the rocket. They just have property that has good views of this launch.
Okay, so you're sitting
is this just like some projector screen or something? Like, are people actually dying in these rocket launches? Like,
are you gonna just come up with your own theory?
So now I understand why the kid's a bit broken, because he's paying money to see something that you've just broken, Professor Triangle.
Oh no, I wanted to hear about these manned space flights that he thinks when you watch a rocket and somebody says, hey, there's a guy inside of there, and then you go, ooh, there's a guy in there, and then it goes up in the air and you go, look, a guy flew up in a rocket and it turned sideways and went into the water.
I mean, do you at least get free parking?
I guarantee they have to pay for parking because people would just sit in their parking lot.
So you think everything's like they're people's literal, like I don't understand how someone could go into space. You're basically saying they're like actors. They're like movie actors.
They don't go into space. Stop saying that.
Magicians.
Say, I don't understand how TV works. Say that part, because then it'll make more sense.
I don't understand how one could be an astronaut and not come out and be like, okay, like it's not real. Like someone just be like, I'm done being this. Like, do you think they get murdered if they come out with the truth?
Yes, people get murdered. It happens all the time.
Oh my gosh.
Did you just realize that that's true?
Sure, but like, do you know anyone? Do you have any specific cases?
Edgar Mitchell's son
gone up to space
threatened Bart Sabrell with the CIA to get him whacked. Didn't realize there was a microphone recording him.
This is like some Stranger Things level plots here.
No, yeah, Globe is a Stranger Thing level plot. Absolutely. Now that you know the Earth is flat, you're not going to buy those tickets, are you?
I am going to.
What are you going to tell your dad when you and him are sitting there and you say, I was in a flat Earth channel and there's nobody really in that rocket because it just goes sideways and then we don't see it anymore and then we just watch TV?
I'm not going to tell them that because he's an old man who's over 70 years old at this point.
It'll shatter
he
his
loves
dreams.
space.
Why does he love space?
He's always been fascinated with it.
What's fascinating? Okay, I can go out on my deck. I look up. There's a star up there. I don't see anything fascinating about it. Are you fascinated by the lights in the sky, Matt?
Yeah, I think it's a cool thing. Like, I think the sun, the stars, the moon, space, the idea of like going somewhere else when Earth is ruined. Like,
So you know what I think is funny is going to a ruined planet called Mars to make it good again and leave a planet that's perfectly fine and go there and make sure that one works because ours is dying. Does that make any sense to you? Wouldn't we want to fix ours?
the Earth is beyond fix. At some point, the demise of the Earth will happen. We don't know if it will be in 100 years. We don't know if it'll be in 100 million years.
Yeah, Mars used to be Earth. We're going to go there and melt ice and make,
Matt, you're
make an atmosphere.
self-defeating. You're self-defeating. I'm for staying here and fixing it.
Yeah, what's funny is they're already leaving trash on Mars, like juice boxes.
And animals.
Yeah.
They're not trash. Animals are not
Can you
trash.
even leave stuff on Mars? Because isn't it like, how can you leave trash on it?
You go to
show them the juice box.
Yeah, you go to Devon Island, and I think it's Nova Scotia, right? I think so. You go there and you run around with a rover, and then with your interns who don't know any better, drink their juice boxes and just leave them there, and they blow around in the wind. And then that rover gets a picture of one by accident, and they publish it because they don't look at their own shit.
Yeah, or they accidentally take a picture of an Arctic lemming native to that area.
I think there was a pair of them at one
Mars,
time.
too.
There's more than that one famous picture of the lemming. There's more pictures of that, but somehow they're gone now.
There's also rocks that move. Take a picture of the scenery.
There's also clouds on Mars.
Oh, and rainbows.
Yep, rainbows too. And apparently rain, because if you look at the ground, it's cracked, like it cracked and dries out from rain. Apparently it rains there too.
Give me one.
Any other globe proof you got, Matt?
I'm just like, just give me a moment.
I want you to know I'm proud of you. You're making me, I'm already, an hour ago, I should have left for work, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to go in late because it's my first day back and it doesn't matter what I do. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to, this is the best part of my day. This is like drinking 2 cups of coffee when you guys realize that you're not going to go to dinner and watch a guy fly in a rocket. You're going to go pay a bunch of money to eat chicken soup.
Okay. So I live in Florida, which is notorious for, being hit by hurricanes. Do you believe hurricanes are man-made?
No.
Can you explain to me, if the Earth is flat, how a hurricane could occur?
Weather.
Do you understand hemispheres, or you won't agree to hemispheres because
Earth's
the
not
Earth is flat?
Yeah, Earth's not a ball, right?
Yeah, so you won't.
You'll need a close
logic
system,
to how hurricanes might occur because you think it's just all a lie. Hurricanes are different.
What the heck, bro? Why are you keep saying this shit like, we don't think the sun's real? Oh, you think hurricanes are fake and man-made? Bullshit, bro. You're going to need a closed system for a hurricane, by the way.
T-Dub, he thinks wind doesn't blow around.
Oh, my God. Oh, no, pressure differentials couldn't possibly happen over a flat surface. God, bro.
Your imaginary sun is heating up the air. It's called convection. And when you get things just right, you'll get a hurricane. Or a cyclone, depending on what side of the United States or where you're at.
I'm just.
Tell your dad you guys aren't going to dinner. Tell him today that that's probably a better idea if you guys go to Disney World or something, or Epcot, and go on the space ride at Epcot. It'd probably be better.
He's too old to go on that. It's dangerous for him. He has scoliosis, and it
too old.
spins you
I would
very
think
rapidly.
So I wouldn't be taking him to. Okay, that's like taking him to a magic show and telling him that that's actually happening. That the guy actually did disappear.
I mean, like, you understood how much money goes into this. This would be bigger than anything. Like, if it wasn't real, like the amount of money that is spent on sending things to space, like, would be insane. It'd be like
Yeah,
money
it'd be an easy
laundering
scam.
almost.
You're not making a good argument.
Like, you think
And I'm
people
a
are just
real earther.
destroying the Earth to keep
Nobody's
this lie on?
destroying the Earth. You keep
You don't
saying
think the
that weird
rockets
stuff.
use tons of resources that they can't even recover because, like,
No, that's why they have recovery ships. They recover them on purpose so they don't have to keep making them over and over because that would cost a lot of money.
the gas, the damage to them, sometimes it's more expensive to recover them than just to rebuild them, like to build a new one.
What gas?
How do you think they get to space?
You tell me how rockets work in space. I already posted an image how rockets don't work in a vacuum. So you tell me how they do work in a vacuum.
Gosh, you're like a full conspiracy theorist.
No, I'm logical. I do shit for a living in physics. I know how things work. You don't, and you're accusing me of being a conspiracy theorist.
Like, I don't even have anything more to say because it's like no matter what I say, you're just gonna be like, oh, space isn't real. This blah blah blah. The Earth is
Dude,
flat.
no matter what, you made the mistake of coming in here knowing you were taking your dad to go see a rocket launch. You made that mistake, and you got ruined, and now you're mad at us. You guys do know there's warnings on our channel, right? Warnings. We give people warnings ahead of time to enter at your own risk, basically, especially if Professor Triangle's on the clock, because I don't take no shit from you guys, and I will ruin your day. Apparently I did, because now you've got to rethink this buying tickets set for a manned space flight, which will never happen.
You're just acting like it's a magic show, is what all it is.
You're acting like
your
it's not a
belief is
magic
that
show. You're acting like the only way this happens is because if you go sit in a parking lot, then it means a man is in a rocket. Ta-da!
You think they just like
the rabbit I just
sneak
pulled
them
out of
into
my
the
hat.
ground and then the thing goes up?
How far away are you going to be? 5 miles?
I think probably further than that even.
Okay, so I can see that easily. I cannot see. There's a prison I can look over probably about 10 miles from here, and I can see the little lights and the smoke. I can't see any prisoners walking around. How are you going to see a guy going in a rocket? Do they have them outside? Do they climb up the side of the rocket like a big ladder on the side?
We're not going to see. You're not going to be able to see the person getting in the rocket.
Like the guy who jumps off the high dive, he waves as he's climbing the ladder. Is that how you know he's going in the rocket?
We're not going to see people going into the rocket. You'll be too far away to see that. You're seeing the rocket go up into space, the thing that you don't believe exists.
Okay, so there's your magic trick. There's your sleight of hand. You didn't see anything. You just pretended you saw something. You'll see a rocket go up, and everything, all the smoke and mirrors happen before they go. Hit the button, and it shoots that thing up about, I don't know, a mile or two, turns sideways, and goes away. And that's the end. NASA boats come out, pick it up, and bring it back, and they clean it up and do it again.
There's no way.
Yeah, go ahead and Google or YouTube the search for NASA recovery ships. You'll see them pulling them right out of the water, live video or video. Well, at least tell your dad when that rocket goes up and sideways, it's coming down in the water, and NASA goes and recovers them, so they're not spending all your money ridiculously. At least tell them that.
NASA is like they couldn't do that because it's the government's money. They're not like gonna like they have a budget and they say how much things cost and everything. So you think they're lying on their balance books?
And you've been through their account books, right? You know all about it.
You think a toilet costs $20 million?
I don't know.
I think the kid just should hit his old man clean and hard. Space is fake and gay. So deal with it,
But you know those rockets have booster stages, right? They have stages. The whole rocket doesn't go into space, right? You know,
None of it goes into space, T-Dub. None of it actually goes into space, T-Dub. You're giving him the benefit of the doubt. You're still giving him hope that he can go eat dinner with his dad and not have to tell him all that shit's falling in the water.
But he misunderstands his own narrative. Like he's imagining the whole rocket goes up into space. They don't even claim that.
Yeah, but you keep
only a tiny portion of it ends up in space.
You keep thinking that the Earth is flat, and it's just like that's the root issue here. Literally, if I Google it, it says there's absolutely no way that the Earth
Why
is
are
flat.
you using Google? Google says men can get pregnant.
I will ask Google, can men get pregnant? Can men get pregnant?
Ask it if OJ was guilty.
Hold up, I'm writing, can men get pregnant?
I guess no. I guess he got the wrong one first. He's
So
gonna go
the
again.
frontline result says that it is possible for men to become pregnant and give birth
There you
to
go.
children.
Hey, look at that.
Then it
They
also says
changed it
people born
back.
with male reproductive systems cannot get pregnant. This includes cisgender men. However, transgender and non-binary can get pregnant.
There's no such thing. It's just male, female.
I mean, I agree. I don't support transgender people, but
So we're not going to talk about it. So can men get pregnant or not?
I mean, there's uterus transplants.
No, there's not. That's a lie. Can men get pregnant or not?
I mean, like, without an operation, no.
Okay, where's it going to come out? Their asshole or their pee-pee hole?
I'd have to read about the surgery.
It doesn't ever happen. It's never happened. It's imaginary. So can men get pregnant or not? Answer yes or no.
I mean, without surgery.
Arnold Schwarzenegger did.
Oh, wow. He just won't answer. Even the Globers won't answer that question properly. It's yes or no. He's like, well, you gotta wear a clown hat and then you gotta put shoes on backwards.
It says that it was pioneered in Sweden in 2014 and now performed in the U.S. globally, moving from research to clinical care. And
it's a lie.
It's available for women that were born without a uterus, women who had their uterus surgically removed, or women with a non-functioning uterus.
Oh, so for women, yeah, you already have to be set up for that. You got to have specific places for that shit to work. Women have that. People that are female have that. Can men get pregnant? Answer my question.
Not without surgery.
Okay, can men get pregnant? I'm going to ask this till you say no.
I mean, it depends on how you define a man.
He's got a big dick hanging off the front of him. He grows a mustache, goes to work, driving a forklift.
Yeah, that
There's a
man
guy.
cannot get pregnant.
Okay, there you go. Men cannot get pregnant. Amazing. But yet Google, who you rely on, says they can. First thing was yes.
I'm still gonna trust Google.
Of course you
Matt,
are.
you check DMs. The
Google
brain's
isn't
gender
even
is
a
separate from the
thing,
body's
bro.
gender. You're being
Google
kind of
isn't a
hypocritical here,
source.
Matt Mew.
What
Google's
am I being
containing what it's telling you from a source. Why don't you
You're
go to
saying
that?
they deny science, and then you're denying science yourself. Matt Mew.
I mean,
Check
the
your
Earth
DMs.
not check my DMs.
Yeah.
One sec. The brain's gender is separate from the gender of the body. I mean, I would agree. There's a difference
Oh my god! Let's
between
not
how you
go
identify and
there.
what you
Back to the
actually
topic.
are.
Back to the fucking topic.
I identify as a flat earther. Now what?
Yeah, you can identify as
Well,
a
can't
flat
you just
earther.
say you
I have nothing
identify as
against
a
that.
conspiracy theorist?
No, because water is not a conspiracy. If water was actually curving and I said it was flat, I would be a conspiracy theorist.
The reason that it looks flat, let me explain it to you really quickly.
No, not looks. Measures.
You are so
No, you gotta
small.
explain. You got to explain why it measures flat, not looks flat. Measures flat.
It's because you are so small that it appears like in the tiny amount that you can see within your vision is because
We're not talking about seeing necessarily. We're talking about measurement. I'll say it again. You got to explain why it measures flat.
how do you measure this? You taking a stick and just sending it out?
Planar surveying, lasers, long distance observations.
I've already said we
Something
can't
with
trust
zone markers. Yeah, I can because I know what I'm doing. I can trust what I'm doing because I know what I'm doing. I don't trust what you're doing because obviously you think the Earth is a ball.
I do think the Earth is a ball.
So I cannot trust you anymore. You are untrustworthy.
Untrustworthy.
Something though, Matt Mew, you are untrustworthy.
No, I want to get you all help.
Yeah, they don't need help.
But what if they're dedicating their life to a lie?
Oh, you mean like you guys?
Then they lived happy.
So Matt thinks he's dedicating his life to a lie because he's going to see a rocket launch.
Yeah, that's
I just
fine.
want to make my
Matt's
dad happy.
So you lying to your dad makes him happy?
Yeah, let it be.
I mean, he loves space.
So you lying to him without telling him the truth makes him happy. I bet you if I told him, hey, your son lies to you, does that make you happy? He would be like, no, I don't want to talk to him anymore.
Well, if you told him more information, he'd call you a conspiracy theorist and a whackhead.
Why? Does he know something I don't know?
He knows that the Earth is round.
No, he doesn't know that. Hey, since you said it's so big, nobody knows that it's a ball. How did they figure out it was a ball to fly rockets around it in the first place?
Probably a lot of people died.
Nope, that's the wrong answer. Try. Yeah, you got to try something that actually will stick.
War?
Nope. Wars don't make the Earth curve.
Can I ask why no country holds this belief? Is there any country that holds the flat Earth belief like as the common belief?
Brazil is mostly flat earthers.
And up until modern times, the whole world, basically.
So basically, there's just a few of you left that just are stubborn.
No, it keeps growing every day. We have to weed out people because they're trying to pretend to be flat earthers at this point. It's not an open group. You just can't be a flat earther. Just can't walk in and say, "Hey, I believe the earth is flat." Get rid of Mez.
Why not?
The number of people can grow, but is the percentage of people that are
Because
flat
they can
earthers
only do that
growing?
with the globe religion. You can become a believer real quick in the globe. You just gotta accept it. You don't have to verify, you just accept the globe.
I'm just like, I will refuse to believe something that 20% of what everything is fake, because that just can't be right.
Look, we can't help it that the surface of liquid doesn't curve. It's not our fault.
So you're saying the surface of liquid doesn't, so like, let me just get this right. If I have a cup of water, it always will be flat. Is that what you're trying to say?
Won't it?
Yeah, will be.
What if
Don't you use water levels in construction, dude? Oh wait, you probably don't know
what
how that
about,
works.
here's a question. What if the cup instead is it's just hard because it's round and there's no way to do
Dude,
it.
do you hear how you're trying to make? Do you hear how you're trying to make this work for you? Can you hear it in your voice yet? The rest of the world hears you struggling. Do you hear it?
But basically, let's just take a really simple example. If I make a ladder cup where essentially the bottom of the cup goes up, will it be flat, the water surface on a cup?
I have no idea what you're
What you're
trying to say.
suggesting
You're
is
so
gravity's overcoming molecular forces. You're suggesting the gravitational force is stronger than that. But if gravity's a force, it's actually 10 to the negative 40th the strength of molecular forces. So you got a conundrum.
So even though the shape of the bowl changes, the water will always remain flat, I believe. Like, in other words, I don't know if, is there a way to draw in Discord?
Yeah, whiteboard.
Can someone make a
Telling us that the
whiteboard?
geometry of molecular bonds is being changed by gravity, dude, and that's just absurd. You realize that molecules have to form bonds at certain angles of degrees to each other.
Okay.
Temperature allows molecules to escape those bonds. How do you think a liquid becomes a gas?
Are you saying gravity is a force that's vibrating those bonds?
Okay, let's just look
I'm
at this
saying
real quick.
temperature is a force that
Yeah,
vibrates the
Ned,
molecules.
you don't know 8th grade physics, so you need to take a back seat.
Okay, so let me draw two pictures. So in the first one, I have a glass of water here. And just know that it's water, but in the top
Explain to me
it's
how
flat.
pressure works then.
So now, if I make another glass, but this time the glass is, I have to draw the bottom of the glass. This is, I don't know how to draw this actually, because it's like essentially the water just falls down. But like, would it go sideways or would it fall down with gravity? Like, is what I'm trying to understand, because like, I don't, say a glass does not have a flat bottom. What would happen to the water? I'm trying to think like, an example would be a
Are you
bowl is not flat.
seriously, dude? You think if you pour water in a cup that's got a marble in the bottom, a marble is going to come out the top of the water?
Okay, so if I have a bowl of water versus a cup, I guess it always is flat at the top.
Yeah. Now extend it to like a bathtub.
So that's
They have
why it
curvature.
looks flat, is because it's, even though it's not flat, even though the object that it's in is not flat, the water itself is flat. That explains why you guys are confused.
Well, you've got oceans, right, on your ball. How are you going to have 70% coverage water coverage, and have it be flat and yet still be a ball?
It's not flat. It's
Can you have 70% flat ball? Right, that
no.
wouldn't work, right?
The end fact is that a bowl, no matter how it's shaped, the water will always like sit flat on the top of the bowl. Like once you let it rest for long enough.
Yeah, it won't curve with it, right? It'll stay flat, right?
So like that's the bowl is the earth for you all to understand. And essentially gravity is what's keeping the water in the bowl and what is keeping the water on the earth. Wait, you don't believe in gravity?
Oh, listen, what happens to liquid in a vacuum?
I don't know what happens to a liquid in a vacuum.
It vaporizes. Poof.
Evaporates.
Against the so-called gravity that was holding it to the floor of the vacuum before it was turned on. So what's outer space? A vacuum? Shouldn't the liquid go poof against the floor of the earth that you think gravity was holding it to? Are you starting to get the picture?
There's an atmosphere that prevents that, correct?
We're talking about the atmosphere itself, dude.
Well, that's another problem because gas expands in a vacuum. Water evaporates in a vacuum, and ice sublimates in a vacuum.
I think I'm going to have to get one of my
No,
friends.
the truth of the matter is that the water on Earth is being contained by the air pressure. So if you see like in zero-G flights where the astronauts are preparing to go into space, they'll play around with liquids inside the pressurized chamber of the aircraft as it's floating around as the aircraft is doing these parabolic arcs and diving to simulate zero-G. The reason why you have globules of water is because of the air that's containing them. If that chamber were depressurized and exposed to a gigantic vacuum, then not only would the air that the people are breathing rush out, but so would the water vaporize and rush out.
I'm going to have to get one of my smartest friends to commute. Like, it won't be a today thing because he's asleep right now, but
that'd be great.
He's very smart. He's not from America.
We talk to
he's from
satellite
Sweden.
engineers.
Yeah, well, he's from Sweden, and I think he can debunk you all and convince you the other way.
Okay, this would be great.
If you can convince him, then you can convince me. But I don't think you'll be able to convince him.
We've been doing this for 10 years, and we record everything 24/7. So far, nobody's been able to do it, but hopefully he is.
He's very smart. So I think he will be able to help explain why the Earth is round and not flat to you all. Because I'm not smart enough to be able to explain it. Like, I work in tech. I don't work in science. So, yeah, I'm gonna message him in a couple hours when he wakes up, and once I get off of work, I don't know. You guys sit here basically all day. Someone's in this channel.
24/7.
Yeah, we're here 24/7 as a group, but those you're talking to now may not be here. So.
We could be in another server because we host channels in another server, and we have our own. Well,
it would by definition be recorded, and those that aren't there could understand and pose back questions that then another time.
If you want to know where we are, go to one of the YouTube bots at the top. Go to Helio's one because I think either one should do. Go to the 24/7 one and join that. Go to the YouTube channel, subscribe, and turn notifications on. And while ever he's live and there's a conversation happening, he'll have the bot in here and he'll tell you on his channel on the screen which server we're in. And plus he's got links to the servers in his descriptions anyway. So the home server, English Hub, and to the politics server.
Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I see there's a link in the Discord.
What if your friend joins us after talking to us? What would you say then?
Then I would let him try to convince me because he can speak my language a little better. He can simple it down a little more for me.
Did we not try to do that with you?
A little too advanced for me, to be honest. But like, I don't understand the molecular stuff and all that. Like, I'm 32 years old. That's like stuff when I was 18 years old that they were teaching in school.
You should hear how old some of us are, because I wish I was 32 again.
Yeah, but I have taken my life in a different route where I focus on coding and computers and software rather than like science. So it's like, your brain adapts to what it needs. Like, it doesn't just like hold everything forever. So
recreation.
What was that?
What do you do for recreation? You get out much? Get out in the nature?
I like to walk, and I like to go to the Disney parks, and I also like to play video games.
Okay. You do many nature walks?
More like city walking.
Okay. So not by any large bodies of water like a lake or anything like that? You live by the sea?
I don't know that there's going to be a lake that's big enough near me that would, we certainly have lakes, but like looking at I'm trying to see if they show the scale somewhere on the map on my phone, but I don't think it's big enough. The biggest lake near me would be, honestly, the ocean's probably the better thing, but we have something called Lake Apopka that's kind of large, but it's not. I don't think that's big enough to point out like what you're trying to point out. Like, there's a huge lake in Florida, Lake Okeechobee or something, Okeechobee. Like, that is a very large lake. Like, it's probably, I don't know let me look up how large it is. Lake Okeechobee. Its size. Give me 1 sec. It's bringing up Crocs, not the lake. It's 730 square miles. Would that be large enough?
It sounds like it. What is there like
It's the second. It says it's the second largest It's the second largest freshwater lake in the entire U.S. So I think it would be large enough. Correct?
Yeah, and you just need 2 points on the shoreline that like are significant.
But what equipment would you need? Like, I have a Tesla. I can get down there. It's not a big deal. Like, it's probably an hour and a half drive, maybe 2 hours. It's probably closer to 2 hours, but yeah, it has a highway. It's maybe it's 2 hours probably. But that's a very large lake. But don't you need like equipment to do this? You can't use like a camera or something, right?
Yeah, if you got a high powered camera, zoom camera or a telescope, binoculars, anything that can see long distances, or you can use a mirror flash test where you just reflect the sun's light across the water to the other side, or a laser that's a bit more expensive, bright light. But yeah, you can just make an observation if you can see clear across from a line to another shoreline over 10 miles. Well, you shouldn't be seeing it, like, you know, from like an observer height, you know, 5 to 6 feet. Or if you want to get down low, you can get down low and try it that way too. If you're seeing across to the shoreline, the other shoreline, over 10 miles, there goes your ball, because you shouldn't be able to see it. If you're on a globe, the curvature rate is, you know, approximately.
So how far from 10 miles should be, let's just say it's 30 miles. Like how far down should that object be 30 miles away?
30 miles. Geez, that's like, anybody help me here with the math? I know 20 miles is around about 250 feet. So 30, yeah. Geez, someone help me. Like 500 feet or something, isn't it? Maybe more. 400 feet.
So you're saying almost like a tenth of a mile down is what you're saying. Like theoretically, if the Earth is curved, like I'm saying, then if I look 30 miles out, that point should be down a tenth of a mile. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
So if I look at a point 30, if I'm on a lake and it's 30 across, then that point should be 30 down when I look at it. It should be one tenth of a mile downwards. But the question is like, how can one measure it being a tenth of a mile down? Like, so you'd need a laser that can go 30 miles, correct? Is that even legal?
Yes.
Who told you that you're going to have over 30 miles, you're going to have 500 feet of drop?
I was asking for help on that. I said, I know 20 miles is about 200 feet. I wasn't sure. I couldn't give you.
Oh, yeah. You guys don't do miles. I don't know. So 249 or 253 for 20 miles. So it's got to be around, I don't know. You're going to have to calculate that. Got to get the Earth curve calculator. I'm driving.
And the Earth curve calculator is a big lie, too, just to understand correctly.
So the Globers who made that are also liars?
We don't need the Earth curve calculator. It just makes it easy. We just take NASA's claimed geometry of the globe and apply simple methods like the Pythagorean theorem to derive the horizon distance and such.
So is it safe and legal in the state of Florida to purchase a laser that can prove this if I have two people, one on each end, and shoot a laser across the lake?
Yeah, just don't purchase an infrared laser.
I go, is there any that are available like under $100?
Probably.
Not for what you want to do.
Right, because folks on our side had to spend 30 grand on a laser to do like a 40-kilometer test. Proving zero curvature, by the way.
So maybe I could watch a YouTube video on this then, and it might help enlighten me.
30 miles might be a bit of a stretch. You might want to aim for.
I thought we had a 41 mile one. I thought we had a 41 mile laser shot already. I'm driving, but it's in my folder at home. Oh, it's kilometers? Okay.
Yeah, but I think that's like 25 miles or something, right? So it's pretty close.
A 5K is like 33 something miles, I believe. So yeah, it should be pretty close.
Yeah, but those guys were using a high-end laser.
Yeah,
and like
it's not so much the laser that's the hard part. It's going to be the aiming device over that distance, because you have to have such fine tuning of its azimuth and elevation on the gimbal. If you just breathe on it, it'll send the beam wandering like hundreds of feet off from the target way over on the other side. You won't even notice.
Wait, but if you breathe on it, like you can't move light, correct? Like I put a finger through it, it doesn't like.
No, I'm talking about like breathing on the gimbal device. In other words, it's so sensitive at such distances that all you have to do is nudge it a little bit off, and the angle and the distance created between the target and where the beam ends up is going to be extremely wide over such distance.
You're saying because it has to go really far. That like
Yeah.
1% off is going to send you into the air.
Yeah, exactly. So building the aiming device is going to be, I think, a bigger challenge than obtaining the laser.
Well, I have one that's pre-built. It's got dials, micrometer dials on the side, so I can dial in tenths of a degree.
Yeah. So the FE Core team had to build their own. They took CNC machining equipment and built their own gimbal that had like millirad or potentially sub-millirad accuracy. They called it
Your
a
point
salad.
is that if it is flat, then it proves it. What about why do you need a lake for it to work? Is the next. The other problem is the land has to be flat too, correct, for this to work, or it doesn't?
Well, no, yeah, the land has to be flat too. You're right. There's topology on the land. So you use water because of the equipotential of gravity. Because gravity is supposedly pulling the water inward towards a common center of the Earth, which means that the surface, when it's not disturbed and it's nice and calm and peaceful, should be curving at the rate of Earth curvature. Because gravity is providing a radial vector downward, I should say inward.
Looking for that arc segment. And you switched on, man. You understood the principle behind it. So your target should be below your line of sight, right?
I understand what you're saying, but I'm like trying to understand if the test would actually be like accurate because of all the factors involved. And like we basically need an area like more so. I mean, Florida is very flat. I will say that. Like I will say, Florida is one of the flatter states out there.
Great reference to use is the ocean. So if you do it up and down the shoreline with the water to either your left or your right, you can use that as a basic reference.
But you need something out there to like catch it.
You could use peninsulas or we got members that just observed ships going out into the distance from the shore, where after so many miles, it should be well and truly hidden by the curvature of the Earth, but they can still see it, right?
Yeah, I'm like gonna have to continue this after I bring my friend in and like look into some videos on this. Like
the world is flat. We experience a flat Earth.
What?
Earth is flat.
Just your common friendly neighborhood troll.
Earth is flat. It is not round. Go outside. Do you see curves? No, you don't.
Give me 1 sec. Sorry, I'm just getting logged into work. Kind of mute.
Earthers, how are you guys doing today? Hello?
Hello. All right.
Bro, what? The Earth is round.
And he's gone. Well, I guess everyone's back on the job again. Things were quiet the last few weeks.
Guess the festive season, is coming to an end.
Somewhere out there, a Glober made a New Year's resolution to finally defeat the flat earthers once and for all.
Who is it we've been talking to? Was it Ned?
Yeah, Ned and some other guy. Was it Matthew?
Oh, right. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, they've been pretty chill, pretty cool. I mean, it is very exasperated, like so in shock. I can't believe this. Like, how can you think the Earth is flat? But now he's actually considering, going and doing a long distance test, So that's pretty cool. And he's going to see a rocket launch with his dad, and and they were right into space and rockets and all that. So the Radwimps is shooting down their dreams.
Uh-oh, drains. You mean it rotates in the opposite direction in Australia?
Dreams.
Oh. Well, it goes down the drains, too.
Yeah. Flushing dreams down the drains.
Okay, yeah, I am gonna have to go for now. I have to go to work, unfortunately. But yeah, it was good talking to everyone. I'll be back.
All right, see ya. Well, it's interesting, right? Because people like to think that claims regarding outer space technology and planetary physics is all based off of physics and science. But at the same time, NASA has to make a special plea, right? The special plea is that, well, in outer space, we have such an exotic environment that we cannot hope to faithfully replicate on Earth, that things will just operate differently there. And that the scale, the planetary scale of these massive celestial objects operate at such a scale where gravity becomes more of the dominating force compared to all the others that we can actually test and deal with here on Earth. So to come in here and claim that we're the ones that are inconsistent, we're the ones making up our own alternative physics, which is not the case, we're just upholding the status quo, is actually a straw man. It's people who are defending the globe that come up with all these special pleading fallacies and all these tests and demonstrations that cannot actually be shown to be true in reality. Right, so the only way to validate whether or not rockets can operate in the outer space vacuum is for one to actually go into outer space if it exists in the way that it's claimed and performs the said test. And without any means to independently verify it or do anything close to it on Earth, then what are we left with? We're left with unverifiable claims, untestable claims, essentially. And you have to rely on gatekeepers and their claims in order to provide you the truth.
If we can't replicate the vacuum here on Earth, then your GIF has no grounds. Just invalidated your own argument with the
No,
GIF.
we can't. You can't replicate your claim of outer space vacuum. Outer space vacuum physics. You can't replicate that. This is not me making a claim. This is me pointing out that you can't independently verify yours.
Pressure is not yes pressure, no pressure. It's a gradient that slides toward no pressure. And as the
That's true.
ambient pressure drops...
Well, not no pressure. It slides towards pressure. Just less of it.
Yes. But as the ambient pressure drops, you need more exhaust energy for the same force. Which is why the syringe in the vacuum did not work, because it did not have the required exhaust energy.
Right.
Or the required energy in the chamber, the required pressure in the chamber.
Right. You require back pressure. You require resistance in the system, which a vacuum doesn't afford. The ever-expanding vacuum of outer space.
Resistance is the gas molecules bouncing off of each other, pushing off of each other. Gas
How are they
provides
doing
its own
that?
resistance.
Where are they doing that?
In the chamber.
So
In the
it's
nozzle.
pushing off itself in the chamber, is what you're saying.
Yes.
So again, your net force is going to be zero because the thing that's providing its own force of acceleration is pushing off against itself.
No, the molecules are pushing off of each other.
This is the same thing as if I were to set a big fan up on a sailboat out in the middle of a lake and blow air onto the sail and expect to be moving forward.
Yeah.
No. If you have an expanding cloud of gas and you have an object next to this gas, do you think an object is going to move?
The world is
Or do you think
flat.
it's going to stay still?
It is not round.
The answer is the object is going to move. And that's how rockets work. In a vacuum.
So they're pushing off of gas pressure in a vacuum.
When the rocket's
No, the
fuel
exhaust
goes through
Yeah, they're pushing off gas pressure in a
Space is not
vacuum.
real.
and then this gas expanding
Space
pushes
is
against
not
the rocket and
real.
causes
It is
to
made
go
up
in
by the
some direction.
government.
So the exhaust
There
gas
are
is
no
expanding outward,
rockets.
and the gas is
Rockets
actually
are
going back in the opposite
CGI.
direction and pushing against the rocket. Awesome logic.
Rockets are
No,
CGI.
it goes in all directions. Remember what you guys say? Gas
No.
expands in all directions. That's what it does.
Well, this guy's talking about a
Pushes
cone of
against the
direction.
I'm talking about a gas expanding in all directions, pushing on a cone.
So
'Cause
you're
the
saying that
gas
the
expands
exhaust
in all
releases
directions.
gases out in one direction, the gases reverse course and go the other direction and push against the rocket in all directions.
Inside the bell, or the cone, whatever you want to call it, the nozzle.
So now it's pushing off of its
The
own
gas
housing.
pushes-
Again, you
the
got a
gas
problem with
pushes out
that.
in all directions. The gas pushes out in all directions while in the nozzle, yes. Does the gas push out in all directions while in the nozzle?
Yeah.
There you go.
Is there a nozzle above the rocket? I mean, above the gas, like toward the rocket.
Yeah.
There's no nozzle at the bottom of the rocket, below the gas.
Right, there's a vacuum. Listen, I demonstrated this with the balloon already on the roller wheels.
Yes, but there's no rocket there. So
You've
the
got gas expanding
applying
into a
force in all
vacuum,
directions.
pushing in all directions against the balloon.
I see.
Why don't you go
I
back
see
and look
where
at that
you're
GIF
saying,
again, dude?
The gas expands in all directions, including toward the rocket nozzle, yes.
Yes, and you've got a
So
free
it
expansion
pushes
of gas
on
out the
the
back
nozzle.
that provides zero
So it
resistance.
pushes on the nozzle because it's expanding in all directions, including the nozzle. That's what pressure is. In a vacuum, you just need more energy in the exhaust. Even at lower ambient pressure, you just need more energy in the exhaust. You just need to have more pressure to outpush the lack of pressure. That's what a rocket does. It puts a whole lot of energy into the exhaust.
Right, and then that
Overwhelm
exhaust
the
is
vacuum
redirected
space.
out towards the vacuum, isn't it? Offering zero resistance, like I was saying.
Vacuum's resistance is irrelevant.
Yeah, listen, you expand pressure inside the chamber in all directions, and then it's released out the back. The gases rush out the back. Where are you getting this idea that it's pushing against itself from?
The gas expands, and then the gas
It's expanding out the back.
causes the gas. No,
Pressure
in all
loss,
directions.
expands out
it's
the
pressure
back.
loss instant.
All
It's pressure
directions.
loss
Exactly, it's instant, and it's
Then the
being
gas
vectored towards
bounces off
the
the
back where the
pressure loss
vacuum
isn't
is
instant.
And then it goes out the
essentially
back.
pulling it out.
When you compress air in a chamber, then you open the valve, it takes time for the gas to leave, yes?
Yeah, but guess what? Before you open the valve, what happens? It's expanding in all directions. Your net force of direction is going to be zero for all directions. And then you open the valve against the vacuum, and the gas rushes
But-
out into the vacuum. This is where Mez is
On the
bricked.
side that the nozzle is, you have less chamber face or less chamber surface there. So the gas is pushing on the rest of the chamber. Because there's a hole in the chamber, it's not pushing on that hole in the chamber.
Yeah, that's like where the straw
So
tube
you
meets
have-
the balloon.
Yes. So
why isn't the thing moving forward? Oh, because the pressure's actually decreasing. Not increasing, decreasing. Again, this is where Mez was bricked.
No, I don't think you're understanding.
No, the
laws of
pressure's
motion and all that.
decreasing at that point. Yeah, the pressure's decreasing because
Let's put the
how else do you
vacuum
think you're
behind
supposed
the
to have, in your
chamber.
opinion, how the mass of the gas is going off in one direction to move the rocket in the other direction if that pressure wasn't decreasing?
Let's put the vacuum behind the chamber.
That's exactly where it's always been.
Yes, yes. Now, if you say this, if you
The pressure's
increase the pressure in the
decreasing at the back of the chamber.
can you overwhelm the vacuum? Is it possible to overwhelm the vacuum? The vacuum can only suck up so much air.
With a container. The second
Can
you
you
open it,
overwhelm
you
the
underwhelm.
Can you overwhelm the vacuum? I'm stuck.
Yeah, I know. I got to get ready for work. It was a pleasure talking to y'all.
Fuel burn, gas expand, gas push against rocket, rocket go.
Mez, there you go again, after you were shown to be bricked on 2 points.
That's it. That's how it works. It's not complicated.
You get to the end of that, or what?
Yeah, you arrived at, well, the rocket must be overwhelming infinite vacuum back pressure.
Yoda stuck at gas expand.
No, Maz, I was saying that, yeah, gas expands in the chamber, but as soon as it's open to the vacuum of space, it rushes out. You have decreasing pressure, not increasing pressure, Maz. It's the opposite force that you think you need for propelling rockets in space.
Was that Fox dude, Ned the Fox?
Yeah, he was here too.
Oh,
I think he
was
left in
wondering-
frustration.
Okay, I was wondering if it's the same person you're talking in VC. They think space is really cool, and by you raising these questions that they don't have answers to, it causes them to react rather than think. It's that high caloric, low nutrient diet. Pounded up with Gator fuel and Doritos, and they should think about, why does someone
24/7 Flat Earth Discord, the best place on earth to talk about Earth.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Hmm.